Sergeant Leonardo, we're live.
Okay. Sergeants, can you please begin your recordings?
Recording is up.
According
Backup
to
is
the
rolling.
clouds. According to the clouds,
Okay.
ready to go.
Thank you. Sergeant Katowski, you're ready with your opening.
Good morning and welcome to today's remote New York City Council hearing of the Committee on Education, jointly with the Committee on Health. At this time, would council staff please turn on their video? Please place electronic devices on vibrate or silent. If you wish to submit testimony, you may do so at testimony@council.nyc.gov. That is testimony@council.nyc.gov. Thank you. We're ready to begin.
Okay. Good morning and welcome to today's virtual hearing. I am Councilmember Mark Traeger, Chair of the Education Committee. I'd like to thank my colleague Mark Levine, Chair of the Health Committee, for holding this critically important joint hearing. I also want to acknowledge and thank the presence of our speaker, Corey Johnson, for his support in being here today, as well as Public Advocate Jumaane Williams. Today's oversight topic is reopening New York City public schools, health and safety. There are also two bills that the Education Committee will hear. Introduction number 2058 by the Public Advocate, which would require the DOE to report student attendance during periods of remote learning, and a bill that I sponsored, introduction number 2104, which would require the DOE to report on certain metrics regarding remote learning. While scheduling this hearing has had some hiccups, I welcome the Chancellor and his senior leadership team here today to what is happening around the reopening of New York City schools and to answer questions and bring transparency and oversight on critical issues surrounding health and safety of our students, our educators, and all of our staff. I understand how busy the Chancellor and his team have been, particularly since March. The hours and hard work folks have put in would test anyone's mettle. I appreciate the Herculean task the department had and continues to have as this pandemic continues to impact our city. That being said, we do not have City Council oversight hearings as a frivolous or political exercise. Despite everything going on around us, I want to make it crystal clear to City Hall that legislative oversight is a sacrosanct responsibility of this body, and it is not optional. Oversight hearings provide this committee and the council as a whole the opportunity to inspect, examine, review, and act as a check on the executive branch and its agencies. That is why we are here on a Friday morning. COVID-19 has presented challenges to this city unlike any other we have faced in decades. COVID-19 affects every single resident in this city and affects the educational outcomes of all of the city's students, whether they be in public, private, or religious institutions. In the best of times, the DOE's ability to deliver educational services to 1.1 million students, all with diverse needs, is challenging enough. In the midst of a pandemic, that mission becomes even more formidable. Between now and December, the Committee on Education will focus its oversight responsibilities on various aspects of education in New York City as it currently stands affected by the pandemic, including its impact on students with disabilities next Friday. I expect this administration and the DOE to be present, provide information on the current state of affairs, challenges faced, and steps that will be taken to meet those challenges head on. I expect this administration and the DOE to be ready and able to answer fully questions raised by this committee and when information is sought outside of an oversight hearing, that the department responds in a timely manner to all committee requests for information. This includes requests for information on the administration's budgetary decisions. It should not take this committee months to receive briefings or confirmation of what the administration is considering when we are constantly receiving reports from CBO providers who are being told that their funding, including community schools and the Vital Learning to Work program, is being gutted, and that there are operational concerns with the Learning Labs and Bridges programs hindering working families' ability to access critical childcare. All the while, we are learning about the plan to acquire a school bus company at great but unspecified cost through the media. This is not a functional way to govern. I do want to acknowledge that there are many individuals who have worked collaboratively and quickly to brief this committee and answer its questions outside of the context of an oversight hearing, and I thank them for their partnership, although we still need a lot more information than we have right now. Ultimately, we all have the same goal, that the city's 1.1 million students can attend school in a safe, supportive, and academically rewarding environment. We can achieve this goal when we work collaboratively rather than in opposition. I will briefly talk about introduction number 2104. This bill would require DOE to report on metrics regarding remote learning during the COVID-19 pandemic. These metrics would include language, access, and support provided, remote learning engagement rates, information on the level of remote learning students in juvenile facilities that receive IEP compliance rates, and a host of other metrics. Much of what is covered by this bill was included in a follow-up letter to the DOE following our first remote hearing back in May. We never received the data that we asked for despite extending the deadline. We therefore had to resort to using council subpoena power to compel the department to immediately get us as much of the information, but we're still moving forward with the legislation to fully capture all the data that we have requested. It is outrageous that the de Blasio administration has stymied the efforts of this body in its request for information that would shine a light on the city's efforts in delivering remote education to 1.1 million students. The New York State Education Department sums up perfectly why this committee, through its oversight function, is seeking this data. Quote, data collection for continuous improvement and reflection means data is used to understand what is happening, to identify challenges or roadblocks, and to figure out what is working. Districts must assess immediate needs, but recognize the need to continue to reassess regularly as circumstances are likely to change frequently in this tumultuous time. Continuing to collect data to ensure accurate understandings of need is necessary to continue providing the most effective and efficient response, end quote. I look forward to advancing this legislation and identifying gaps in services and working with the department and our community of advocates and CBOs to plug those gaps and ensure that students are receiving the free and appropriate education they are entitled to under law, whether they are learning remotely, in person, in a juvenile facility, or with disabilities. We can and we must do everything possible to meet student needs and provide a quality education to all. Finally, with respect to doing everything possible to meet student needs, I want to add, and I want to really emphasize this, I want to add that school leaders and school staff, from teachers to maintenance to school food workers, they are the ones who operationalize every single change in guidance. They are the ones who are ultimately responsible to implement every change that City Hall announces on TV and social media. They are the ones who hear directly from the parents. And how are parents and students supposed to feel when conflicting guidance is passed down by the state and city? Absolute confusion, frustration, and anger. I want to recognize all of our school leaders and all of our school staff for their extraordinary frontline work they do every day. And I want to recognize and acknowledge the daily struggle parents and students face trying to navigate the ever constant changes to our school system. I want to thank everyone who is testifying today, and I want to thank the council staff for all the work that they've been putting in for this hearing. Malcolm Buterhorn, Jan Atwell, Kalima Johnson, Chelsea Badamore, Macis Sarkissian, Melissa Nunez, Rose Martinez. I want to thank my chief of staff, who's working extraordinarily hard, Anna Scaife, and my policy director, Vanessa Ogle. And I want to recognize colleagues who are present. We have Councilmember Kalos, Councilmember Lander, Councilmember Levin, Councilmember Rose, Councilmember Grodenchik, Councilmember Ampry Samuel, Councilmember Brennan, Councilmember Lewis, Councilmember Ulrich, Councilmember Holden, Councilmember Powers, Councilmember Eugene, Councilmember Cohen, and Councilmember Borelli. And I will now turn it over to my co-chair and my great colleague who's doing extraordinary work, Chair Mark Levine of the Health Committee.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and good morning, everybody. I'm Mark Levine, City Council Member and Chair of the Council's Committee on Health, and I am thrilled to be partnering today with Chair Mark Treyger and to have our Speaker, Corey Johnson, with us as well, who we'll be hearing from momentarily, as we begin this hearing of two critical committees, Education and Health, examining the safety of our school reopening process and demanding accountability on behalf of students and staff. As a DOE parent and as someone who started his career as a teacher in District 7, I fully understand the stakes here as we seek to balance the benefits of in-person learning with the imperative that we only keep schools open amidst this pandemic if we can sufficiently safeguard the health of students, families, teachers, and staff. This hearing takes on an added urgency at a moment when we are confronting a rising wave of coronavirus nationally and here in New York City, a trend that may well further accelerate as the weather gets colder and gatherings are pushed indoors. We need to examine the health data, not just in the so-called hotspots of Brooklyn and Queens, but in neighborhoods around the 5 boroughs where the daily case numbers are indeed, unfortunately, now increasing again. Are we succeeding in implementing promised protocols for testing students and staff in school buildings? What are the results telling us so far about the prevalence of the virus in our schools? What is the system for the critical work of contact tracing in school communities? What is this telling us about transmission in school buildings? And what has this meant for the opening and closing of individual schools? What protocols are in place to maintain safety if a student or staff member starts to exhibit COVID symptoms during the school day? Do we indeed have adequate nurse staffing in every school amidst this public health crisis? What is the criteria for closing clusters of schools in additional individual neighborhoods as cases spike locally? For a disease which is increasingly understood to be airborne, what do we know about the state of ventilation in our classrooms and other spaces, including the key metric of air exchange rates per hour? What about learning bridge sites? Are we applying the same testing, tracing, ventilation, and closing protocols there? Parents and families have endured months of anxiety, confusion, and uncertainty throughout this process, and they deserve answers to these critical questions. Teachers, principals, and school staff have worked with unprecedented intensity throughout this crisis amidst the most difficult and even chaotic circumstances. I am full of admiration and gratitude for your hard work, your dedication, and your sacrifice. And you too deserve answers to these critical questions. New Yorkers need clarity. We need information based on the science. The City Council called for and demanded this hearing today to get those answers. And I want to thank the City Council staff who have worked incredibly hard to prepare us for today's hearing, including on the Health Committee, Councils Harbani Ahuja and Sarah Liss, Policy Analyst Emily Balkin, Finance Analyst Lauren Hunt, and on our data team, Rachel Alexandrov, Rose Martinez, Melissa Nunez, Mason Sarkisian, and Julia Friedenberg. I want to quickly acknowledge other members of the Health Committee who are with us. Forgive me if you have already acknowledged them, Chair Treyger, but we have Councilmember Powers, Councilmember Barron, I believe Councilmember Cohen, and forgive me if I've missed others. We'll circle back and announce them. And now I believe I'm passing it off to our Council Speaker, Corey Johnson, for opening remarks.
Thank you to Chairs Treyger and Levine for holding this hearing today and for everything both of you have done for parents, teachers, students, and school employees in our city Without your advocacy, without your persistence, countless New Yorkers would be in the dark right now about so many of the critical issues facing our lives. When Chair Traeger came to me a few weeks ago to say that we still didn't know about spring attendance under remote learning, I was frankly astonished. This is some of the most basic information that we could ask for, and we don't take issuing a subpoena lightly. It needs to be a last resort for essential information, but that's the kind of position that we have been put in. I think I speak for a lot of New Yorkers, and I know I speak for Chairs Traeger and Levine when I say that the chaos and dysfunction that has surrounded our education system in the past year has been hard to watch and frankly heartbreaking. And it's not on one person. This is not about, I actually like Chancellor Carranza very much. So it's not about blaming this on one person. It is about what the city is facing right now and how difficult it has been. But I want to be clear that the stress and frustration that we are feeling is nothing compared to the stress, frustration, and anxiety that parents, students, teachers, and school staff have been dealing with almost every day since this pandemic hit. They are trying to make decisions about their education, their future, their health, and with little to no information, and with the rules of the game sometimes changing day to day. I know everyone at the Department of Education has been operating under incredible pressure and what is probably the most uncertain climate of our lifetime. And I want to thank them for their hard work. But I also want to say the city has deserved better. Literally millions of New Yorkers have been impacted by these decisions. And it's not just the students and parents and school employees, but every business that employs a parent in New York City. Getting this right is a linchpin of our recovery. Jobs are at stake, lives are at stake, and the future of our children is at stake. I know that it has been incredibly difficult, as I said, but excuses aren't really helpful or acceptable. We cannot afford to let the disparities we've seen from this virus grow. We can't lose the progress we've made in keeping our positive cases and deaths down. I really believe that it can all come down to how we handle this challenge. Chancellor Carranza, I know scheduling this hearing has been difficult for you, but frankly, as you heard from Chair Traeger, this should have happened sooner. We are really glad you are with us today because we look forward to hearing from you directly. We can't do our jobs properly without it, and everyone impacted by our school system deserves to get answers to some of the questions that we have today. We need to know what's working. We need to know what's not working, why this reopening process was so fraught, and how the DOE plans to make sure that the 1.1 million students in New York City get the education they deserve, whether we're able to keep schools open all year or not. We still want children to get that education. So I want to thank you for being here today. And now I'm going to turn it back over to Chair Traeger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your support. It means a lot to get this information and to really put the council oversight power to use. Now I will turn it over to another big supporter and a great ally in our fight for our kids, our public advocate, Jumaane Williams.
Thank you. Can you hear me? No, can anyone hear me?
You're unmuted, but we can't hear you.
Anybody hear me?
There we go. Now we can.
Better.
You can hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. As was mentioned, my name is Jumaane Williams. I'm the public advocate for the city of New York. I want to thank Chairs Traeger and Levine for not only holding this important hearing, but for the stalwart leadership you've both shown throughout this pandemic. And I want to thank the speaker for his leadership, and I thank the council for allowing me to speak on this important topic. First, I do want to say and echo that I understand the challenges of trying to educate 1.1 million students, the largest school system in the entire country. And I very much appreciate that the chancellor himself and his staff have always avail themselves to me and to answer questions, which I appreciate. And I want to make sure I say that at the outset. I do have to say that looking at the decisions that we could have made, I always try to look at the tools that we have at the moment and the decision that we cannot made. We have done abysmally when it comes to reopening these schools. There's just no way around it. We could have done things so much different. And we made the choices we had, the choices that we did with the resources we had. We couldn't have done it worse. I also want to be clear that when I take a bird's eye view, I look at the Department of Education, the NYPD, the Human Resources Administration. I cannot put it all on the heads of those agencies. I do want to tweak what the speaker said a little bit. I do put it blame on one person, Mayor Bill de Blasio. The incompetency in decision making is bar none when I've seen for certain decisions, especially around reopening. No one, except for the mayor and maybe a few others, believed that it made sense to try to reopen in person for the largest school system in the country. Nothing that has happened was not anticipated. And we went like a steam train down to keep going. And the people who are affected are the people who are most affected throughout this pandemic. And even before, there was a word I'm going to use that I heard a lot when I was a young kid, which is hard-headed. It appears that the administration and the mayor has just been hard-headed from people who are on the ground and are saying what needs to be done. Last month, the mayor delayed the start of an in-person instruction on 2 different occasions. Eventually, schools with grades K through 5 and K through 8 reopened at the end of September, and high schools and middle schools with grades 6 through 8 reopened on October 1st. While this continuous display of a lack of coordination and organization on the part of the administration is disappointing, it's not surprising. What is surprising about the mayor's decision to delay the reopening for the second time was his reason for doing so. Many schools did not have enough staff members to supervise the number of students who were about to enter the buildings for in-person learning. It is inconceivable that the mayor could have arrived at this decision in September, when his own Education Sector Advisory Council, a group made up of members he himself appointed, warned him of a teacher shortage 4 months prior. The administration knew that this was going to happen, so they have no excuse, none, for being this unprepared and ill-equipped. I'm not the only person who has no confidence in this administration's ability to reopen schools in a safe and sound manner. A couple of days before schools reopened, the union representing our city's principal called on the state to seize control of the school system from the mayor. While I do not think we have reached a point where we need to cede control of our schools to the State Department of Education, I understand the frustrations of these principals and I sympathize with them. I do wish the leadership of the UFT had made similarly strong comments. They have not been provided with enough resources, guidance, and staff to ensure a safe environment for in-person learning. One example is the fact that the administration added 4,500 educators a week before reopening, when the principals union said that they needed twice that amount to function. It is clear that we cannot rely on administration to provide adequate direction and support from our school staff. As of now, remote learning remains our best option for school-based instruction while we continue to open up in a phased approach. While last spring showed us the many shortcomings of the DOE and how it handled remote learning, my bill intro number 2058 would attempt to address one of those issues: student engagement. Student engagement remains a problem because the DOE has still not provided every single student with a remote learning device. Providing devices to every student would not only benefit our efforts to close the digital divide in our city, but it would bring our student engagement rate closer to where it was pre-COVID. Monitoring student engagement is an essential way to determine the effectiveness of remote learning, which is why I introduced this piece of legislation. This legislation will require the DOE to report student attendance through the previous week when remote learning was utilized or when a combination of remote and in-person learning was utilized. The data will be disaggregated by school districts, grade, race, individualized education plan status, multilingual language learners status, and English language learner status. The report is to be submitted to the mayor, speaker of the council, myself as the public advocate, the school diversity advisory group, all community education councils, and posted on the DOE's website. And we also need to address the fact that everyone doesn't have the internet services needed. Tracking student attendance rate allows us to hold the DOE accountable for ensuring that our students have the ability to access all of their classes remotely. I was looking at Chair Traeger's on New York One, when we finally got some good data that he was asking for a while. And what we figured is what we thought. The vast majority of people who are affected are Black and brown. Schools that have over 50% Black and brown students are 8 times doing worse. This is unacceptable. Can we imagine all of the energy and the money that we wasted doing something that everybody told us, Mayor, we should not and cannot do? Put it into getting the best remote system we could have, and then phased in. It is inconceivable that this is a decision that the mayor made. I also want to take a moment to highlight the importance of Chair Traeger's bill, intro number 1650, which will require the DOE to report data to the council concerning teacher retention and turnover. At a time when our school system is experiencing a teacher shortage, this legislation is essential. Perhaps what is most important about this bill is its task force provision, which requires the group to analyze the DOE's data and provide recommendations to address the issue. I hope that the DOE will actually utilize the recommendations issued by this task force, something that they clearly did not do with that of the Mayor's Advisory Group, to take substantial steps to retain its educators and provide them with the tools needed to navigate the tumultuous period. While I'm glad to see New York working toward recovery after having been the epicenter of COVID-19, we must now use our city's low infection rate as a telltale sign that we can safely reopen schools. The money and energy that the administration is investing in this hybrid approach will be better spent towards improving remote learning, with a phase-in method coming at a later date when our schools have more staff, a standard universal guidance, and additional resources. Reopening our schools buildings before our educators were adequately prepared has been a disservice to our students, to the parents, to the entire city. Once again, I urge administration to focus on remote learning for the time being and delay in-person learning until our schools are ready. And once again, I just want to thank the Chancellor and the staff of the DOE, who I know have the best of intentions, who I know are doing the best given the circumstances that we have. But as a public advocate, as a person with a child in the public school system, I know we make terrible decisions unnecessarily. There has to be an account for that, and we have to do better going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Public Advocate, for your support and being very vocal from day one on this issue. I appreciate your partnership. And with that, Malcolm will we'll swear in the Chancellor and the panel.
Yes, so thank you, Chair Traeger. Again, everyone, I am Malcolm Budahorn, Counsel to the Education Committee of the New York City Council. I am also joined today by my colleague, Sarah Liss, Counsel to the Health Committee. Before we begin testimony from the administration, I want to remind everyone that you will be on mute until you are called on to testify. After you are called on, you will be unmuted. I will be calling on public witnesses to testify in panels, so please listen for your name to be called. I will be announcing in advance who the next panel would be. I would like to remind everyone that unlike our typical council hearings, while you will be placed on a panel, I will be calling individuals to testify one at a time. Council members who have questions for a particular panelist or for the administration should use the raise hand function in Zoom. You will be called on in the order with which you raised your hand after full testimony has been completed. We will be limiting council member questions to 5 minutes. This includes both questions and answers. Please note that for purposes of this virtual hearing, we will not be allowing a second round of questioning. For panelists, once your name is called, a member of our staff will unmute you, and the Sergeant at Arms will give you the go-ahead to begin after setting the timer. Please listen for that cue. All public testimony will be limited to 2 minutes. At the end of 2 minutes, please wrap up your comments so we can move on to the next panelist. Please listen carefully and wait for the sergeant to announce that you may begin before delivering your testimony, as there is a slight delay. I will now call on the following members of the administration to testify. Understanding that the Chancellor will be the only one giving verbal testimony, there is a full backup contingent of DOE cabinet members, DOHMH, DYCD, and Test and Trace. So I'm going to announce everyone that I have on this list. Then I will read the oath and call on each of you individually to respond. So the following persons will be sworn in. Chancellor Richard Carranza, Dr. Jay Varma, Senior Advisor for Public Health, Mayor's Office, Dr. Daniel Stevens, Deputy Commissioner of Family and Child Health, DOHMH, Chelsea Cipriano, Executive Director, Intergovernmental Affairs, DOHMH. Dr. Ted Long, Executive Director, New York City Test and Trace Corps, and Senior Vice President of Ambulatory Care, New York City Health and Hospitals. Maidel de la Cruz, Director, Government and Community Affairs, New York City Health and Hospitals. Susan Haskell, Deputy Commissioner of Youth Services, DYCD. First Deputy Chancellor, Donald Conyers. Deputy Chancellor, LaShawn Robinson. Deputy Chancellor, Josh Wallach. Lauren Siciliano, DOE Chief Administrative Officer. Lindsay Oates, DOE Chief Financial Officer. Kevin Moran, Chief School Operations Officer. Dr. Linda Chen, Chief Academic Officer. Carrie Bateman, Chief Operating Officer, Division of School Planning and Development. John Shea, DOE Chief Executive Officer. Kenyati Reed, DOE Executive Director, Office of Safety and Youth Development. Christopher Caruso, Executive Director for Community Schools. Chris Grohl, Chief Executive Officer, Division of School Climate and Wellness. Edie Sharp, DOE Chief Strategy Officer. And John Hammer, Deputy Chief Executive Officer and Director, Special Education Office. If I just called your name, if you could please activate your video now. Again, I will read the oath and then call on each panelist to individually respond. If you could all raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before these committees and respond honestly to council member questions? Chancellor?
I do.
Dr. Varma?
I do.
Dr. Stevens?
I do.
Chelsea Cipriano?
She's off camera.
I can circle back. Dr. Long?
I do.
Maidel de la Cruz? Can circle back if she does answer questions later. Deputy Commissioner Haskell?
I do.
First Deputy Chancellor Conyers?
I do.
Deputy Chancellor Robinson?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Deputy Chancellor Wallach?
I do.
Lauren Siciliano?
I do.
Lindsay Oates?
I do.
Kevin Moran? I saw him before. I can circle back. Dr. Chen?
I do.
Carrie Bateman?
I do.
John Shea?
I do.
Kenyati Reed? Christopher Caruso? Chris Grohl? Edie Sharp? John Hammer?
I do.
Thank you. And for those that didn't speak before, if you do answer a question for the first time later, we will just do the oath for you. Finally, for question time, due to the large number of administration officials present, any panelists that will be answering questions after the Chancellor's testimony, if you could please state your name for the record before you speak, it will make it much more clear in the official transcript for who is speaking. Thank you, and Chancellor, you may begin when ready.
Great, thank you. So good morning, and I'd like to thank Chairs Traeger and Levine, all of the members of the Education and Health Committees that are here today, as well as our Public Advocate, Jumaane Williams, and our Speaker, Corey Johnson. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the Department of Education's reopening plans as they relate to health and safety. As Chancellor of the New York City Public Schools, I am joined by Senior Advisor for Public Health, Dr. Jay Varma, Department of Health Deputy Commissioner, Dr. Daniel Stevens, and Dr. Ted Long from the Test and Trace Corps, as well as Deputy Commissioner Susan Haskell from the Department of Youth Services and Community Development, as well as all of my colleagues from the Department of Education. Before I begin, I first would like to thank the Council for your continued leadership through this pandemic and all that you have done on behalf of New York City during this time. The unprecedented nature of this pandemic has challenged our system in countless ways. And in collaboration with our public health experts, our educators and families, we have made the most of a nearly impossible situation to get our students and educators safely back into the classroom. Reopening our school buildings during an ongoing pandemic has been one of the most complex challenges any jurisdiction has confronted in modern history. So many aspects of this experience have been unprecedented, but the fundamentals remain the same. Our students want and need to learn in person with a caring teacher as often as possible, and ensuring their health and safety is central to everything we have done to make that happen. Since September 21st, I have had the privilege of visiting many of our schools in all 5 boroughs as they've welcomed back our students. Seeing the faces of our students light up when they're reunited with their peers and teachers and principals was a joyous experience and reinforced how essential it is to nurture the closest possible connections between students and their school communities. I want to emphasize how crucial physically attending school is, especially for our most vulnerable children. For many, the school community is the steadiest, most reliable aspect of their lives, with people and resources that they can count on. I cannot thank enough our teachers and our principals, our school staff, our borough staff, and our food service workers, our custodial engineers, nurses, whose dedication to our students is apparent in the heroic work that they have done during this crisis. Everyone else who supports our schools also deserves credit, enormous credit, including our school safety agents and our bus drivers and our school support staff. Throughout the reopening process, we have taken swift and decisive action to protect the health and safety of our students and staff. For example, we have granted reasonable accommodations to work remotely for over 34,000 staff members based on their documented medical conditions. And we have allowed maximum flexibility for our parents to choose either full-time remote learning for their children at any time. Just over 50% of our students have elected that option. With that important context, I'd like to provide you with an overview of the comprehensive health and safety protocols that we've implemented. Health and safety are our first priorities, always. The protocols we've put in place and the decisive actions we've taken show that we are listening to the health experts and working hard to keep our students and staff safe. We are taking a multi-layered approach to safety that integrates actions that are all essential. That includes safe levels of ventilation, social distancing, use of face coverings, proper hand hygiene, randomized testing, and informing families about monitoring their children's health. All of these taken together are key strategies we're employing in our schools to decrease the risk of transmission, and we're part of our back to school pledge to our students, families, and educators. Let me just say a little bit more about these important strategies. In terms of ventilation, it's simple. No room will be used by staff or students if it doesn't meet our ventilation standards. We have surveyed every building and have conducted extensive repairs in spaces that needed modifications. If for any reason a fix was not feasible, that room simply hasn't and won't be used. The Department of Education followed Federal Centers for Disease Control guidance for school operations on air ventilation to reduce the spread of COVID-19. Every classroom was inspected by School Construction Authority-led teams of professional engineers. Repairs and remediation efforts were based directly on those assessments, including fixing windows and fan motors and cleaning air ducts. We have taken ventilation concerns very seriously. Prior to educators returning, we notified 10 buildings that their staff needed to work from home while repairs were concluded. Now only one of those buildings remains offline. Out of the 64,550 classrooms across our system, 99% are in use. We also identified and prepared alternative spaces for those schools that needed them. In addition, the DOE has purchased CO2 testing devices and 30,000 high-efficiency particulate air, or HEPA purifiers, for the first day of school, and will continue to order more as needed. These purifiers are certified to remove virus-sized particles from the air and are being used in nurses' offices, isolation rooms, and other spaces that may require additional filtration. The air testing devices will also help staff measure CO2 levels, which are an indicator of adequate ventilation. Next, personal protective equipment, or PPE, and cleaning supplies have also been an area of focus. We have ordered and distributed millions of non-medical masks and other PPE, including hundreds of thousands of cases of hand sanitizer, disinfectant wipes, and more. Over 5 million pieces of PPE and cleaning supplies have been delivered to schools so that they have a 30-day supply of those items on hand at all times. We also launched a hotline that principals can call if they have any issues with PPE supplies. And all of this is paid for out of our central budget, so schools don't have to worry about covering those costs out of their school budgets. Relatedly, custodial engineers are key contributors in ensuring that our schools and our students and our student communities remain healthy and safe. They ensure that the bathrooms are sufficiently stocked with soap and paper towels at all times, and that all hand washing sinks are in a state of good repair. Our custodial engineers confirm weekly that all buildings under their care have at least a 30-day supply of hand soap, paper towels, PPE, hand sanitizer, disposable gloves, and antiviral disinfectant in their inventory. To minimize the potential transmission of COVID-19, custodial engineers have implemented the following protocols in all of our buildings. There is nightly disinfecting of all exposed surfaces in all occupied spaces using electrostatic backpack sprayers with an EPA-approved disinfectant. All non-porous, frequently contacted surfaces such as desks, tabletops, drinking fountains, faucet handles, door hardware, push plates, light switches, and handrails are wiped down and disinfected throughout the day utilizing an antiviral disinfectant. Special attention is paid to horizontal surfaces in buildings' common areas, classrooms, and bathrooms. And custodial engineers are required to complete and maintain daily bathroom inspection and daily building disinfection logs. We will continue to ensure that custodial engineers have the resources they need to ensure our cleaning and disinfecting standards are being met. Now, nurses. Another critical contributor to our safety efforts is our nursing force. The City Council has been a great advocate for ensuring that our school buildings have access to nurses. And now we have made sure that every school building has a school nurse. In partnership with New York City Health and Hospitals, which have provided critical support on this issue, the Office of School Health now has almost 400 additional nurses that cover all K-12 schools, which at the start of the school year did not have a nurse, as well as a supply to cover for any absences on any given day. Additionally, there are 100 nurses who provide geographic coverage for early childhood programs. A health hotline is staffed by nurses of early childhood program providers and also serves as providers to them as well. In terms of health monitoring, we know that that's essential. And even before entering school buildings each morning, students and staff know how to take their temperature and complete their health screening checklist, following the state's recommendation. Beyond this, we have been and will continue to educate and enforce the key 4 actions in preventing the spread of COVID-19. And those key 4 are physical distancing, wearing face coverings, hand hygiene, and very important, staying home if sick. If a student is at school and does not feel well, they will be escorted to the school's isolation room. They will be tended to by a school nurse or a caring adult who has been designated for that role until their guardian is able to pick them up from school. Every school has access to medical professionals and a highly trained building response team that is ready to respond in the event that there is a health concern in a school. BRTs are trained staff within a school building, selected by and in cooperation with principal or principals who are tasked with emergency information and action management responsibilities. Now, testing. We know that widely available access to testing and a strong contact tracing and quarantine system are essential to being able to manage the pandemic and sustain low levels of community transmission. City-run testing sites are offering free COVID testing for all New Yorkers citywide, but are prioritizing expedited results for school staff and students, with results coming within 48 hours if they go to one of the 22 sites across the city. We have also been working with the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene and the Test and Trace Corps, known as T2, in establishing monthly random testing at every school. The goal is to discover COVID-19 positive cases, and that's exactly what we're doing. Beginning October 9th, Test and Trace rolled out mandatory random testing at all schools to continue to keep transmission in our classrooms low and our communities safe. Complementing that testing work is our interagency situation room, which launched on September 14th. This is a one-stop shop, rapid response team staffed by personnel from the Department of Education, the Department of Health, T2, and it's open 6 days a week for principals to communicate questions, concerns, and potential cases. When necessary, classrooms or school buildings are temporarily closed to maintain the safety of school communities and prevent the spread of the virus. Citywide school buildings will close if the percentage of positive COVID-19 tests in New York City is 3% or more, using a 7-day rolling average. This is the most aggressive threshold in the nation. Additionally, based on the surveillance data from the Department of Health, we know that certain areas of the city are experiencing a sharp increase in cases and test percent positivity. We have temporarily closed schools in the COVID-19 red and orange zones designated by the governor, and will continue to work with the state on best approaches in these neighborhoods to keep New Yorkers safe. On a daily basis, the Department of Health and T2 are deploying hundreds of staff and a multitude of operational efforts to increase access to testing, to conduct outreach, and engage with affected communities to mitigate the transmission of COVID-19. In addition to all of these efforts, and to protect the physical well-being of our school communities, we are even more attentive than ever to supporting the social and emotional needs of our students in response to the trauma that they have experienced due to this pandemic. Schools have been equipped to integrate trauma-informed practices into instruction and to build off of last year's major expansion of mental health supports and social-emotional learning through the Bridge to School initiative. The Bridge to School initiative integrates social-emotional learning into the curriculum and will provide trauma-informed training for more teachers, as well as resources for teachers and principals to manage blended learning. Available sessions include training to recognize the signs of trauma and its impact on young people, and effective trauma care practices that align to existing social-emotional and mental health support systems used in the Department of Education. Another part of our work includes the partnership with the Child Mind Institute to offer additional supports for school-based staff this fall, including webinars and workshops, videos, and print materials to support social-emotional learning in the classroom, and a helpline for educators to receive additional guidance and support. Again, I want to thank the council and particularly Chair Treyger for his constant and consistent advocacy and action on the importance of tending to the social-emotional needs of our students. That focus has made us more prepared and better equipped to respond during this crisis. Throughout the spring and summer, the DOE has trained approximately 13,000 people in a Trauma 101 series focused on grief and loss, bereavement, and self-care in a crisis. This included crisis team members who responded to schools that experienced a loss and provided mental health supports to school leaders and school support staff. Since launching the Bridge to School initiative, we trained over 1,600 school leaders and over 45,000 school-based staff, with numbers growing daily. We are very excited about this work and look forward to continued partnership in service of our students and our school communities. We are also navigating the unprecedented and constantly changing realities of this pandemic. There is a lot of information coming quickly in real time that we work diligently to process and communicate with clarity as best we can. Effective two-way communication is especially important during a time of crisis, and engagement with principals and educators has been an important part during this time of crisis and executing a safe reopening. I have sent frequent emails directly to principals in order to ensure they are hearing the most important updates related to COVID-19, blended learning, and health and safety. And in response to principal feedback, we now send them our Principal's Digest highlights at 7 a.m. on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays to keep them fully informed about more detailed information that they need to know. In addition to written correspondence, we have regularly convened citywide principal meetings to share updated policy information and provide them with an opportunity to ask questions. And with respect to communication, it's important to communicate just as vigorously with our families. And we have proactively engaged with them throughout the summer and reopening process, providing them regular updates and opportunities to ask questions and connect with community partners. Schools know their communities best, and many have communication tools at their disposal to convey information to families. That includes robocalls, texts, emails, websites, and more. Additionally, all of the letters sent home to families by way of principals have been translated into 9 languages. In addition to the letters, we share news and updates through DOE's website, the Morning Bell blog, and social media. The DOE leadership also hosts or attends virtual town halls for families to answer questions on a regular basis. And we've been holding briefings and briefing calls with elected officials, advocates, and student leaders throughout this entire time. One particular user of these opportunities is Chair Traeger and his staff, who we've had many, almost weekly briefings with, and has had access to all of my cabinet on a regular basis. Our family and community empowerment team is supporting parent leaders through weekly check-ins with education and president's councils, weekly email updates about important resources and news for families, and constant ongoing on-call targeted support. FACE hosts virtual meetings and town halls to inform families about health, safety, and academic updates. And in addition, our FACE teams support family-facing district and school staff weekly Watch Party Wednesday events and training sessions. They also provide direct support to the 1,400 parent coordinators through a website with information and training resources on remote learning, wellness, and other topics that are important to our communities. Finally, the Department of Education is actively engaging with students to understand their real experiences with remote and blended learning and with school reopening. We respond to their questions and concerns while focusing on such topics that young people prioritize, such as grading policy, device distribution, diversity in admissions, and COVID-related health concerns. I would like to take just a moment to also talk about the proposed legislation. Intro number 2058 requires DOE to report on remote learning attendance. We support the goal of this bill to ensure that families, elected officials, advocates, and other stakeholders have access to meaningful data on student attendance during remote and blended learning. Intro number 2104 requires DOE to report data on instruction and services provided during remote learning, including students with disabilities and multilingual learners. We look forward to further discussions with the council on both of these important pieces of legislation. In conclusion, this public health emergency has tested all New Yorkers in many, many ways, transforming every aspect of what the DOE does to rise to the challenge of this moment has been a testament to the determination and incredible staff, students, and families. We are taking the lessons we learn every day to adapt and improve. And so far, we have seen that our protocols are largely working. I want to assure you that we are going to remain flexible, transparent, and continue to work with our own health experts, our principals, our teachers, parents, and students who are partners with us in all of this. So on behalf of my colleagues, I want to thank you for your time, and we will be happy to answer the questions that you may have.
And we're just going to quickly swear in, because I know we had muting issues before, Deputy Chancellor Austin and Kevin Moran. So if you both could activate your video, please. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before these committees and respond honestly to council member questions? Deputy Chancellor?
I do.
And Mr. Moran?
I do.
And Chancellor, we just asked that when Councilmember Traeger begins his questions, if you are going to point to someone on your team to answer questions, if you could just call out their name so our master muter would know who to unmute for you. Thank you.
I like that term, master unmuter.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chancellor, for your testimony. I also just want to, before we start asking questions, just recognize we've also been joined by Council Members Miller and Council Member Drum. I want to begin by getting clarity, I think, for school communities and for the public. And if additional folks have to weigh in on this, I welcome that. Does the City of New York have a mandatory testing plan for New York City schools? And if so, why is there language in notice to school families that consent to testing is not mandatory? I think that has created a lot of confusion in school communities and for families. And I would appreciate if someone can just clarify what exactly is the testing plan for schools. Thank you.
So Chairman Traeger, there is mandatory testing for any human being that is in a school building during this school year. We know that test and trace is very important, but we also know that in order to have a handle on what is happening in our school communities, it's important to have testing. And just as a heads up, I'm going to ask Dr. Jay Varma if he wants to chime in after I give some top lines. So let me be very clear. John Locke wrote about our social compact, about living together in a society. This is where we test our social compact, because it's about the health and safety during a pandemic of everyone. But we also are educators and we are in schools. So we are asking for consent. We are requesting that parents sign consent forms. And we are giving ourselves time to educate our parent communities, educate our student communities, educate our school communities around why we're doing that. But let's be very clear. A student who does not have consent, or any adult that does not consent to testing, randomized testing, there is an option for those students, and that's fully remote learning. But if we are going to be together in a school building, randomized testing will be mandated. It is mandated. Dr. Varma?
Nothing else for me, Dan.
So I just want to note that and I appreciate the answer, the notice that was sent to families says something a little bit different. The DOE has communicated to parents and guardians that while consent to testing is not, quote, not mandatory, children who do not consent to testing, quote, may, not will, may be switched to remote learning if a sufficient sample size is not reached. So the question is, how will this threshold be determined? Who will determine when non-consenting students are transferred to remote learning? And is there a possibility that the same cohort of students will be repeatedly tested if a school has a low rate of return of consent forms?
So I'll ask Dr. Long to talk about the testing and the cohorting. So again, Chair Traeger, let me be clear. We will clarify the language, and I believe there's clarifying language that's going out to clarify what the expectations are. We prefer to start with an education approach rather than the hammer. But let's be very clear, and I appreciate the opportunity to be clear during this hearing. Testing is mandatory for in-person learning. There's a ramp up. And of course, we want parents to be engaged, so that's why we're asking for the consent, but there will be mandatory randomized testing. Dr. Long, could you talk a little more detail about how that randomization is happening and what that looks like, please?
Yes, thank you, Chancellor. So the way the randomization works is we develop a roster of anybody who would be in the building. It's randomized, and then a list is put together with names. We then go down that list, which is a randomized list, and that's who is selected for testing when we go in to do testing at that point in time in the school. That's it simply. Happy to go into more detail if that'd be helpful.
So, but Dr. Long, I'm not sure if the question was answered in the fact that, is there a possibility that the same cohort of students will be repeatedly tested if a school has a low rate of return of consent forms and is repeatedly testing the same cohort of students, some of whom may have antibodies, a statistically valid way of measuring point in time prevalence?
Two parts to your question. Mr. Chancellor, do you mind if I jump in?
No, please.
Okay. The purpose of doing a randomized list is to avoid testing the same group over and over. That's the reason why we do it. So if you have 100 different students and your randomized list, you need to test 20% of them, you're going to have very likely a different 20% because they're randomly selected every single time. That's the purpose of randomization, is to avoid the exact problem you're clarifying. So I agree with your question. Second part of your question was for antibodies. What do we do if we're retesting people that may have antibodies? To be clear, and I wish this was better news, we cannot say with certainty that antibodies confer immunity. We truly hope that they confirm at least a degree of immunity, but that's something that that's why we're doing only PCR testing in terms of our school testing program here. We're not using antibodies because we would not want to draw a conclusion about immunity that the science does not yet support.
So, and I want to be clear, I am not asking for a hammer. I'm asking just for basic transparency. Folks want to know what the plan is. The folks on television use the language mandatory, and the paper that went out, an email went out to families, says not mandatory. So I think that every opportunity we have to clarify and to make this as clear as possible is really important. And I think that if additional language is coming from City Hall and DOE and health officials that to make this more clear, I think that's appreciated, because I'm just sharing stuff on the ground. There's a lot of confusion about what the plan actually is. Let me ask, how many affirmative consent forms have been returned citywide, and how many denials of consent have been returned?
I'm going to ask one of my colleagues who will have the most recent information. Who would have that answer, folks? Who has the most recent information? Doctor?
Can we unmute Dr. Varma?
Yeah, I don't have it specifically handy, but we are trying to gather this, but the dilemma with it, you have to keep in mind, is that people can consent up until the last moment. That includes adults who can consent obviously at any time, as well as students who can bring in consent forms up until the last minute. So it's actually a rolling process over time. And one of the reasons why, I just want to clarify two important concepts that are coming up. One of the challenges we have with using the word mandatory, and one of the reasons that language was written originally the way it is because people interpret mandatory to be forced. Students, adults have autonomy over their bodies. They have the right to consent to a procedure being done. Now, of course, if they don't consent to it, there can be consequences for failure to consent. But I'll just explain that was one of the reasons that language was bandied about quite a number of times, was to remove that connotation that mandatory equals forced. And then second, to get to your question about the consents, this is a rolling process during the month of October. We're the only school district that I know of anywhere in the world of anywhere of this magnitude. There are certainly some very small schools that have tried programs like this. So it's going to take us a little while to figure out and assimilate the numbers and to determine whether or not we actually got the sample size that we need to draw statistics.
But Dr. Varma, how many consent forms did you receive as of yesterday?
Yeah, I don't have the number of consent forms, but I can give you the number of people that were tested.
Well, see,
go ahead.
But Dr. Varma, I have to say, this is a hearing on the safety of reopening schools in the city. And how does not having that number instill confidence in the public and within this council that we're getting this right? Just because you're trying it doesn't make it right. We need information to evaluate this and to keep, of course, folks informed.
Mr. Chair.
And council member, we tested 7,257 people in the past, 3 days, and 15 of those were positive for a 0.2% positivity rate. So
and how many of the 7,000
that is a very large sample size relative to the proportion of students that are actually attending in-person learning during that period.
And Dr. Varma, of the 7,000, how many attend school in the yellow zones?
That I don't actually have, because what we're going to be doing is going to be starting specific programs in the yellow zones to do testing on a weekly basis as mandated by the governor. And that's starting this Friday. So we'll have to get you that number specifically.
Dr. Varma, so again, the yellow zones I know were drawn by the governor, not the mayor, so I get that. But there is a lot of tension and anxiety within the yellow zones because there's some overlap with the zip code plan, which the mayor rolled out. And I appreciate that you're sharing some testing data, but we don't even know what the numbers are in the yellow zones. And we do need the number of consent forms coming in because it absolutely gives us a sense of where things are at. Here I am telling you there is confusion on the ground in the middle of a pandemic, in a crisis, and we don't have this basic information. So when can you get the committee the information of the number of students and staff tested in the yellow zones and the number of consent forms that have been returned?
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
So I just got an update as of the end of the day yesterday, there were 72,000 consent forms returned by students. So we have 72,000. As Dr. Varma has said several times, this is a rolling process. There's a lot of consent forms coming in on a daily basis, but as of the end of the day yesterday, 72,000 consent forms.
So thank you, Mr. Chancellor. And of the 72,000 consent forms as of yesterday, how many were in the affirmative and how many were negative?
Consent forms means they're in the affirmative. So those are 72,000 people that signed a consent form saying you have permission.
Right, but families have an option to provide a form that says that they don't give consent. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. So these were 72,000 affirmative consent forms provided. Thank you, Mr. Chancellor, for that information.
We'll get you the refusal number, but I understand it's very minimal. But I'll get that. We'll get that number for you.
Right, and just to further follow up on that, how many schools have a 20% or lower rate of consent among their students who have opted into in-person learning?
Say that one more time, Mr. Traeger.
Sure. How many schools have a 20% or lower rate of consent among their students who have opted into in-person learning?
Well, we will get you that information, but again, schools are building their positive consent numbers. So that is changing daily, almost hourly. So we'll get you the most recent information today.
I would appreciate that, Mr. Chancellor, because any additional information provides clarity and can give folks a sense of knowledge of what actually is happening. I want to now also I wanted to clarify with the health officials just for a moment, and this is important for families to understand as well. I have been contacted by a number of families and parents asking a question about why they are not allowed to have a pediatrician provide a test for their child, especially young children, where testing could be a very traumatizing experience. And I know that Dr. Long, we were on a briefing call, but I do think it's important for the public to understand what is the reasoning, the rationale, why notes from pediatrician or results from pediatricians are not accepted by the DOE.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Jay, I can start. So And any parent has the right, and we actually actively encourage all New Yorkers to get tested regularly, and that includes parents taking their young children in. So in fact, they can take their child to the pediatrician anytime they want to get tested. For the purposes of the random sample survey that we're doing, to make this statistically valid and have a good epidemiologic interpretation, it's designed as what we call a point prevalence survey, which is that all of the tests done in a specific population, in this situation, the unit of reference is the school community of attending in-person learning. All of those tests need to be done on the same day, using the exact same collection method and using the exact same testing method. So if we want to be able to draw valid conclusions about this, that's the important approach to go. But again, I would just challenge the notion that you can take your child to a pediatrician. You absolutely can do that. Those test results are reported. If there is a positive result, it's immediately received by Test and Trace, the health department, and then reported and managed by the Situation Room.
Right, Dr. Armour. I was just making the point that parents were asking the question. I was at a CEC virtual meeting recently where this came up. Parents asking, why can't the results be used in place of the randomized sample? And there was an explanation of which I heard from Dr. Long, but I think it's just important to share this information with the public. So so parents can do this, but as far as the randomized testing has to happen inside the school. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And can you also explain why parents, or what communication to parents of young children, if they want to be there to support them, is testing happen? Is there mobile testing by the school? Is there something where parents could provide support to kids if this is a very traumatizing experience for them?
Yeah, I mean, I think we are very sensitive to the fact that obviously, particularly for younger children, this is going to be a new and potentially, worrisome experience. At the same time, we have to balance the infection control precautions. And one of the most important infection control precautions that we can institute, one of the best ways that we can prevent COVID, is by limiting the number of people who are physically present in a building at any given time. And that's why we don't, unfortunately, allow caretakers, guardians, parents of children to be present physically in the building. And the providers that we have, we absolutely recognize that parents are concerned about this, but we have to assure people that we are only hiring teams that we have a tremendous amount of trust with, because we've actually worked with them many times before.
And Dr. Varma, this question is to you again. As a senior advisor to the mayor on public health and someone who's watching this very closely, does it concern you that we only have up to this point 15% of consent forms in citywide, in situations where we're also seeing increases and spikes in cases across the city? Does it concern you? Can you please elaborate?
Yeah, I would say the reason, well, I would say, first of all, we obviously aspire to make sure that the random sample survey program is done with as much rigor as possible and achieves the highest level of participation. That is absolutely not just an aspiration, but our intent. But I would explain that actually testing, even though I am a firm zealot when it comes to testing for the community control of COVID-19, and in fact was the architect of our original testing and tracing design for this, I do not emphasize that testing is not even one of the first, second, or even third lines of defense to protecting our children, our students, and staff from COVID-19. As the chancellor has clearly laid out, and as you can see from examples in other parts, here in the United States where people relied on testing alone will not save you. What you need is the universal masking, the physical distance, the reduction in class sizes, the aggressive use of hand hygiene, and of course the presence of adequate ventilation. So I am not concerned that that during this current rollout that we don't have a very high level of consents, because I view our testing program as providing us a snapshot into the effectiveness of our prevention measures, but not really the full picture.
So Dr. Varma, what I'll say, I am not a public health expert. I am a teacher by trade, and I know what I know what I don't know. And I appreciate your service, but I'll share with you is that Dr. Fauci, who I think, is Brooklyn's own America's doctor right now, was asked a question about schools and testing. And he made it very clear on a national television that in communities where we're seeing increased transmission or increased cases, it's very important to get the surveillance and the testing done right. In addition to the mask wearing and compliance, he stressed the importance of having a testing plan. So I'm just sharing with you that it is concerning, at least to me, and again, I am not a doctor, you are, and I appreciate your service. It is concerning to me that only 15% of students who have opted for in-person learning have returned their consent forms as of this date, at a time when we're seeing increased positivity rates across the city. And if you want to just respond one more time, and then I'll move on.
Yep, absolutely. No, thank you. I mean, I think it's important to keep in mind that, you know, when whether it's Dr. Fauci or other national leaders are talking about it, they're trying to express feedback on what the United States as a whole should be doing. They're not talking about New York City, where it's very important for people to recognize here. We perform more tests per capita on people of all ages than any other jurisdiction in the United States of this size, and most places in the world. Because of all of the efforts that have been done by the city and all partners, we performed over 50,000 tests in a single day last week, and those numbers continue to rise. So the context in which Dr. Fauci and other people are making those comments is not just specific to schools, it's also specific to the fact that many places around the country perform only a fraction of tests available in the community that we have here in New York City.
Right. And look, I understand that, you know, we had a hearing, the DOE did not attend, and recently, where public health experts, doctors came to testify, and they shared, and my colleagues, others were present, they shared very serious concerns about the mayor's hybrid model. They shared concerns about increased exposure to kids on different days. So if Monday they're in school, and then on Tuesday they're with, if their parents could afford childcare, they're in a childcare setting, they're increasing exposure to folks. Is there a body of research that you could point to that gives folks, parents, a sense of confidence and safety in this model? Because obviously there's work out there, and there's public health experts actually cautioning about our approach right now.
Yeah, I would say that, first of all, we all in the scientific community have to be humble. We have all been surprised throughout this experience about how the virus behaves, both at a molecular level as well as at the population level. So I want to preface everything I say based on that. In terms of the body of research, the body of research is not the rigor that we would normally love to have, because we don't have the time for that. So the body of research that does exist is empiric, real world evidence from countries all over the world with both similar as well as very different economic, social, demographic structures. And that includes Asia, that includes large swaths of Europe. And I can tell you, based on my own personal research into all of these places, because I've worked globally for the past 20 years and have contacts all over the world, there are no places that are requiring mandatory testing at this scale. And in fact, have been able to keep their schools open with even fewer of the systems that we have in place. Many places don't actually use a hybrid model, for example, in Germany, or don't use universal masking, don't have the same, rigorous monitoring techniques that we have, and have been able to open up schools successfully. So I think it is absolutely true that there are many in the public health community that feel that certain one group of activities should be done. There's others that feel another group of activities can be done, but the real world empiric lived experience to date is that the approaches that we are taking are the right approaches to make schools safe.
So Dr. Armour, I'll make last point and I'll move on to technology, but I just want to say that I'm trying to provide clarity and get for myself, but also most importantly for school families and the public, and of course my colleagues. The governor of New York and his folks go on television and say that we need to put yellow, orange, red zones, and in addition to or overlapping the mayor's zip codes or whatever you want to call this, we don't have enough data right now and information. Earlier, you cannot tell me how many folks we've tested in the yellow zones where there's an acknowledgement by state health officials we're seeing increase in spikes in cases. So I think it's too early to judge, I think even from anyone's part, that this is all safe, this is all great. I know that we need the data, we need to make informed decisions. And I'm just telling you that as of this moment, there is still confusion about what the testing plan is, even though I appreciate folks providing additional information today at the hearing. We need a lot more information, and it has to reach our multi-ethnic diverse communities, because right now there remains a disconnect. I want to move on to the Chancellor with regards to technology. Mr. Chancellor, yes, please.
I'm sorry, just in order to provide some more clarity, the number of permission forms that we have gotten is closer to 20% of our students that are in blended learning mode. And that does not include any statistics on staff, because staff are also part of the testing regime. So when this random testing happens and the randomization takes place, it includes not only students, but also adults in the building. I explain it in terms of it's every human being in the building is part of the randomized set. So we will break that data down for you with a little more specificity. I can also tell you that as of October 14th, in terms of testing that's happened for schools in the yellow zones, there have been 3,229 tests conducted. There have been 3,100 tests received, and there have been only 4 positive results of that testing up to the 14th. So those are schools specifically in the yellow zone and the testing that's happened in those schools.
Thank you, Mr. Chancellor. And would you by any chance know how many consent forms from the yellow zones that we've received?
No, we're working to disaggregate that data for you.
I appreciate it. And Mr. Chancellor, is there a separate and different, I'm hearing, that's why I want to get clarity. I'm hearing reports that there's separate different testing strategies for District 75. Can you clarify?
Well, students and staff in District 75 will also be tested. But what we understand is that our District 75 students are probably some of our most vulnerable students in our school system. I know you know this very, very well. So there are additional precautions and I would say sensitivities that we have to keep in mind when we when we do this randomized testing with District 75 students. It's a scary experience. It could be a very scary experience for those students. So we're working with our educators in District 75 to craft the protocols for testing the students in District 75 schools so that it is not the scary experience. We're paying attention to their social emotional learning needs and it's not a negative experience for them.
So Mr. Chancellor, I know that you know that, and I appreciate your understanding of that. My question is to the health team. Why wasn't this all prepared before the reopening of schools for kids in District 75 and staff who work there? Mr. Chancellor, you're not a health expert, but you're an educator and you know your stuff, and I appreciate your service. But the question is to City Hall and to the health team, why wasn't that all prepared before school reopened, before kids and staff returned to school in District 75?
Can we unmute Dr. Long?
This is Jay. I think you unmuted me, but I can.
You're both unmuted, so go ahead.
Okay. I mean, I can just start really briefly, and then maybe Ted can talk about the options that are available. In terms of the policy decision, at the outset, the policy decision was exactly what the Chancellor had said, which is that at the beginning, we are concerned that just as I described to you about why, we don't allow, parents to come into the room, come into the building to support their children during testing. We also did not feel that for children in District 75, many of whom have behavioral challenges, that it was appropriate to actually do testing in the way that we think it must be done safely to prevent COVID transmission, which is to be done physically present in the school. So our original plan and policy decision at the outset was to basically provide education and awareness about where parents could take their children to be tested. Since that time, we have heard the feedback that the families and the parents and the staff want more information and more streamlined systems. So maybe Ted, you can discuss what some of the options for that are.
Yeah, I just want to say, Chair Traeger, this is really important to me as a practicing physician. I see patients every week. I see patients Friday afternoons. When I'm done here, I'm going to see my patients. Parents must be given the opportunity in D75 schools to be with their children at the time of the test. They need to be there to support their kids, and that either can be done at the school, or it could be done at one of our facilities that we currently have. We have some of the best pediatricians in the whole world in New York City Health and Hospitals. We have many locations. And what we want to do is we want to be able to test all students in D75 schools who want to be tested or whose parents want to test them, but in a way that allows their parents to be with them. And in particular, they can come to one of our sites now with their parent and have a world expert do the tests themselves. And that's very available now. I care very much about this. And if it's not clear, let us know how we can make it more clear, because I couldn't agree with the importance of your point anymore.
Dr. Long, I appreciate you, and I appreciate your access and availability to my office. You have been updating us, and I appreciate you. Question, just to clarify, you mentioned that we're extending this accommodation to parents of children who go to District 75. There are children with IEPs who are not in District 75 settings. Is that same courtesy being given to them?
You mean in terms of can they come to be tested by one of our pediatricians at one of our sites with their parents? Absolutely.
Having parents present, yes.
Yeah, so to be clear, we have designated some, you could sort of think of it as some of our sites as centers of excellence for performing tests in challenging situations, or with younger kids, like my son is very young. So those sites exist in our system today, and we will share with you the exact list of them so that parents will know exactly where they can take their kids for a world-class experience.
And Dr. Long, is it accurate that the city had to update its notification protocols with schools after recently we learned that a school safety personnel was tested positive, and we wish them a speedy recovery, but the information did not reach in a timely fashion the school community? Is it accurate? Because I'm hearing reports from folks on the ground that there's been an update to NYPD DOE notification with regards to when there's a positive case.
Yeah, I appreciate that question. In terms of the Situation Room and its communications, I'm going to defer questions around Situation Room to Dr. Stevens, who's joining us here. Dr. Stevens, are you on the line?
I am. I'm unmuted. Great. Thank you. Thank you for that. And I appreciate the question. I am Daniel Stevens, for the record. I'm a pediatrician and Deputy Commissioner for Family and Child Health. I'm actually sitting upstairs in the Situation Room right now. Part of our function in this multi-agency endeavor that is the Situation Room is making sure that we get information from the school community when there is a concern, that we look up and we make sure that we have the accurate verification of that, and then circle back and close the loop and communicate clearly with school communities and school leaders. And so the Situation Room opened September 14th. And since then, we have been updating our protocols to make sure that letters and calls and direct communication to school communities happen in the shortest time possible, but also making sure that the information is the most accurate and verified. So,
but Dr. Stevens, but can you just note for the record, was there an update in recent days between notification protocols between NYPD and DOE, since safety agents report to NYPD, not to DOE?
So actually, I don't, I can't speak to the actual protocols for notification between those agencies, but I can make sure that we get back to you with that information.
Chairman Traeger?
Yes, Mr. Chancellor.
I can verify that that is in fact true. So we have been in contact with NYPD. So now their reporting system is synced up with our reporting system, which is synced up with the Situation Room. So it's all connected.
And I want to note for the record that that in no way was, in my view, an issue within DOE or Situation Room. It was the other agency that quite frankly, there was a disconnect from their part. And I do appreciate the recognition. And I did visit the Situation Room, and Commissioner Melanie Rocca is a rock star, and she's working very hard there, and folks there are working very hard. So I appreciate that. I want to move to the topic, because I'm mindful of time for my colleagues as well, to the issue of technology. Mr. Chancellor, as of this moment, how many requests is the DOE in receipt of as of this moment for a device and for internet?
So that is hourly changing statistics. I'm going to ask Lauren Siciliano to give us, she's right on top of that. So Lauren Siciliano, Chief Administration Officer.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chancellor, and thank you, Chair Traeger, for the opportunity to talk about what we're doing on devices. As you know, it's absolutely critical, and we take very seriously the commitment to ensure that students have the devices that they need. And that's why since the spring, we have distributed roughly 350,000 LTE-enabled iPads to students that need them to support remote instruction. It was really important for us to ensure that those devices were LTE-enabled so that students who didn't have internet access at home could still access the internet through those data plans. And as we've done that distribution, we have started with our highest needs students first, starting with our students in shelter. Since the school year has started, schools have been working with their students and families to confirm their device need. They've been distributing device inventory that they have, and then letting us know what gap remains, what devices they still need. Those evaluations are ongoing. And in the last few weeks, we have distributed about 20,000 iPads to students that needed them. As I believe you're aware, we've ordered an additional 100,000 iPads, LTE-enabled iPads, to ensure that we can meet any outstanding demand, as well as have enough supply on hand for repairs and replacements.
So, I mean, I appreciate that's information that I pretty much have. The question was, how many requests are you in receipt of as of this moment for devices and internet as of today?
Sure, absolutely. So as the Chancellor said, this is an iterative process. So we get requests from schools, and then we follow up with the schools to confirm, do they have any devices on hand that they can distribute? Are there devices en route, et cetera? So as of this moment, we have about 77,000 requests. But again, we then go and verify the need with the school. So it's a constantly changing number.
So the logical question would be, why didn't City Hall, and I'm going to call out the mayors because as the public advocate mentioned, we're under a mayoral control system, and he goes on television each morning and he said for weeks that every kid who needed technology had technology, when in fact, that is not the case. And the record has to be corrected. And I think folks are asking the logical, and I'm asking the logical question, why didn't the administration take stock of this need months ago? And why did they only order these additional iPads now when we've been hearing for months about many kids in need of technology? And quite frankly, we just got the information from the DOE that showed significant disparities where particularly along racial lines, and where many kids obviously did not log on, low engagement rate, low attendance rate. We don't even know how many kids have never logged on once since March. And I understand that there's different modes of instruction, but the fact that you just shared with me 77,000 requests for technology, these are almost 100,000 kids or more that I don't know what instruction they're getting right now. You know, regardless of whatever model people support, hybrid, not hybrid, remote learning is a part of the program. And the fact that thousands of our kids, particularly from under-resourced communities, still don't have a device is unacceptable and shameful. And I want to lay fault squarely with the mayor and his office for being in denial about the severity of this issue. This is not new. And Mr. Chancellor knows this as an educator for many years as well. The issue of internet bandwidth, internet access technology is not a new issue. This was the mayor's, plan. And to me, he failed to meet the needs of our kids. The fact that we have thousands of kids, particularly in under-resourced communities, still without a device. How soon will we get these devices? And also, have you heard feedback from educators and families that they prefer Chromebooks in some cases because of the ability to type and better functionality as opposed to the iPads? And do they come with internet? Are they internet enabled as some of these iPads are? I'd appreciate an update on that.
Chair Traeger, I'll
Yes.
start if Lauren would like to chime in as well. Let me just clarify, if you don't mind, a little bit about that 77,000 number. As Lauren Siciliano mentioned, these are requests that are coming from schools. And the assumption is, and it's the best assumption, the assumption is that schools are bringing forth requests because their students need the devices. However, the reason that we go back and then engage with the schools to understand better what the number is that they're requesting is that in some cases, schools may be requesting devices to fulfill their supply in their school. So they may have had 5 computer carts, 3 of them they've assigned out. So they're asking for those computer carts to be replenished. And so the reason I mention that is that in that case, as you can tell, it's not the case that students don't have a device because the school has asked for a device. It's not necessarily the case that the student doesn't have a device. There's a need for devices. So that's what Lauren was talking about in terms of we engage with the school then to better understand which is a device that is needed in the hands of a student, which is a device that is being requested to replenish supply, and it's not uniform across the entire DOE. That being said, we also are working, and you've been a big voice in helping us with this, in helping to secure internet access from our internet providers in New York City, who do very well providing internet services to people that pay full price for them. So we have been lobbying and asking them to provide it either at no cost or at very discounted rates, which when we pivoted in March, we were able to pay for. And in some cases we got for free for our students that were our poor students, our students in temporary housing, etc. I'll give you just one more example. We recently heard from a number of advocates who brought to our attention that there were a number of students in temporary housing that were unable to, actually what we were told is that they didn't have internet access. So we very quickly, working with our city agency partners, actually sent our teams from DIIT into those public housing buildings and literally checked the LTE signal. I'm not going to use names here, but there are different companies that have Wi-Fi or internet connectivity. And literally what we found was that in those buildings, the card that enables connectivity that belonged to one company had poorer service than a card that provides internet connectivity from another company. So we engaged then in a process of switching out those cards to the one that had better service. That's just an example of all of the very complex issues that kind of feed into this number of who has connectivity, who doesn't have connectivity. I would only add to that, we had a number of students that were assigned devices and then graduated this summer. So we're in the process of working with those families and students to return those devices to us as well. And that's also going to replenish our supply. There's urban myth out there that we don't allow schools to order Chromebooks. That's absolutely not true. But we happen to be the largest school system in America, but we're not the only school system that is ordering devices from all of the manufacturers. So there is a definite supply chain issue nationally, almost globally, with the supply of devices. What we have been able to do, again, working with our agency partners, is to really engage with our manufacturers, and we've gone to the top of the list. In many of those cases around Chromebooks, around iPads, we've been prioritized in terms of the supply chain aspects. And I think our chief administrative officer, Siciliano, can tell you what those dates are, the most current dates of when we're going to start getting those batches of devices that we've ordered. Lauren?
Sure, absolutely. So everything, I wholeheartedly agree with everything, of course, that the chancellor just said. Those are all really important pieces of the work that we are doing to support students and ensure that they have connectivity. I would add as well that to your question about Chromebooks versus iPads, so both in the spring and then with this most recent round of ordering for the devices that we are purchasing centrally, we looked across manufacturers at who could get us a device, the supply of devices that we needed in the time frame that we needed. Obviously, with our scale and with the national and global supply chain issues that the Chancellor mentioned, that was not an easy task. And Apple was able to do that, and they were able to do that for LTE-enabled devices, which, as you mentioned, are just so essential to make sure that our students can connect. What we have done, based on feedback from students and families, from educators, and from many of you, we have ordered many keyboards for the iPads so that particularly for older students, they can use the keyboards with the iPad, which makes it much more similar in terms of functionality and use to the Chromebook. We are also, as the Chancellor mentioned, working with all of our manufacturers to prioritize supply for DOE. So to take the Chromebook example, we just spoke with our Chromebook provider, and they have prioritized supply for DOE. They don't have the scale that Apple is giving us, but this way, when schools order individual sets of Chromebooks, it's about a 4-week turnaround they're estimating between the purchase and the delivery, versus some other dates that I know have been thrown out there.
Right. I just want to clarify a couple of things I've heard as well, and I appreciate the additional information. There's a number of reasons why many kids do not have a device as well. First of all, as we know, in the spring, not faulting the DOE, but it took months for, I think, FedEx or the shipment to arrive for the technology. And what happened as a result of that, as mentioned, a number of schools could not wait for the shipment, and whatever technology they had in their school, they gave out to their kids. Now, what happens is that if you were an 8th grader and you were graduating, school asked you to return the laptop, and now you're an incoming freshman to high school and you don't have a device. And so I heard from many high schools telling me that freshmen don't have devices. Also, I heard from many of our immigrant families where, and this is not a new issue, this has been going on for a number of years. Many immigrant families were fearful, afraid, understandably so, to fill out any government forms to return to the government out of fear what that would do to their immigration status. So they never got a device because they were fearful for filling out the forms, and they asked whether there was a way for the schools to get the device, and then the school would give it to them. So these are a couple of the reasons why. And also, we have this is a high-need school district. And I want to just be very clear on the record. This is not just the city. New York State has a responsibility here. The federal government has a responsibility here. This is not just a New York City issue. But I think it's important just to get the facts out there about how severe this challenge is. And it would have been much more helpful for the mayor of New York to have been upfront and vocal about this months ago, rather than tell the public that we're okay. And I'm not faulting the chancellor or any of the people on this call right now. I hold the mayor accountable, because that is precious time that we lost in advocacy to ensure that every kid got technology and internet. Mr. Chancellor, I'm going to ask one more question, then move to my colleague, Chair Levine, who's been very patient, forgive me. What percentage of schools are providing in-person instruction by having students log into Zoom from the classroom? I know that the mayor made a public pledge of providing in-person instruction to all of our kids who opted for in-person learning. As you know, and I appreciate your service, I was also a former history teacher. I know what in-person service is. Having an adult supervise kids log on to Zoom is not in-person instruction, that is virtual study hall. So what is the percentage of schools that are providing in-person instruction or in-person services, so to speak, by having students log into Zoom from the classroom as a result of the staffing shortage in our school system?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So, Chair Treyger, again, your education background is just so refreshing because you understand the complexities of all of these issues. And to have Chair Levine also be a former teacher is just an added bonus. So thank you. And I appreciate you lifting those up. Again, we are doing something that because of the hard work of my fellow New Yorkers, we have put ourselves in a position, because of the low transmission of community spread, that it provides and makes it possible for us to have in-person learning, even a modicum of the week. But in order to do that, and to do that in the nation's largest, most complex school system, as you know, has been incredibly challenging, especially with the staffing issues. And that staffing percentage and number of students that have chosen in-person versus fully remote continues to change. So with that, I'm going to be the very first one to say that is not ideal for a student to come to a school and then have a remote experience or a blended or a virtual experience in school. But as you so ably mentioned, it is beneficial because they have the socialization, they have the support of their teachers, they have guidance counselors, they have social workers, they get food, they see other children, their parents are able to go to work. So as we continue to build and get better and make the model better as we go forward, we're going to see less and less of those situations where students are doing that. It's a very small number. I'm going to ask our first Deputy Chancellor, Donald Conyers. He may have a much more exact percentage because they're monitoring that. So Donald.
Morning, Chair Traeger and all of the other distinguished members of the panel and Chancellor. I do have some information about the percentage of students receiving instruction, but I don't have it with me at the moment. And I do apologize because I am not situated where I thought I would be this morning, and I apologize. I do not have that information with me right now.
So we will get to you today.
Yes.
Mr. Chancellor, it's very important because I want to just go to the heart of this. That, and I'm going to just mention again that I speak to a number of school staff, and I'm sure you do as well. And I've heard enough to determine that trust is very much broken in the school system. And the mayor goes on television and says that, he's promising in-person instruction to the kids to sign up. And in fact, in many cases, it's not. So I would appreciate that information. And also just to paint a picture for the public, the mayor said that everyone that signs up for in-person learning would get in-person services, in-person instruction. The fact is many kids are not. The mayor said every kid would have technology who needs it. The fact is, as we heard today, many kids still do not. So I know that we're facing challenges, but being honest should not be a challenge for the mayor and for his office. And I think that's really important to drive home. I know, Mr. Chancellor, that you work for the mayor. We're under a mayoral control system, but it doesn't help when there's this disconnect from what's going on television versus what's happening on the ground. I'm going to pause here and turn over to my very patient colleague, Chair Mark Levine, for questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Chair Traeger, for your excellent work in this hearing and in general during this difficult crisis. And good afternoon, Chancellor Carranza, Deputy Commissioner Stevens, Dr. Varma, and the team. Pleased to have a chance to converse with you for a moment. The city has set a standard of 3% positivity for a system-wide conversion to distance learning. But it appears now there's a standard for a move locally in such cases where individual neighborhoods have hit 3%. And let me just pause to apologize for the background noise here. This is working from home in a small Manhattan apartment, so bear with me. The public has good information daily on the positivity rate citywide. We can track the 7-day average every single day with public information. But the public doesn't have that kind of information on a localized basis. The closest we have is positivity by zip codes, looking back over the past month with the 1-week delay, which is not the same as the rolling 7-day average. But even using what limited public information we have, we can infer that there are already communities outside of the identified hotspots in Brooklyn and Queens where the positivity rate is above 3%. most notably the South Shore of Staten Island, for example, where, as far as I can tell, the positivity rate is actually higher than some neighborhoods like Kew Gardens, which are considered hotspots. So could you please clarify what the criteria for localized shutdowns is and whether you can make such local information available on a real-time basis to the public?
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to ask Dr. Varma if he could clarify it for you.
Can we please unmute Dr. Varma? There we
Okay,
go.
great. No, thank you. Yeah, so let me go through, make sure I get all those questions, Council Member. So first of all, just to address the most important one that, the big one that you raised about availability of data. Yes, the Health Department, Commissioner Chakshi and I and the team have been discussing over the past 2 weeks, and they're actually working on a website update right now so that there'll be more up-to-date data available at the zip code level publicly. So that hopefully will get addressed very imminently, basically. Now let's get to the larger question about when it's appropriate to close schools and when it's not. So I want to first explain sort of why we chose a 3% threshold and chose to make it a citywide positivity number as opposed to a neighborhood level one. And then the second thing I want to get to then is to get to the question about when local restrictions are actually important at the zip code level. So the reason we originally set a 3% target for citywide is because that would be one metric that we use to think that we are losing sort of the ability to control the epidemic citywide based on the primary measures that we use right now. And those can be basically clarified as individual social distancing measures like wearing a mask, maintaining physical distance, staying home if you're symptomatic. That's one set. The second set of measures is our test and trace program, which is a huge and important contributor to reducing transmission. And the third tool that we have are community distancing measures like limiting gatherings. So we were concerned that if our citywide test positivity rose above 3%, that it would indicate that we are losing the ability for those measures as we have them right now to be able to control the epidemic, and that we would need further restrictions, one of which includes the closure of schools citywide. Now, the question then becomes, and I know it's been raised many times before, is why don't we apply that at the zip code level or at the neighborhood level, however you want to define neighborhoods? And there's a couple of reasons why not to do that. The first is that, test positivity is an important indicator, but it also, can be problematic if the sort of total sample of people that you're testing isn't necessarily representative of that population. So it is an important indicator and we use it carefully, but at the same time, it doesn't necessarily indicate at the small community level at any one time that that's the only thing that you'd hinge on. It is very important. I don't want to de-emphasize that. The second is that our schools, as you know, don't represent, are not like a rural school district where the vast majority of students and staff and faculty all come from that community in and of itself. So we have to be cautious about when we use school closures, given the fact that, the schools in those communities which may be experiencing high test positivity may not actually draw the majority of the people at risk from that community itself. So we have to be very cautious about when we make that decision, because there are real harms, as we know, from restricting in-person learning. So now I want to get to the question of why is it that we actually did close schools, for example, in the red and orange zones, as they've been defined by the governor, and then of course in the zip code proposal that we had before. We made that decision very reluctantly. We did it because we had decided, based on a number of indicators, the most important one being the consistently high test positivity combined with the clustering of cases in a very concentrated geographic area. And so that was what was the trigger was. Then we responded, and Dr. Long can go into some more detail, with a very intensive operation to ramp up our testing and tracing activities and very aggressive activities to improve our individual social distancing measures, observing people with face mask use, going in and inspecting places to make sure that they're following all those measures. And it was only after those measures the intensification of individual distancing measures, the intensification of test and trace failed, that we then made the very reluctant decision that we had to institute stricter community social distancing measures in those communities. So that's effectively a return to pause. And the reason we had to include schools in that at the time was because we had to do anything we could to limit the amount of interaction there is between individuals or between different households in those communities. And the challenge with schools is that they either represent, again, in some situations, people from the community meeting together, or more concerningly, people from outside those communities coming into those communities. And it was based on a very difficult assessment that, in fact, it had to be included in the group of activities that we were closing in an attempt to minimize the amount of interaction between humans and households. I'll stop there and hopefully I've answered your questions, but happy to answer more.
Well, I appreciate that, but then how are we to understand your criteria for shutting schools in places where rates are currently rising now outside the hot zones? I mean, I mentioned the South Shore of Staten Island. As far as we can tell, rates are rising in several neighborhoods in the Bronx. It sounds like you're not using the 3% criteria in those cases. That is more subjective. And if that's the case, how should parents in those communities, families in those communities, staff in those schools understand what's ahead in their neighborhoods?
So let me clarify again. So the 3% is a trigger that we need to take more actions. So the test positivity is an incredibly useful indicator because it allows us to make good comparisons across neighborhoods, but it's not necessarily the trigger that you have to shut everything down in those communities. What you see is, what we've been tracking is when that test positivity rises above a certain level and stays above that level for, a period of time, 7 days, 14 days, that is our trigger to us that we need to take more intensive activities. So I'll give you an example, and then Dr. Long can maybe provide some more very examples. We saw this happen in the Tremont section of the Bronx in July. We responded, as I mentioned, by ramping up our community mobilization to promote the individual social distancing measures and dramatically ramping up our testing and tracing activities. That had a very profound effect on reducing test positivity and allowed us to avoid closing schools and closing businesses. We then saw the same exact phenomenon in Sunset Park. We used that test positivity as our trigger to act, instituted the community mobilization and the testing trace activities. We brought test positivity down. We followed that exact same model in Borough Park and other parts of Southern Brooklyn, but did not see the impact that we wanted. So that's what led us to it. So I want to draw a distinction between test positivity being an must close schools versus using test positivity as an indication that you have to take action. And then it's only when those actions fail to take effect that you need to go to the next level of distancing measures. And this is a discussion that you see happening globally and locally throughout the country and the world, which is, when do you ramp up and institute community social distancing measures? And the informed consensus is that is what you do when the individual and test and trace measures are not effective.
Yeah, and then, I'm happy to add on. Please. I'll turn back to you. If you'd like me to add on, I'm happy to. Otherwise, I'll turn back to you.
Okay, I was going to move on for time.
That's fine.
The health department this week issued a health alert advising New Yorkers to get tested monthly if they work outside of the home. And specifically, the alert listed teachers and others who work in school buildings. It did not, as far as I could tell, explicitly list students. So I'd love if you could clarify whether you believe that standard should be applied to students as well, who are attending in-person classes. And the extent to which you are assessing whether that standard is being met by students and staff. Again, we're talking about tests they would pursue outside of the randomized testing you're offering. And what, if anything, you're going to do to help achieve that the school communities meet that milestone.
Yeah, let me start briefly, and then I'm going to pass it over to Ted to talk about the sort of community activities and services. So just broadly speaking, there's always going to be a gap between public health guidance and actual behavior and uptake by individuals. So we chose a 1 month interval as the criterion and put out a broad comment about, categories of people, that fall into it, essentially work outside the home, but particularly in certain settings. because we want to motivate people to actually take advantage of testing that's available. It's a critical way that we can both monitor the epidemic as well as control infection. So we would very much encourage, families to seek out testing for their kids as well. Of course, again, for minors, there are a couple of important issues. First of all, we know that rates of both symptomatic infection as well as severe infection are markedly lower in younger children, although those frequencies start to normalize a little bit more as you get to older populations, adolescents, older teenagers, as well as their risk of transmitting infection and causing breaks. So we don't feel quite as strongly that, about the need for that guidance to be followed by younger children, but rather we would encourage parents, if they want to do it, to pursue it, to make it available and to discuss that with their pediatricians. Ted, do you want to talk about some of the availability of services and access?
Yes, I do. And I think, Chair Levine, you're bringing up a really important point that I want to just say very clearly for the record to draw the distinction out here. The random sample survey of students and staff that we're doing at schools is not intended to be a replacement for getting yourself or your family members tested on whatever frequency makes sense after talking to your healthcare provider. We're going to get a certain percentage of everybody at the school as part of our random sample survey. If you're not part of our percentage, of course, you should also go and get tested if you wish to, or if your family wishes to. Since June 1st, we became the first, I believe, big city in the country to have a universal testing recommendation or policy at the city level. We want to test everybody, and we put out the guidance to help to make it more clear for everybody listening in here. You should be able to look at it and know what your frequency for testing, what our recommendation would be. We have more than 300 locations across New York City. We at our sites offer tests, of course, free of charge. We want to remove all barriers. And again, I just want to make the point that we're doing the random sample in the schools to assess at that point in time the level or the prevalence in the school. That is not intended to supersede parents, teachers, staff, or students or kids coming down and getting tested at whatever frequency in a way that makes sense for them as well outside of the school.
Right, but you issued a health alert this week. The health department did. This is a very formal health action that you take when in very prescribed circumstances. It has real weight. It goes out to thousands of providers. It's an official document, and it hasn't been done that often throughout this pandemic. So that's now the official policy of the city. And if that's the case, then it leads to the question of what DOE is doing to inform its staff and students of this recommendation, to facilitate access to testing resources, or to track whether we're achieving that goal. And that might be a question for someone at DOE, whether you've engaged on this, whether you're aware of this new health guidance, and whether you're incorporating it into your communication with staff and students.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chairman Levine. So we are incorporating the guidance as part of our regular communication with our principals in our school buildings. So what we'll do is we'll follow up with you and send you what we're sending them.
Okay, and it's clear that maybe most of the tests that are done on students and staff will not be part of the randomized trial for the reasons that Dr. Long just mentioned. And so that raises the question about our systems for alerting schools when someone in their community tests positive because they go for a routine medical exam, because they have symptoms which lead them to get a check, or simply because they've wanted to know their status. Explain to us how it is that the school community will be alerted if someone who's part of the school tests positive outside the building.
Yes, I think that's probably a question for Dr. Varma or Dr. Long.
Yeah, I can. Let me get started, and then I'm going to pass it over to Ted and Danny to add in. So the way the notification occurs is, so first of all, so for everybody's background so that they understand the different ways in which a test result can get reported to the Situation Room, which is the unit that takes action. There's a couple of different data streams. The first would be through the standard reporting mechanism, which is that anytime a laboratory performs a test on a New York City resident, it is required by law that get reported through an electronic system that's maintained by the state. Through that state system, it immediately comes to the city health department and then gets routed immediately to the test and trace score, which then does interviews. And that would be one pathway in which they would find out that, as part of the interview, that it's a child going to a public school or a staff member. That's the first method. The second way in which test results get reported is, of course, directly from the person themselves, either the students, parent, the staff, or the teacher, notifying either the principal or somebody within this health community, either the test and trace score or the health department directly. Again, those reports then have to get verified because, again, they're an individual report, and that's all managed through the situation room. And then the situation room will then take actions about, first, on the decision about whether a classroom needs to be closed, and second of all, whether a building needs to be closed, and sending out letters of exposure to those who are potentially exposed and letters about non-exposure to those who weren't. So maybe let me pass it over to Ted or Danny then to get into the specifics about how those letters go out and who communicates them.
Yeah, I'll give you one fact and then I'm going to pass this to Dr. Stevens, who is of course in the situation room. So who better to comment on how the situation room works than him live. There's been 283 classrooms closed, and that just speaks to the way that we get data and the ways that Jay was saying, and how we were able to take quick, decisive, and clear action with communication for each of those. And it's only resulted in, from those, a small fraction of buildings actually needing to be closed, which again speaks to the effectiveness and rapidity that the situation room is currently operating under. Danny, I will turn to you for some more details.
Sure. The only thing I would add is that to Chair Traeger's point earlier, it is accurate information and making sure that information gets into the hands of the school community. So it's communicating, it's the letters sent out to principals, it's calls to principals and school leaders, but getting those tools in their hands to then spread that throughout the school community to parents, to staff, to families, and to all stakeholders. And so it is that information flow, but specifically to your question, the output of the situation room is intended to be disseminated broadly throughout the school community and vested stakeholders.
That raises the question of when a child or a staff member tests positive, you have to initiate contact tracing. How far back are you looking to check for contact? I imagine it's particularly a challenge if someone's asymptomatic, which kids usually are, thankfully, because you don't have the onset of symptoms as a marker to determine when someone could be contagious. So if people are only getting tested once a month, you're not going to catch all new cases the moment they emerge. How are you determining how far back to look for purposes of contact tracing?
Mm-hmm.
Ed, do you want to handle?
Okay, Danny, why don't you start with just, and this is sort of the flow of things to Chair Levine's point, with how the situation room looks at classroom closures every time we have a positive case. And then I'll layer on top of that the contact tracing, which we do in addition to what Danny's about to tell you about.
Sure. So to Dr. Varma's point earlier, with a variety of ways that information can be reported to the situation room, whether that be a positive report, whether that be through lab data, whether that be through a principal, whether that be through documentation. To your point, Chair Levine, we follow closely CDC guidance to determine the infectious period, meaning, right, if someone presents with symptoms, trying to go back and make sure that we determine the period in which that individual may be infectious or contagious to others, as well as there's a similar process to determine the infectious period for someone who is tested who is asymptomatic or pre-symptomatic, or someone who does not have symptoms. Taking that period, we then determine where we need to start to ask questions or look for close contacts. And that is part of the, to Councilman Traeger's point earlier, the beauty of having test and trace and DOH and DOE all in the same place under the great leadership of Commissioner LaRocca is for all of us and different agencies to work together to ask those questions quickly and determine those timeframes quickly so that we can quickly initiate the test and tracing process.
Yes,
Dr. Lund?
on top of that, and brass tacks to your point, Chair Levine, 48 hours is our gold standard. Now, what happens is, just to walk you through, because I think this is an important point. If there is a positive case, it starts in the situation room, and as Danny said, the classroom or pod will be identified, and then everybody in that classroom or pod will be going out on quarantine for 14 days, no matter what, no questions. That's the golden rule 2, never changes. Then, on top of that, we do our contact tracing to identify additional close contacts, because the positive student or teacher may have potentially exposed people outside of the school. That's why our current contact tracing needs to exist on top of the situation room, but the situation room's action is instantaneous. There's no need to wait. The pod's going to quarantine for 14 days no matter what. Then we do contact tracing on top of that, and then if there's another case in the school, or if that's the second case, that's where considerations of potentially closing the building for 24 hours comes into play.
Chairman Levine?
Please, Mr. Chancellor.
Yes, I just want to add to what my colleagues have said. So earlier in our testimony, Chair Traeger raised the concern of a school safety agent. I just want to lift up as an example of how the situation room supports schools. So it was a principal that called us and said, I'm hearing that there's a school safety agent that tested positive, made that report to us. We were able to do the detective work in the situation room to verify that, which then also identified the miscommunication or the breakdown in communication between NYPD and DOE. And we were very quickly able to get to the bottom of that case. But again, the beauty of having a one-stop shop where everybody associated is there is a tremendous assistance to not only doing the detective work, but getting information to the school community, including letters and emails and all of the communication. Just wanted to lift that as an example.
Thank you. And I just want to acknowledge a few council members who have joined us, who I don't believe we mentioned earlier, which is council members Van Bramer, Levin, and Cornegy. I do want to ask about ventilation, because this is a disease which we really now do understand is airborne. Some of the standard measures for ventilation in a classroom or any room are levels of CO2 or the air circulation rate, the number of times an hour in which airflow cycles in and out of a given room. I'm not aware that that information is being made public on a classroom by classroom basis. I don't think parents have the ability to see any kind of measures for their child's classroom. Could you update us on the extent to which you are taking such measures, and whether and how parents and staff, for that matter, can check these readings for their room?
Sure. So I will start, and then I'm going to ask Kevin Moran and also John Shea to add some more detail to this. So again, when I spoke in my testimony, the tens of thousands of rooms that have been looked at and walked through, and then the work that's happened to make sure that there is ventilation. It's a massive undertaking. So what we've done is we've started to put that together so that we can publicly show what the status is of those particular rooms and the room flow. Now that we have people in the rooms, we're able to actually use the CO2 monitors to be able to do air quality work and look at the air quality. And every school has a CO2 device. And that's about where my expertise ends. So I'll ask Kevin or John to give us some more detail.
Yes, thank you for the question, Chair Levine. Ventilation, as you know, is part of a multi-pronged approach to reducing transmission of COVID-19 and other airborne viruses. The idea at the onset is to reduce any infectious aerosols in the classroom environment, in our school environment. And so, in alignment with the CDC's guidance, we actually encourage windows to be opened, all of our exhaust systems to be checked and functioning, all of our fresh air intakes to be assessed for their functioning, and same with these unit handlers in the classroom. So we're looking at the systems in our buildings as designed to be operable and functioning, knowing that they were designed for 100% occupancy of students and knowing that we're roughly around 30% of student occupancy, potentially lower in some instances. So what the chancellor said is we're providing or have provided custodians with CO2 readers so they can assess airflow within classrooms. If a classroom has any issues, we'll provide indoor air purifiers. For schools with HVAC systems, with much larger systems, we're providing the MERV 13 filter, which is also a CDC recommendation to make sure it's removing particulate air. It matters in the air. We're also opening windows before classrooms and in the evenings to release, as they say, bioburden from classrooms. So our assessments by the School Construction Authority and the Ventilation Action Teams were taken at the end of the summer to assess all the progress we made to date, posted online for each family to see room by room the operability. That will be updated every Friday. And if there are any concerns locally, parents can talk with the principal and school custodians for the latest information at their school level. But yes, this is part of a multi-pronged approach to ensure that, again, we do not have infectious particulate in the schools, and that happens by pre-screening. I'm a former public school teacher and a parent now. Instead of my two kids, we did the screen together this morning. So it starts with parents not sending kids to school with any symptoms. Ultimately, our testing approach to ensure that we're testing students to make sure they're not infectious or asymptomatic and potentially spreading unknown. The mandatory mask wearing is obviously mandatory, and that we're going to control any aerosols from an infected student if present. The hand hygiene and all the other recommendations the CDC has offered, we are following, and our schools are introducing 100% fresh air to make sure that we're doing everything we can to make sure our students and staff members are safe, working with our principals, with our teachers and custodians. So if there are localized questions, certainly those answers reside on our website if anybody wants to know the status of a room. But we will not use a classroom if there is not ventilation present in there. So we'll make sure the repairs are made. We had 2,800 classrooms identified at the end of the summer. We are down less 200 that need repairs. Would also add, we ordered 30,000 HEPA-rated indoor air purifiers. We've already received 15,000 of those, of which they are all placed in nurses' office and isolation rooms. So if you have any questions.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm just going to ask one final question because we do have colleagues that are patiently waiting. And it's about community schools. And I don't know whether Director Chris Caruso is still with us. But community schools are just essential. And the services they provide are not luxury items. They really are critical to the health and well-being of students and families and even to educational achievement. And they have sustained real cuts this school year. I'm concerned about relationships with community-based partners being severed. And that really is one of the key ingredients of the successful school, community schools. Could you please talk to us about the plan to maintain community schools, to maintain CBO relationships during this pandemic?
Thank you, Chair. I'll start and then I'll ask Mr. Caruso to join. I saw him on. So I am a big supporter of community schools. Did that when I was superintendent in San Francisco, in Houston also. Started our community schools movement there. And in New York City's been at the forefront of the community schools movement for decades. Obviously, with an austere budget, there were challenges with the budget, but I also want to publicly thank Chairman Traeger, who has pledged to help us find the funding and restore the funding. So thank you, Chairman Traeger. I know he's a big supporter of community schools as well. We've also really looked and found some additional funding to restore as much as we can. And I want to echo what Chairman Traeger said about the responsibility of the state of New York and the federal government. We cannot continue to support learning in America, in our public schools, if the federal government does not step up and recognize that we have a pandemic. And this is one of those examples of how our community-based partners have really been part of the fabric of keeping social emotional learning and wraparound services and health services and mental health services in place for our most vulnerable students in New York City. So we are going to stop at nothing to try to make sure that our community schools we can restore to pre-COVID funding levels. But at this point, it's very challenging, and why I'm very grateful for the support of the City Council in helping us to do that. Chris, are you on the call?
I am, Chancellor. Thank you for the opportunity to speak for a moment. Chairman Levine, thank you for your steadfast support of community schools and our students. And Chairman Traeger, same to you. I know you've been a huge advocate for this work. Since the time the pandemic struck, our community schools have really stepped up, and partnerships between nonprofit organizations to forge relationships with families and schools have really helped many of our most vulnerable students adapt, get connected to food security, technology, and the basic supports that students need to thrive. We also have a lot of evidence in the success of community schools. And so, battling through these tough financial times has been really difficult. And I'm so appreciative of the patience and work that our nonprofit organizations have done across the city in supporting principals and families and teachers and students during this time. As the Chancellor said, we've been working really hard to find resources. We've made a commitment to all of our nonprofit organizations and community schools that any expenses they've incurred during this time of uncertainty would, of course, be reimbursed. And we're working really hard to get some more clarity on the budget situation as soon as possible. And thank you again for all your support in this work.
Thank you, Chris. We have to get this money restored for the good of the kids, first and foremost, for the communities, for the CBOs. And I'll certainly be joining with Chair Traeger and our council colleagues to fight for that. I'm going to wrap it up there. Thank you to the administration for this discussion. And I think I'm going to cue Malcolm, our committee counsel, to work through the queue of our colleagues. Thanks again.
Yep. I'm going to switch to councilmember questions now, but Chair Traeger had one quick follow-up question for First Deputy Chancellor Conyers. If we could go ahead and unmute the First Deputy Chancellor. Chair Traeger, he's unmuted. You can ask your question.
Thank you very much. And I do want to just note for the record, I am a strong supporter of both community schools and of the Learning to Work critical programs that services children who actually need this support more than ever. And it's unconscionable, and we're going to fight like hell to restore every dime to both community schools and Learning to Work. And I thank my colleague for raising this, and this is a top priority for us. I just want to quickly follow up before we turn to our colleagues with a question that I posed to the First Deputy Chancellor to make sure that we just have the entire question wrapped up so we get all the data that we need. I asked about what percentage of schools are providing in-person services by having students log into Zoom from the classroom. I just want to make sure that we also get the number of staff. What is the actual staff shortage number? Because this is a direct result and impact of the hybrid model that requires more staff at a time when we have fewer staff working in school buildings. So what is the number that we are short by to provide in-person instruction to every single child who signed up for in-person services? And the final note, Deputy Chancellor, since we are experiencing a severe staff shortages, one of the first things comes to my mind, in addition to promises made to kids, is a legal mandate that we have to kids, the percentage of students that are not receiving their full IEP mandates as a result of this staffing shortage as well. Do you have that information with you available, or do you have to get that back to us?
We'll have to get that back to you, sir. And I thank you for the clarification on these three aspects. So we'll get back to you shortly on that.
It's very important. Thank you, Deputy Chancellor.
Yes.
I'll turn over to Malcolm to begin the queue.
Thank you. The first few council members that we have lined up will be Councilmember Kalos, followed by Councilmember Lander, followed by Councilmember Holden, and there are others that will be following, but we will first start with Councilmember Kalos.
Time starts now.
Thank you. You get unlimited time. I get 5 minutes. So we've got 6 questions. You know the drill. Pencils out. Chancellor Carranza, I know you know how much I care about childcare as we sought to reopen with students learning remotely for 2, 3, or every day of the week, it became clear that we would need somewhere they could do so with adult supervision. That's why I proposed remote learning centers in a letter on July 10th and was pleased with your announcement of adopting the model through Learning Bridges. I was, however, concerned when only 100,000 seats were announced and asked for more in a letter with Councilmember Lander on July 23rd. We just learned that I have one site in my district with 60 seats to serve 9 elementary schools and more than 4,000 students. Will you open a site on Roosevelt Island with an MWBE provider that we've identified? Will you open more sites in my district and throughout the borough of Manhattan, which only got 128 sites for 336 schools? Question 2, while many schools with the hybrid model have a minimum of 2 days or 3 days on alternating weeks, I actually have schools alternating between 1 and 2 days a week with class sizes as low as 6 students. Can we guarantee a minimum of 2 and 3 days a week for every school in the city? Question 3, you know how I feel about the purchase of 300,000 iPads that did not offer keyboards or even broadband speeds. I can't imagine hunting and checking out 100-word essays on a screen. Borough President Brewer and I have allocated millions to purchase laptops, speaking for myself, for every school in my district. But now schools are being blocked on the grounds that kids can't take these laptops home when they need them most. I even secured $14.99 a month broadband and now free broadband for these families. Will you release our millions for schools to buy these laptops and connect families with this free broadband? Question 4, on June 29th, I joined Silicon Harlem's Clayton Banks to propose $84 million in savings by phasing out our racist textbooks that too often perpetuate notions of white supremacy through a narrow focus on the achievements of white men in Europe. Expanding the narrative through open textbooks can help teach the rich diversity of shared contributions of crass culture, from Arabic numerals and Katherine Johnson in math to Mary Curie and George Washington Carver in science. Key figures and developments have been neglected in every subject, not only history. Will you join me in rooting out injustice in the class, racial injustice in the classroom, and adopt open education resources or open textbooks and move towards a more culturally responsive, adaptable, and digital learning that will help all of our students succeed no matter their zip code, gender, or the color of their skin? Question 5, in August 7th, I joined former Black, Latino, and Asian Caucus co-chair Robert Cornegy in asking if we could desegregate online education for the several hundred thousand, I think 400,000 students who chose to remote entirely online with a citywide online class free of being restrained by physicality and the racist redlining that we've been dealing with even to this day. We could finally desegregate the program, offer GNT to anyone who wanted it citywide. The New York Post even endorsed this idea. 6th and final question. Last year, you missed the deadline to implement GPS tracking in school buses for parents, but promised to have it rolled out by this school year. It's now more important than ever for parents to know where their children are. When will you roll out this program? Along the same lines, I've been in communication with a parent of a student with autism whose bus driver tested positive for coronavirus on October 6th, but was not notified until full 7 days later, putting the child, family, other students and staff, and even the school at risk. What went wrong, and how long should it take?
Okay, thank you. I'll start with the last one first. GPS tracking. Pandemic. Pandemic, that's what happened. So we are on track to, we are back on track to roll out the VIA tracking that will give parents the functionality. But let me just remind everyone, there is a pandemic. We shut down the school system. We shifted to remote learning. That's what happened. So I just want to be very clear. We are also very committed to making sure that parents have the information they need to know where their children are and make sure that they're safe. Kevin, did you want to add a little more detail to when, Kevin Moran, what is the new timeline for our VIA implementation? Kevin Moran, if you could unmute him, please.
Can we please unmute Kevin Moran?
Time expired.
There we go.
Yeah, so honestly, in March, the COVID shutdown impacted directly our supply chain for the units that we'd be installing on buses. So we needed 10,000 units coming out of China, that where the factory where they're actually being made was directly impacted. Our whole project plan through the shutdown was significantly delayed. And so when you look at providing GPS, there is a fair amount of training that has to go involved and actually using the systems. And so with the bus companies down through the summer, we had no opportunity to, one, install devices, to do any quality control of the devices, to do any systems integration over that time period. So yes, we are delayed, but our committees are getting that back on track. More to come on that, but we have been talking directly with the CEO of VIA, and we're very excited to get everything lined back up where we can actually do the testing of the units on the buses, and then ultimately how they interact with our school source system. So yes, definitely more to come on that, Councilman Sales. We'll get back to you on a more definitive timeline.
When a bus driver or other DOE staff tests positive for coronavirus, is it supposed to take 7 days to tell a child and their family about it?
So I don't know the case, you're speaking about. I don't know if the test results are shared. If they are shared, we immediately take the driver off the run and make those notifications with the school. If it's necessary, we'll shut down the run. If the determination on the test and trace is that it's okay to redeploy the route, absent the driver and attendant, we'll do that. Each case is different. I don't know the case you're speaking about, but if you gave it to me, I can give you line and verse when you get it to me.
We'll get it to you. The rest of the questions, Chancellor?
Yeah, so culturally relevant curriculum, absolutely. That we, as a Department of Education, have taken a strong stand on culturally relevant and sustaining curriculum. That should not be any different as we are in a virtual environment as well. And we are continuing to work to make all of the materials and all of the curricula that our students engage with culturally relevant and sustaining. That's not going away at all during this time period. In terms of minimum of 2 or 3 days for blended learning, we are in the process right now of recalibrating what is happening with our in-person learning. Now, if you remember when we did our survey back in April in terms of asking families, are you choosing remote learning? The default was that if they didn't indicate a preference for remote learning, it was assumed then that they were choosing to be in a blended learning environment. Now that students have actually come back, we know that more families have chosen a remote learning environment, which again has made it so that class sizes are even smaller than what we can medically safely have in our schools. And schools are starting the process now of reconfiguring their classes and reallocating their teachers so that they have teachers that can have 2 or 3 more students, and then the staffing shortage isn't as great as it was when we were first planning with all these students that were going to be in a remote or an in-person learning environment. What we have also seen is that schools are also able to then tweak their models so that they can offer more days of in-person learning due to the smaller number of students that have chosen in-person learning. The caveat that I would add here, though, is that there will be another opportunity that will come for parents and students to opt back into in-person learning. So what we don't want is a seesaw effect. So a student right now has 2 days of in-person learning. Because of the numbers, the school may be able to reprogram, and they may be able to get 4 or 5 days of in-person learning. And then with this next window coming within the next 4 or 5 weeks, then if significantly more families choose in-person learning, the school will have to reprogram again. And that family that has now 5 days of in-person learning may have 1 or 2 days of in-person learning again. We don't want to do that to families. So we're trying to be, in working with our schools, very, very deliberative and communicative with families around what those tweaks are going to look like. I will say, Councilmember Kallos, that our goal is always to the greatest extent possible have the most in-person learning days for students that have chosen that modality. In terms of the money for laptops, I know our chief financial officer is on the line, Lindsay Oates. So if you could please unmute Lindsay Oates, she can talk to the issue on money for laptops.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Kalos. So I believe what you are referring to is what we call Reso A funding. That funding was released several weeks ago, and we have been communicating with schools and supporting them in purchasing those devices. So I'm happy to report that after being stuck for a little bit, it's out there, and schools are absolutely ordering devices and other school-based equipment that they need to support instruction.
Great.
And then the question on learning bridges. So I'm going to ask Josh Wallach and Susan Haskell to address that issue for us, please.
I can say simply that Susan and I would be very happy to work with you, Council Member, to look at the site that you pointed out on Roosevelt Island. And if providers are interested, they can apply on Passport, but happy to touch base with your office and learn about the specific suggestions. We do want to stand up as many seats in all parts of New York City as possible. We are also emphasizing standing up seats first in neighborhoods that were particularly hard hit by the pandemic. So we're trying to balance those, but we would like to work with you and look at the sites that you have in mind.
Thank you. Chancellor, the last question was about desegregating the online education.
Oh, yes. So let's talk more about what that means in this virtual environment. And I'll reference the letter as well. But just, I'd like to get a little more information as to what exactly we're talking about.
It would be offering students a chance to disengage with their current local public school provider of their choice and then join a citywide class. The classes could be oriented around enrichment, dual language program, gifted and talented. Because it could be scalable, we could literally just offer the kids whatever they wanted, very similar to some of the SCAG recommendations and what you've been pushing for. And so just creating this space where the kids can opt in, the kids could be integrated across the entire city and across classroom, and even be sorted based on their preferred learning style. Some kids liking it to be live and 8 hours a day versus other kids who just want the homework assignments and what have you.
Got it. Thank you, Council Member. Obviously, a lot to talk about, including some potential labor issues. So that's the kind of detail that I think our teams should engage in a conversation about. But happy to do that.
Thank you, and thank you to the chair's indulgence with all the questions.
Thank you. And next we will go to Councilmember Lander, remembering everyone that there's 5 minutes for Councilmember questions.
Time starts now.
Thank you very much, and to the chairs for this important hearing, Chair Traeger and Chair Levine, and Chancellor and your team. It's good to see you. Time allowing, I'm hoping to ask questions for a little more details on learning bridges, on outdoor learning, and on admissions for next year. But I want to start with a pretty specific question. DOE has imposed a new policy for extended use permits that's having a devastating impact on after-school programs in many schools. Huge new fees that are making it impossible for schools to operate their own after-school programs. And you've exempted DYCD and DOE funded programs, but you've made it impossible for programs operated by the schools, many of which have internal scholarship opportunities for low-income families and are absolutely essential for working families, have been forced to close. DOE suggests this is because of the additional cleaning costs when after-school providers use the space, but then in your own communication, you've made clear no extra cleaning is happening between the end of the school day and the start of after school. Security and cleaning is already scheduled around after school, so there's no schedule change. There's just no reason to hike the fees other than revenue generation. And you're making childcare cost prohibitive at a time when we've got to be doing everything we can to provide childcare to working parents. So I want to ask if you'll agree right now to reverse this policy so our after-school programs can operate for working families.
Thank you, Council Member. I'm going to ask our Chief Financial Officer to talk, Lindsay Oates, to talk about the need for the fee adjustments.
I don't want to hear about the need for fee adjustments. So Lindsay, if you'll say yes, you're going to reverse the policy, that'll be great. But I would wish you don't use any of my time to tell me that you're actually using it for cleaning that's not actually extra cleaning taking place.
Councilmember Lander, I would be happy to discuss this with you offline, so we don't use the time now to discuss this if that's your preference. I can't commit that we are going to reverse these fees, but I do want to correct for the record that DYCD and other city agencies that provide after-school programs are not exempt from this. We are working with there is an increased cost that they are paying to support these increased cleaning costs.
Do you have any clue how many after-school programs have been forced to close by the new fees?
I do not. I think that there are lots of decisions made by schools about after-school programs right now, not the least of which is fees.
Okay, so Lindsay, I would like to follow up with you offline, but this is a devastating policy. It makes no sense. It doesn't cost the city money. These are after-school programs providing working families desperately needed childcare, and us taking an action that forced them to close is counterproductive. And anyway, so I'll follow up with you offline, but I really hope you'll reconsider this. It's just a bad decision for New York's families right now. All right, so the questions I'd love to kind of put out there that are more general. It was great to hear a little bit about Learning Bridges, which I know it's wonderful to have stood up. I'd love to hear a little more of the details. Maybe I missed them, but I didn't hear before. How many slots are there? Where are they? How many requests from families? How many offers and how many offers accepted? And how many of those are teachers and school staff and essential workers? On outdoor learning, I've seen some amazing pictures sent to me from principals and teachers and school staff. So I'd just love to get the data. How many schools, how many closed streets, how many parks? And then my last question is about admissions. As you know, Chancellor and Deputy Chancellor Wallach, we've been pushing, especially seeing how well the District 15 model is going and that we cannot use last fall's fourth grade grades and test scores. They're just meaningless. When are the admissions decisions for next year going to get made and communicated to families? And where are we, especially on middle school admissions, where we have a model we could just use citywide for the 1 year in this pandemic to try something that will actually help us move forward on desegregation, but also just make sense given the realities of the pandemic.
Okay, so on Learning Bridges, I'm going to ask again Josh and Susan, if you wouldn't mind. Josh Wallach and Susan Haskell, you could unmute them, please.
Hey, thank you for your question. This is Susan Haskell, Deputy Commissioner Youth Services at Department of Youth and Community Development. We've been ramping up this initiative to help support families with DOE students enrolled in blended learning. I know as of my last data point, we had more than 45,000 families who had gone to the DOE website who were eligible to participate in Learning Bridges. We're excited about that, and we want to continue to encourage families to go to the DOE website who are interested in this childcare program and express their application there. We have more
Time expired.
We have more than 300 programs operational right now, matched with roughly 500 schools. And we look forward to sharing more data. I'm sure some of that has been updated as recently as today. We look forward to continuing to share more data points about the participation in Learning Bridges.
Can you just tell us when we could expect to see some numbers about number of slots and offers and, you know, the kinds of things that we'd rather not subpoena, if you'll just tell us when you're going to give us the information?
Yeah, no problem. I know we've exceeded our initial goal of 30,000 seats to be available when school opened. We're in our second full week of programming, and we're at the same time, you know, connecting our providers with attendance systems for the K-8 programs, DYCD programs. This is sort of a new administrative experience for them to be reporting daily attendance each morning, and so we're, I think, you know, initially we had maybe 75% of programs in that first week who still needed to, you know, get used to that system. We've brought that down to under 25%, and we hope to have everybody fluid with that system by the end of this week. And so again, we should be able to give you more updates week to week as time goes by.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councilmember Lander. And Malcolm, who's next on the queue?
I'm sorry, you can skip my outdoor learning question, but can you make sure that the admissions decision question gets answered? That really feels like it's important for us to hear in this time.
Go
ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're working through the final details of the admissions and process. So we'll have more to say very, very soon about that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And next we'll hear from Councilmember Levin, followed by Councilmember Cohen and Councilmember Salamanca.
Time starts now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have my son here with me, so bear with me for a moment, please. I'd like to first ask about, I have questions around students in shelter. Chancellor, you responded to Chair Traeger's question, mentioning that there were SIM cards that were changed out from T-Mobile to Verizon. My understanding is that that had happened at one shelter after months of advocates and shelters raising the issue. There may be a second shelter today. Can we get a commitment from you that we can that every shelter should have access to Verizon SIM cards because of issues around spotty T-Mobile service?
Absolutely. So it's actually 10 shelters that are on our list. And for these 10 shelters, the teams have been going in and actually checking, not just in the lobby, not just in gathering areas, but going throughout the building to get an assessment of whether or not there is spotty connectivity. In the cases where there is, then you've identified the providers. So in the cases where there is spotty connections, they physically change out those SIM cards rather than doing a cloud-based switchover, because we want to make sure that the connectivity is strong. So there are 10 shelters that are on our list. They will all be done by next week. So you're going to see a regular cadence of that happening. But in addition to that, I mean, SIM cards is one thing, but in working with our sister agencies in the city, we are also working on a broader plan to actually address Wi-Fi connectivity in those shelters so that we can ensure that there's no need for a SIM card, but that there's actually connectivity in terms of Wi-Fi. So that's part of a broader strategy there. But our first goal is to make sure that the students there have the connectivity they need right now to be able to participate.
But Chancellor, there's more than 10 shelters with students in the city. So I just want to make sure that every student in shelter that's having issues with connectivity can have access to a Verizon SIM card. Is that right?
Let me clarify. Thank you, Council Member. So we are starting with 10 shelters that have been identified by advocates and others as the most problematic. That by no means implies that we're stopping there. We're looking at all of them.
Okay. Do we know how many students in shelter have not engaged in school this year, whether in person or remotely? Are we keeping track of that?
I know we are. I'm going to ask our first Deputy Chancellor, LaShawn Robinson, if she has the details. LaShawn Robinson, you could unmute her, please.
You're unmuted now.
Thank you so much. Chancellor, we have Chris Caruso on, who oversees both students in shelter along with attendance. And I believe he has that information available.
Mr. Caruso, you're unmuted.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Deputy Chancellor Robinson. Councilmember Levin, I don't have the numbers at hand for this current year, but I do know for last school year, when we switched to remote, there were 119 students who were living in shelter who did not engage with schools during the remote learning period. I'm sure we could pull, I might have it in my stack of papers here, I can look, and I'm sure we could pull that number for this year to date quickly.
Okay, and I also have another question around who is in charge of students in shelter, making sure that all of these issues are addressed on a day-to-day basis, that there's a point person, that providers, shelter providers, and or advocates like Advocates for Children can go to. Is there a point person? Would that be you, Chris, or who would be the point person?
Would you like me to answer that, Chancellor?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Chancellor Robinson as well to chime in. LaShawn Robinson.
Okay.
Great. I'm happy to start, and then Deputy Chancellor Robinson, feel free
Time
to
expired.
jump in. So supporting our students in temporary housing is a multi-agency effort, right? We know that children and families, not just those living in shelter, but most of our children and families interact with multiple public systems. We just heard the example of DYCD and after-school programs as well. So at the end of the day, principals are responsible for supporting the students who are enrolled in their schools. The Department of Education does everything we can to support principals who have high numbers of students who are living in shelter. And so we have an Office of Students in Temporary Housing within the Division of School Climate and Wellness. We have staff on the ground in schools, the Bridging the Gap social workers, which the council has been such a vocal advocate to make sure that the mental health needs of our students in temporary housing are addressed, are key among them. We also have 117 staff that actually work in shelters and work arm in arm with the shelter directors. So when we deployed technology last spring and into this fall, we were able to ship the technology directly to the shelters because we had staff on the ground to help the shelter operators distribute that to the families. So I hope that provides some clarity in terms of the relationship between DHS and DOE and how students and families are supported.
Okay, Chair, if I could just respond really quickly, what would be very helpful for me as the Chair of General Welfare, and I think for advocates and providers, is if we can have, in addition to all of that, a high-level point person, so that when there are specific issues that arise, we can go, we have somebody at Tweed, whether it's you or Deputy Chancellor Robinson, or I don't know who, that we can say, here, we have an issue here, we have a SIM card that needs to be replaced here, really specific issues that need to get addressed immediately, that there's a point person that we can all go to, that everybody knows is there, and that would be very, very helpful for I think everybody within the homelessness advocacy and provider community.
Absolutely. You can feel free to reach out to me directly, Deputy Chancellor LaShawn Robinson and Chris Caruso with the Office of Community Schools as a Senior Executive Director. That body of work certainly falls within the division and is housed within the Office of Community Schools. So please feel free to reach out directly.
Okay, I will do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Holden, you had dropped off, but you're back on. So you were originally before Councilmember Levin. So we will go to Councilmember Holden, who's back on Zoom. We can unmute Councilmember Holden. There we go. You're all set.
I didn't drop off. I was on all the time. I don't know, unless there was a technical problem. This is for Deputy Commissioner Haskell. I do want to hear more about Learning Bridges, the stats especially. And if your office can get the council members a breakdown by school district of the slots for Learning Bridges, I'd appreciate it. You don't have to answer that now. But my other question is, and it's for anybody's, how are children with IEPs or receiving the services or SETs, special education teacher support services, getting their services they desperately need if they're only in school 2 days a week or sometimes even 1 day a week? I got many parents frustrated that online SETs is not working for their children, along with occupational therapy, speech, obviously, and language therapy.
Larry? So, Councilmember, we have John Hammer from our Special Education Department. If he can be unmuted, he can address that question.
Hi, Councilmember Holden. It's John Hammer here from the Special Education Office. Thank you, Chancellor, and thank you for the question. So the Special Education Office has worked to develop 2 documents to support families in understanding how both program services and related services will be delivered in blended and remote learning. First is the program's adaptations document, which really is designed to facilitate a conversation between the child's teacher, the SETS provider, or the ICT teacher, or the special class teacher that's servicing that student, to talk about how those services will be provided in blended learning environment, and to really get feedback and input from the family in how to best provide these services during this time. In some cases, set services can absolutely be provided effectively remotely, and we would want to work with the family in order to schedule those. In some cases, that may not be the case, and so that PAD process is the vehicle for us to be working with families in order to iron that out. Similarly, our related service providers are conducting outreach, our speech, occupational therapists, and physical therapists to complete a document called the Related Services Adaptations Document, or the RAD. And during that process, our related service providers are speaking with families around the provision of in-person services and teletherapy services to really work with families in order to build a service delivery model that is going to work best for their students during this time. And so we encourage any family who has been working with the related service provider or special education teacher to complete these PADs and RADs to continue to do so and reach out to their school's principal if they're running into any roadblocks.
Okay, while I have you on, if parents need their children evaluated for services, how long will that take? Because in a regular school year, this process could take months. You know, obviously we're in a pandemic, and I imagine it's even longer. Could parents be allowed to get their children evaluated through an outside source? And will it be accepted by DOE?
I mean, absolutely. It should be done within 60 days, right? And our school psychologists are absolutely working with families and providing evaluations through a comprehensive data-driven assessment process, which we rolled out in the spring. Families have concerns around the evaluation process, they should speak to their child's principal or email us at specialeducation@schools.nyc.gov.
Okay, just one final question on air quality and so forth, and this could go to anybody, again, in DOE. Have you reached out to various companies that provide high-tech technologies like UV light, air filtration, ionization technology, and have the RFPs gone out?
So Kevin Moran will give you lots of detail, and John Shea as well. So Kevin Moran and John Shea. The short answer to that, council member, is yes, but they can talk a little more detail about who and what.
Yeah, we've engaged with several companies on products that we believe enhance air quality. And so the indoor air purifiers, you'll hear more about it potentially later, the Delos unit. We also have what is the most important for us on our HVAC systems, the ability to get the MERV 13 filters. We partnered up with an international HVAC expert to make sure that we can complete our order and keep that supply chain moving. So we're very excited about that. We have our own contractor as well that we use readily. Haven't taken a good hard look or anything beyond that with a UV lighting scenario. We've talked about it. We've talked to other agencies that have used it. Currently, we're not moving in that direction. We're looking at the MERV 13 filtration system and the HEPA-rated indoor air purifiers as the next step, but not closing the door on that technology. Just know that we're committed to the MERV 13 filtration and indoor air purifying right now. I don't know, John, if you have anything to add on any of the other conversations around ionization.
I will just add, and again, thank you, Councilmember Holden, for the question. We've been doing a lot of work since the pandemic started with the Council of Great City Schools, which is the national organization that supports the major urban school districts across the country, to see what they're doing as well. And we keep in close touch on what kind of technologies, and we share information about that. So to reinforce what Kevin said, UV as a technology is not something that we think is appropriate for us at this time. The air purifiers certainly are, and we're constantly reevaluating that stuff, not doing it in a vacuum, but in a very public and very broad spectrum.
Because there's certain ionizations that have been proven throughout the world. So, you know, as a chair of technology, we've heard, you know, I sat on a number of Zoom meetings with a number of companies, and I'd be happy to offer some insight into that if you guys need it. But there's many solutions, and obviously, you know, companies are coming out of the woodwork to try to solve some of these air filtration systems. problem. But ionization looks promising, and there's some data to back it up. So yeah, anything you guys need on that. So have any schools been outfitted with we heard that some schools had air filtration systems, portable ones in the classrooms. Has that been done?
Yes, sir. That's what Mr. Moran referred to. We had 10,000 that have already been delivered and deployed to schools, and we have another 20,000 that will be coming to support classrooms and instructional spaces and other areas where we think we need mitigating measures in addition to the other things that we're doing.
Were these done in older schools with poor ventilation? Were they given priority?
It's a prioritization, not just the age of the schools, but the type of ventilation system that it has, whether it's working or not. There's a number of prioritization criteria that we use. Age is one of them.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, chairs.
Next, we will hear from Councilmember Cohen, followed by Councilmember Salamanca, followed by Councilmember Cornegy. Councilmember Cohen.
Your time will begin.
Thank you, chairs. Chancellor, it's good to see you and your team. What I really want to know is, and I think what people want to know is, are you going to be able to provide in-person learning after Thanksgiving? And I know you don't have a crystal ball, but there has to be modeling going on, or you have to be doing something to be prepared. What is it showing, and how can parents prepare for as we move as a city more indoors, as the weather gets colder? The numbers, we have these yellow zones, but I mean, they could either be just sort of the tip of the iceberg, so to speak, of a second wave here. What is internally, what is the DOE looking at, and how are we prepared for what you're looking at?
So, Council Member, we are absolutely looking at how do we continue to build up our in-person learning. And there's a number of factors. So not to get too far into the weeds, but I think first and foremost, concomitantly with the planning for ramping up in-person learning, we also have to be very sober about a remote learning option. So we're building both of those systems and bettering both of those systems concomitantly. Now, we saw why that's important, because with the red zone, orange zone, yellow zone, and the zip code, when the medical conditions warrant, we have to be able to switch quickly to a remote option and have students not miss a beat in order to do that. We also know that with our protocols around positive cases in schools, if there's a classroom or if a school has to shut down for 24 hours, that also makes it necessary to be able to pivot very quickly.
Chancellor, I don't want to interrupt because my time is short, but when you say, switch, quickly, like, I'm not sure that helps New Yorkers. People need to be able to plan. If you think that there is a high likelihood, for instance, after Thanksgiving, that you're not going to be able to provide in classroom learning, I think it would help people, and Chair Traeger talked about transparency. Like, if we were honest about that, we think that there's a low percentage of a probability that we're going to be able to provide in classroom learning. That would allow people to prepare, and it wouldn't feel, it makes you look like you're being very reactive and you're behind the eight ball, when in truth, you probably have modeling data right in front of you that says, it does look good or it doesn't look good. And I think if you could tell New Yorkers that, I think it would be very helpful to parents and students.
I'm going to ask Dr. Varma also to talk about this, because we don't have a crystal ball. I think you said it very clearly and right on point. I believe that if New Yorkers continue to follow the advice, the medical advice, and continue to do the right thing, we will continue to be in a space where we will be able to offer in-person learning. I believe that, but I also believe that we will not in any way, shape, or form sacrifice health and safety of our students. And I think we've demonstrated that to our fellow New Yorkers, that when the circumstances warrant, we switch. But I do believe that we will be able to continue to have in-person learning. And I will just add this one other caveat. As I meet regularly with the 72 largest school system leaders in America, there is no one of the largest urban school systems in America that has as rigorous or as a comprehensive plan, including the testing and tracing that we have in New York City. And sometimes it's a little hard for us to grapple with that because we're New York. But as other people are contemplating in-person learning, they are blowing up our phones. They are blowing up our email, wanting everything that we're doing because they said, we don't have what you guys have created. Now, what makes it difficult for us is we're large and we're complex and there's ever-changing variables. But I do believe that we will continue to have in-person learning as long as New Yorkers continue to follow the medical advice. Dr. Varma?
Yes, thank you, Chancellor, for the opportunity. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll just say a couple of general comments, which is the first is, again, to reiterate, we're always have to remain humble. Events, New York is not separated. It is intensely connected both to the rest of the United States as well as the rest of the world. Even if we do an A+ job on everything for the city of New York, we're always at risk because of our connection. So everything I say is always based on what I think today, but also cognizant of being cautious about the future. I think the second point I would make is really to try to emphasize again that we use multiple layers of interventions to keep our schools safe. And as the Chancellor has noted, I can't even find other places around the world that are doing as many interventions as we're doing. The only places that would be vastly superior to us are those that have basically eliminated coronavirus from their countries. So that includes mainland China, New Zealand, Vietnam, places like that. In the absence of that,
time is up.
All the interventions that we're making are really the most critical that we possibly can. And I have quite a lot of confidence that if we can maintain good adherence to those measures, and that's key, good adherence to those measures, that we can continue in-person learning throughout the year.
Again, I appreciate the time, but I'm not sure that the parents can make real firm plans on that and how we're going to proceed. But I understand that. Obviously, I understand the dilemma. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Salamanca, followed by Councilmember Cornegy, Councilmember Miller, and Councilmember Borelli. Councilmember Salamanca.
Your time will begin now.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chancellor. I have some questions and concerns about remote learning and accessibility to technology. This week, I visited my alma mater, CS 150, my elementary school, where my sister and I graduated, just to visit to see how social distancing is going. The building was immaculately clean. I was extremely happy with the procedures where they had me. I had to take my temperature, fill out the forms. Procedures were followed. But what was disturbing to me, Chancellor, was that there are 360 students in that school that are doing remote learning, and 120 of those students do not have technology at home. They don't have an iPad. They don't have a Chromebook. And so when I asked the principal, well, how are these students learning at home? She explained that parents have to come in and get a package for the week. And therefore, that means that parents are being asked to be educators at home. And so I would like you to please explain to me, why is it that a school which is in a underserved community, Black and Brown community, why wouldn't the Department of Education focus more on ensuring that communities such as mine and my colleagues that are struggling, that these students that are doing remote learning should have technology?
Yes, so Councilmember, I couldn't agree with you more. And we actually have prioritized. I'm a little surprised to hear that. We're making a note of that because as we've surveyed our schools, it is exactly that situation that we've asked schools to identify for us. Who are those students that need devices? And with the devices that we've had, we've been delivering devices to schools exactly for that particular reason. So I know my colleagues are making a note. We're going to follow up with that school in particular. But from the beginning, we've prioritized the allocation of devices, internet connectivity to students that are living in poverty, students that are living in shelters, students in foster care, our students with disabilities, specifically because we know that they are the most vulnerable students in our school system. And we also know that they historically have been underserved, so they probably are the ones that need that kind of technology as well. So again, that is exactly what we've been trying to focus.
So Chancellor, this is my time. I want to get two more questions in if possible. So when I spoke to someone from your office, from your team, the first question they asked were, well, did the parents fill out the form to request a computer? And, some of the challenges that I have in my communities is that I have undocumented families, head of households who are undocumented. Their kids are born here in the States, so they're citizens. Parents are scared to fill out these forms. What are we doing for undocumented parents who are scared to fill out these forms to request technology at home?
Again, while it may seem like a bureaucratic move, that's why we ask schools to identify students for us, because while parents, and I get it, parents may be especially immigrant parents, very skittish about giving information to anything that's government related. They do trust their schools. They do trust their principals. They do trust their teachers. And we have found that that's been a strategy where we've been able to identify students that haven't come forward before. So that's what they need to do. They need to let their school know so the school can let us know.
All right. And then finally, I also have a good population of special needs students, autism or, other special needs. What is the Department of Education doing for these students that are doing remote learning and have special needs?
Yes, I'm going to ask my colleague, John Hammer, to talk about that specifically, because that's his work all day long. John Hammer.
Good afternoon, and thank you for that question. Department of Education, first and foremost, has been working to support and prepare our DOE and contract-related service providers, speech, OT, PT providers, to provide high-quality teletherapy services to students who are working fully remotely. And those services initiated in the spring, where we transitioned over 7,000 DOE providers to the provision of teletherapy services. And those
are they doing home visits? Are they doing home visits?
We are not currently doing home visits. We are providing teletherapy to students who are working.
So you're providing this therapy to the students. Now, who's there educating them? The parents?
They are receiving educational services through their schools, their special education teachers who are providing remote instruction.
And how is this being monitored?
Time is up.
Monitored through the principals who are working with teachers to ensure that students are accessing instruction and are working alongside families to ensure that that instruction is meeting the needs of their child to the greatest extent possible. I'm sorry, council member. I'm
sorry, they muted me. I know my time is up. Mr. Chancellor, I look forward to having a more in-depth conversation with your team about the challenges that I'm having in my district with technology not being accessible to my constituents. And just to wrap up, I strongly feel that the conversation that you should be having with the mayor, I think every student in the city of New York that's in the public school system should have technology, whether they're doing remote learning or whether they're not doing remote learning. Should a second wave hit, immediately we're going to shut down and we're going to continue to have these conversations about not having technology. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Salamanca. And I'll also just say next week, the Education Committee joint with the Committee on Mental Health will be doing another hearing on the impact of students with disabilities. So for all council members, I would encourage you to join us. At the same time next week, we'll be talking about the impact of students with disabilities. Next, we will hear from Councilmember Cornegy.
Your time will begin.
Good morning. Thank you, chairs. Thank you, Chancellor Carranza. It's always good to see you. I will not be talking about gifted and talented today, but I will be. My colleagues have painted a pretty good picture about the logistics and the problems, especially Councilmember Salamanca just now. What I'd like to say is that in my district, we've given as many students as we possibly can journals. We think that that's a positive role to play in their emotional health and well-being of our scholars. But I'm worried. So while we talk about the logistics and the reading, writing, and arithmetic and access to technology, I'm not hearing much conversation about the social emotional portion of this, or the arts, or athletics. So as a father of 6, right, is well documented. I know how important academics are, but I also know how important the socialization component to this is. And we're asking students, scholars, some very young scholars, to participate in an environment absent of interaction and absent of any social emotional engagement, and we're almost asking them to act like adults. And even us as adults are having difficulty with this remote as professionals. I'm wondering what in the long term, right? Because immediately we have to pivot and focus on the logistics and making sure that they get the education necessary. But long term, the social emotional portion of this, what are we doing or what's available? How are we pivoting and shifting as a Department of Education to meet those social, emotional, arts, and athletic needs? I'm a student who benefited from athletics, right? Not just for my body, but for my mind. We know that the arts combined with good, solid academics, or athletics combined with good, solid academics, make a well-rounded student and help us to compete globally. But I haven't heard much about those things. And I know it's difficult, Chancellor. I'm not, that's not wasted on me. It's difficult to have games and/or concerts and recitals and all those kinds of things. But the socio-emotional, not to have a conversation about it, gives me some pause.
So thank you. I will start, Councilmember Cornegy, and then I'm going to ask Deputy Chancellor LaShawn Robinson to give some detail as well. So I couldn't agree with you more. I think, Councilmember Treyger spoke in his opening remarks today about what we found with students on remote learning in March and April, and the disproportionate impact that it had specifically in communities of color. I think that is probably one of the most articulate arguments for why we have to have in-person learning, because we know that the children that have been disproportionately impacted continue to be disproportionately impacted. So we agree with you 100%. And I appreciate the opportunity to talk about how we are ramping up and moving through what we already had begun around social emotional learning, trauma-informed curriculum and strategies and practices. We have not separated the academic imperative for our students from the social emotional learning, trauma-informed strategies for our students. They are now one and the same. So in terms of the curriculum and the strategies and the resources that we're providing to our teachers and our schools, I couldn't be prouder of the work that LaShawn and her team and our Chief Academic Officer and her team have done to really embed them. And then I will just share one more thing, then I'll ask our Deputy Chancellor. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to visit a school in Hinton Park in Queens that was doing outdoor learning. And what they were doing is they were doing exactly what you're talking about. The teacher was masterful at having students move, but also have them talk about what they were doing and how they were feeling and how they were processing. And why is it now that we're together? How is that different from what it was like when we couldn't go out? And isn't this great? So schools are doing some incredible things around this issue as well. So Deputy Chancellor Robinson, could you give it a little more detail?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that question. It's very important that we continue to prioritize mental health every time we speak about health and safety. We are continuing to implement robust social emotional and mental health supports that were available pre-COVID. In fact, under this chancellor, we formed the Division for School Climate and Wellness to ensure that there would be an emphasis on supports for the whole child. And we've been able to build upon work that we've started, such as Sanford Harmony, social emotional learning, Ruler, social emotional learning, health education in elementary schools and schools across the city, and then restorative practices in middle schools and high schools. We have invested in these programs pre-COVID, and we continue to do so during this time. We've expanded our cell efforts significantly. And once we began to be impacted by COVID, we ensured that we had a comprehensive crisis recovery effort to add to the additional support in response to COVID. And not only in response to COVID, but frankly, in response to the added racial trauma that our communities have been impacted by this school year. In the spring, we trained over 13,000 staff members in Trauma 101. and another 2,000 in additional social emotional learning sessions. Over the summer, we worked diligently during this budget crisis to secure additional private funding. And through that private funding, we were able to partner with the Child Mind Institute, the University of Chicago. We built out trauma-informed curriculum and resources. To date, we have over 45,000 school-based staff members who have participated in extensive training in trauma-informed care, along with 1,600 school leaders who have prioritized this work. We know that this work is not only critical for our young people, but it's also critical for the adults who we charge to care for our young people day to day. So we've extended these supports also for our adults as well, emphasizing adult social emotional learning. We launched the Bridge to School plan, which has been the resource that we've utilized across the DOE. That includes a plethora of activities to be used in the classrooms, critical resources for families and school communities. And also, we spent time at the very beginning of the school really thinking about the bridge between what young people have been facing and impacted by, adults too, and the academics. That's why it's called Bridge to School, so that there's an intentional focus on mental health and wellness supports during this time. We also recognize that it's important for young people to be able to socialize with each other. I have a son in our public school system. We as a family elected for in person, and we continue to think through ways to engage in athletics programming. I'm glad you raised that. At the beginning of the year, we were not provided approval from the state to begin athletics programming, but we continue to think through ways to connect our students with their coaches and look at other opportunities for that support to happen. We're monitoring the situation closely, and as soon as we can engage in athletics programming, we look forward to doing so.
So thank you. I will save my the rest of my PSAL questions and the interface between PSAL and DOE during this pandemic. That is, I'm telling y'all ahead of time, that's going to be the focus for my questionings next week, and also the arts. But I'm not hearing the coordination, maybe because I'm not deeply involved in it, the coordination between the PSAL, which is, for those listening, the Public School Athletic League, which I'm a proud alumni of, and our academics. So I'm going to save that till next week. Thank you for your answer.
Happy to discuss. Thank you.
And if I might, before we turn over, Malcolm, I want to appreciate the question from my colleague, Councilmember Cornegy. And that is one of the reasons why, Councilmember Cornegy, you and I, others fought so hard in the budget to save the Single Shepherd program, which would have meant losing over 100 guidance counselors, social workers for kids in central Brooklyn and parts of the South Bronx. How vital those relationships are more than ever right now. That is why we fought like hell to restore fair student funding, to save those positions. We have a lot more work to do, and we have to restore the cuts to community schools and learning to work, which are vital relationships for these kids. Thank you for the question. Next, Malcolm, please. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Miller, followed by Councilmembers Borelli, Barron, Rose, and finally Powers. Councilmember Miller.
Your time will begin.
Thank you, Malcolm. Thank you, co-chairs, Chancellor. It's great to see you and your team there. I think this hearing is long overdue. We're hearing just a plethora of ideas, and my concern is when we get to public testimony, whether the voice of these parents and these, in particularly communities of color, are they being heard? So I really want to kind of touch on that, but also some of the things that have already been said. I'm looking for the continuity and the coordination between agencies, between all of the stakeholders involved. I know that these things don't happen in a vacuum, that some of these things and policies are by virtue of collective bargaining and other things, but we are sitting there now with teacher shortages, and here in the district, we are classrooms being taught by paras and non-certified folks. And certainly these are communities that are already impacted. These are children that are behind in their learning, asking them to transition first to remote, and then when they are in school, because certainly parents have to work, and are we giving them the resources that are necessary? What does that continuity look like in terms of doing that? The reduction of teachers actually in the school building has become problematic, so that classes are being taught by non-certified folks. I'm actually in receipt of a letter from a local PTA that has a high school that works in collaboration with SUNY, in which the children get college credits. Because they don't have that certified teacher instructing them, they will not receive those credits. So how do we mitigate these things? How do we ensure that we have the proper people providing instructions, whether it is remote learning or in-house learning? How do we ensure that the parents have the tools and resources to be able to deal with Common Core and other things? Because parents being home really serves little purpose when they don't have the capacity to assist their children, which is what we've seen under normal circumstances, and what we see now only exasperates that. So how do we address the need for the additional teachers? What are we doing? And are we using this as an opportunity to diversify the DOE in terms of educational instructors and furthering the cultural competency that we need to see? And then finally, again, coordination between ResOA, technology, computers that I know that council members such as myself have provided to local schools, the more than 2,000 laptops that was just provided by the Black, Latino, Asian Caucus and so forth. How does that happen, and how do we make sure that they're going to those that are most needed, that folks, how many laptops, tablets are provided for each family or each child? What does that look like? What is the oversight to make sure that we have enough resources and that those resources are going where they need to be? And then finally, I want to speak to what Councilmember Lander was talking about, the CBOs that run after-school programs that have another letter. We have one in district that ran a program last year, had 7 classrooms and paid $1,500. They now have 3 classrooms and being asked to pay $5,000, and they have a quarter of the capacity in terms of students. And so the math doesn't work out. How do we expect to provide services for our most vulnerable resource in our children if in fact we are doing things like, overcharging? How do we get to a place that we can have after-school program that we do value, which I reject the notion that we cannot provide in-house learning for our students? How do we make sure that we provide the best in-house experience based on teachers, resources, after school, and some of the other things that were mentioned? So I will, I'm at 5:43, we're done. So I will listen, hang up and listen for answers to those questions. And I look forward to working with each and every one of you to make sure that we make these things a reality and that we further
Your time is up.
Experience.
So, council members, so thank you. We'll tick through the questions that you've asked, starting with the last question that you asked about after-school programs. Our Chief Financial Officer, Lindsay Oates, has already committed to Councilmember Lander, but we'll add you to that to have a briefing where we can sit and actually go through the justification, the reasoning, the rationale for the change in fees. And it's a good conversation to have, but we also want to understand what impact is happening out there as well. So that she will add you to that list so we can have that conversation. Also earlier, the question around Reso A and funding for technology was brought up. And our Chief Financial Officer also verified that that funding has gone out to schools. So schools have already started ordering devices and technology utilizing that funding. If you happen to know of any instance where that's not happening, would really appreciate you getting that information to us so that we can follow up with the schools as well. In terms of cultural competency and the diversity of staff, that continues to be one of our goals in everything that we do. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that and the staffing issue in general. I think what's important to keep in mind is that as we've worked very closely with CSA and UFT around the continuity of learning, we have built into the schedule every morning a 30-minute period where the in-person teacher, the blended learning teacher, and the remote teacher have 30 minutes so that they can collaborate, they can coordinate, and they can plan together so that there's a continuation, a continuity of what students are learning. Now, is that perfect in every single school? Absolutely not. Are we working to try to get it better and better and better? Absolutely. And so we meet weekly, and my colleagues meet daily with all of our labor unions, working through these issues as they arise, because again, there's always going to be issues that arise in this particular way of learning. Now, that being said, it's very, very apparent and obvious that if you're going to limit the number of students in classes, that you're going to need more teachers. So as that number has continued to shift, schools are in the process now of shifting what their teachers are doing in terms of serving students in person. So for example, if a school was expecting a certain number of students to come back with in-person learning, and now a couple of weeks into the school year, it's become apparent that instead of 9 students in the classroom, there's only 4 students in the classroom. That creates the opportunity then to consolidate some of those classrooms, still keeping the numbers medically advised and the social distancing advised, but then it frees up a staff member, a teacher, to do their teaching in another, either another group of students or in another way of supporting the blended learning. That is happening as we speak. That also being said, we are working with CUNY, and we have made, and we've actually gotten people that have taken us up on this for their adjunct faculty members, because as you know, they've had some difficulty with their enrollment as well. The Chancellor of CUNY and I have worked very closely. So we've gotten adjunct faculty members from CUNY, and this is particularly powerful to the problem that you mentioned around specifically certified or experienced instructors, because these are subject matter experts. These are the physicists, these are the mathematicians, these are the English professors. So at our secondary school, we are working with them to onboard them to come in and be able to take some of those positions without negatively affecting what they're doing in the CUNY system. In addition, we've brought on literally thousands of new people in substitute positions into the system. And I know that one of the concerns that I've heard from a number of elected officials is, well, but subs, how can subs do the work of a licensed teacher? We know that being a licensed teacher is very, very important. I'm not minimizing that at all. But what I will say is that in March, when we transitioned to remote learning very, very abruptly, and we stood up our rec centers for the medical providers and our first responders, I can tell you that overwhelmingly, the individuals that took those jobs were substitute teachers. And when I visited those schools and I visited those classrooms, they were doing a phenomenal job of engaging our students, of having high quality instruction, of devouring every piece of curriculum and guidance that we gave them to provide that kind of a positive experience for our students. So we're doing the same approach with how we're onboarding our subs in terms of giving them what they need to bring them up to speed. The last thing that I'll say that's really impacting what we're doing in terms of our certified teachers is that we've had tens of thousands of our certified teachers that have requested and been granted medical accommodations. So they are providing the instruction in a remote learning situation. They're certified teachers. So again, as those numbers continue to change and morph, we are continuing to work to build out the support systems for our teachers and ensure that the continuity of learning for our students is as strong as it can be and continues to get better as we go into the rest of the school year.
I can really appreciate that, Chancellor, and if you just allow me a second to but I want to ensure that we're putting children first and that we're using this opportunity to diversify a workforce and the DOE with these substitutes and others that are coming on that normally have not had the opportunity to integrate within the DOE system. But finally, is there a way for us to see what buildings actually have the substitutes, the certified teachers, the ATRs, and paras and others who are actually providing the learning and instruction within the classrooms? And can we see by districts and school buildings who was providing what services?
So, council member, as I've mentioned, as things are shifting around the instruction, what is a classroom that may have a substitute teacher today may be different tomorrow, because now we've consolidated students into another classroom. Now you have a certified teacher. So what we don't want to do is confuse anyone about the shifting data. So we will provide that. I'm publicly committing to that. We will provide that. We just need a little bit more time to let the system settle. And I do want to also thank you and the NAACP for your work in securing devices for our students as well. So I want to publicly thank you for that as well.
Thank you, Chancellor. Thank you, Mr. Chair, as well.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Borelli.
Your time will begin.
Thank you. I would like to ask about the bus contract that was announced. The first question, are the buses all owned by Reliant that we're purchasing?
Thank you, council member. I'm going to ask Kevin Moran, who is the point person on that particular issue, if you could unmute him, please, so he can answer that question.
Yes, the recently announced tentative agreement with Reliant will be to purchase their assets and all their intellectual property in terms of how they operate the industry. And that could be anything from the payroll systems through anything to do with onboarding staff and training. So yeah, the idea is we'll take their assets, whether they're in lease payments or not. That's what we're looking to do. But details on our tentative agreement will be shared at a later date.
Are the taxpayers responsible though for the company's shortfall of their pension fund over the past few years?
So the not-for-profit is being established that we put forth. It'll be coming up on an upcoming panel, TEP meeting, to talk about the not-for-profit. They would be a participating employer into the pension program, and we do not anticipate a pension withdrawal at this time. The not-for-profit is offering up employment opportunities to all current employees, and that's the intention.
Right, but at the end of the day, the employer that's at the end of the day there, when someone goes to collect, they'll be holding the bag, no?
The not-for-profit is the employer, you're correct.
And the taxpayers are not financially backing the nonprofit?
So we'll be bringing that contract for the not-for-profit to the panel for educational policy, yes.
Okay. And then their intellectual property, beyond the stuff that is given to them by OPT and the data we collect through registration, what could their intellectual property be?
Joe, it could be as simple as shoveling their yard. It could be as simple as how to stack the buses, line them up in the morning, how to get them out in the morning. In a COVID environment, how do you get your keys? It could be anything that basic to strategically, how do you staff up? How do you recruit staff? How do you retain staff? How do you incentivize staff? How do you make sure you don't get violations? You run on time, courteous, the courtesy, responsible service, all of those things that you expect from a business. Each company has a way of doing things. We hold them accountable for that. But what we want to do is when not-for-profit establishes that relationship is transition that seamlessly so there aren't service issues.
So how much did the city value the company at? I mean, is there a price settled on yet?
No, it's a tentative agreement and we're still negotiating and we're moving forward.
But is there a tentative price in the tentative agreement?
The details on pricing will absolutely come at a later date. It's premature to talk about costing right now.
Okay, well, let's talk about valuation then. So the company was receiving a $42 million subsidy. There are reports in the press that they've received additional subsidies on top of that. We know they've been underfunding their pension by about $100 to $150 million over the past few years. Their buses aren't entirely owned by the company. Many are leased. Their intellectual property, it sounds like it's something, but it's the majority of their intellectual property is probably the routing and the data that OPT gives them. And their most valuable contract, if not their only contract, was with the DOE, and that expired in 2020. So how are we evaluating the company? In other words, why are we even buying this company when an obvious better solution would have been to use our own capital program where we can issue debt at a much cheaper rate to buy buses and hire our own drivers?
All right, so you said a lot. The contract expired in 2019, and in terms of context, the administration has long looked at making a long-term investment in our school busing industry. As we moved through March and April with a school closure, we looked at that very carefully. Their contracts were not settled in the long term for the 2014 contractors. The 2013 contractors, as well as the legacy contractors that go back to 1979, had paper agreements already in place for long-term contracts. So our discussion started with the 2014s. Reliant was in that contract tranche. They were not given additional subsidies. I don't know which one you're talking about, but the SES grant had ended. They were not getting it in this term. They're operating on a emergency contract currently, but there were no additional subsidies given to that country. I have no indication that they were failing to make pension contributions. I don't know where that came from, but the idea is that when we purchase a company, we're purchasing all their assets as if we're going to run it, and ultimately in the long term, make that investment, understand the busing industry in a different way, and make decisions accordingly. The not-for-profit will be charged with running that, and we're looking to learn more about the industry. This represents essentially 2,000 employees, essentially 1,000 buses. Give us roughly about 10% of the industry for the not-for-profit to manage and understand more.
Okay, so I guess I'm running out of time, so I want to ask some other questions on a different topic, Kevin. Thank you. The mayor and the governor indicated that schools aren't necessarily the cause of a lot of community spread. So is that true? Is that what the DOE is thinking? Is there any evidence of school spread amongst schools that started opening? And if not, then when is the target date to return to full-time in person for all school children?
So Dr. Varma, would you please take that question?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you very much for the question. I would say that yes, at this time, we have not seen any large outbreaks associated with our public school system. So I think it's fair to conclude, I'm sorry, that's one point. And then the second point is based on the data that we have both from testing that was done before school started, where we actively encouraged teachers to get tested. And we have results from, I think, over 30,000 teachers that were tested, as well as from the testing that we've done in the past week. All of those point to the direction that the public school system is not contributing to community transmission in any meaningful way. Of course, as I've mentioned before and would reiterate again, this is an ongoing, epidemic and things could change. So at this point, I don't think we should commit ourselves to any date in which we would be able to bring all students back full time. I think that it would really have to be a phased approach. And obviously it depends, I think it goes without saying that it depends also on building trust. We have to build the evidence base that shows that in fact, everything that we're seeing is in fact true and can be maintained true. And then earn the trust of parents and every member of the community that in fact in-school learning is safe. I would make just one last point that the experience coming from other countries is in fact that you can have smaller distances potentially between people. You can have more frequent and more intensive in-person learning. But of course, every community is different. And I think our approach of being very cautious at the beginning in terms of the number of people in classrooms, the requirements on masking and physical distance was the right approach. And it's just going to be an ongoing process to see when we can verify that that works and potentially relax some restrictions to open up in-person learning widely.
Thank you. I just want to ask the committee council to put me on the list for a second round of questions. And I just want to address something that a colleague had mentioned about the South Shore of Staten Island being a hotspot. 10307 has only 13 cases of COVID, but it does have a high positivity rate. I'll point out that that is far less than, and almost a third of the number of cases in many other areas around Manhattan. And our largest school in 10307 is IS34R. They have an 80% in-person rate, and their attendance, I just checked today, is over 90%. So, I mean, this is a neighborhood where parents trust the faculty, parents want to be in school, and parents are putting their kids, they're actually doing it. So I really don't want to hear any discussion of shutting down schools in Tottenville in 10307, because we trust our faculty, we trust our teachers, and they're doing a great job and should be a model and not something at risk of closing. So thank you, and please be on the list.
Next, we will hear from Councilmember Barron.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Councilmember.
Thank you. First, I want to thank the chairs Levine and Chairs Traeger, for having this hearing. I think it's extremely important. And I came on rather late because I was holding a hearing of the Higher Education Committee along with the Wellness Mental Health Committee, and we ended late. So I don't want to repeat questions that I'm sure my colleagues have already raised. What I will do is what I normally do, which is review the testimony so that I can see what issues they raised and hopefully what kind of responses we will get from the Department of Education. I want to thank the Chancellor and his staff for being here today. And I want to talk about, the phrase, what'd you know and when did you know it? So I want to challenge us, what did we know and when did we know it? So we knew as a nation that medically, historically, we would due for a pandemic. The country did not take appropriate measures to be ready for this pandemic. We as a city knew that there was a gross disparity, easily identified by zip codes and other criteria, that shows there was a huge discrimination for communities of color when compared to other communities, for low-income communities as compared to high-income communities. So we're in much of what we're facing now because we did not make appropriate preparation to deal with it. We have historically had teachers that were teaching large classrooms, not in fact doing the ratio that is recommended to have an effective educational process. And what I'm saying is that we now have the responsibility to correct all of those factors that are now causing our children to have this adopted hybrid method of being instructed. And it's time for us to make sure that when we get to budget time, that we put in the money so that we don't have to go and beg for devices for our children. We don't have to go and try to scramble devices, but that we understand it's our responsibility and bring pressure on the mayor and the governor to have the funds that we need so that every child, not just children in those high income zip codes, already have the ability to have the devices and don't have to now scramble to get it. And I was discouraged to hear that there were principals who had significant numbers of children who did not have devices. I hope that the chancellor is encouraging principals to pick up the phone and let them know. When I visit a school and I ask what's going on, if I get a complaint or a notice that it's inadequate, I pick up the phone and I call the chancellor's staff and say, listen, and get that. So I do hope that we want to encourage, I do want to hope that we encourage principals to be able to get what they need as they move forward. It's time for us to correct those injustices. I know that there's a long laundry list of what it needs to be done. And in terms of remote learning, distance learning, and in-class learning, the chancellor knows, and I've said it publicly in the past, I would have thought that remote learning would be the most effective based on considerations of health, exposure for children as well as students. However, we have parents who can't function in that kind of setting because they've got to go to work. They've got to have an opportunity to have an income. We have other parents whose children have to have some kind of tangible physical support in a classroom environment by their IEP or by their learning style. And so we've got to have this model. If we can rush to get this model in for in-class learning, that would be great. But I don't know that we can say that we have a date to do that based on the fact that we've got to find out what the data shows us in terms of the occurrence of what might be a resurgence that's coming forward. But Chancellor, we're in the midst of the storm now, and there's much that has to be done and juggled probably every day. And my question to you is, as we move forward and come to the recovery, what are we going to do to make sure that we have the ability to try to recoup what it is that students have lost? What are we going to do to make sure that the program that you came in on, your grand vision of how to make sure that we correct all of those injustices that have historically been imposed on Black and Brown children, that have not allowed them to have access to—
Time is up.
Thank you. That have not had access to the full opportunity of other children and other communities. How are we going to make sure that that vision picks up? We know that you got a lot of pushback and a lot of resistance, and we want to encourage you to make sure that you move forward with that. What are we going to do? And just quickly, just to extend my time a little bit, Councilmember Kalos talked about a plan that he is considering in terms of reducing discrimination. And I presented to you recently. I would like to know how we can structure an opportunity for all of the children throughout New York City who didn't get into Stuyvesant or Brooklyn Tech or Bronx High School of Science, have them opportunity for them to audit without any kind of interaction with teachers, without any kind of responsibility for the teachers to do any kind of assessment or evaluation of their work. Allow them to audit the instruction, the classrooms that's going to be presented in those high-performing specialized high schools. So I have other questions and perhaps I'll get to them, but I want to thank you for the work that you've done. I want to say that none of us knew we'd be here, and we look forward to making sure that the gains that you have made thus far are able to be supported as we move forward. And again, remind my colleagues, when it's budget time, all of these things that we want to have done, it's on us to make sure it's in the budget. Thank you. Look forward to your answers.
Thank you, Councilmember Barron. So we are not in any way, shape, or form losing sight of what we need to do, and that's educate every single child in the New York City Department of Education. 82% of our children are Black, Latino, or Asian, and a full 72% of our students meet the poverty definition. So it's by no way, no means, no way of looking at our school system could we ever say that this is an affluent school system with affluent children that is a suburban school system. That's the reality of who we educate in our public schools in New York City. Yet by every objective measure, when you look at who have been the communities, who have been the children that have been disproportionately underserved, don't take my word, look at the data. It's unequivocal and it's uncontestable that it's been those very children, Black, Brown, Asian, poor, that have been disproportionately underserved for decades in the New York City Department of Education and in New York City. So I make no apologies for calling that out and fighting for those children and all children. Now, that being said, while we have had to deal with this pandemic, I would say we're dealing with 3 pandemics. We're dealing with the viral pandemic called COVID-19, which is the medical pandemic. But associated with COVID-19 is the economic pandemic that has laid waste to our budgets, our funding stream, our work opportunities, and it has highlighted and exacerbated the disproportionate impact of all of those communities that I just talked about. It is unequivocal and it's unquestionable the disproportionate impact that COVID-19 has had in those very communities that have historically been underserved and have historically been under-resourced. It's unequivocal. You can't argue the fact. And the third pandemic is the racial injustice, the social racial injustice, the structural racism that exists in systems and structures, not only across New York City, but unfortunately across our nation. And where there have been some folks that have taken issue that I've also spoken about that, I'm proud to have spoken about that as a man of color, as a person who's lived my life in this skin and has had experiences that others cannot tell me you shouldn't talk about. So what I say, in order to address those 3 pandemics that we are concomitantly challenged with, we cannot go back after COVID-19, after we have a vaccine, after we've suppressed this virus, we cannot go back to the normal that was pre-COVID-19. So what that means is that many of the things that the council has been asking us about and really advocating for, wraparound services, informed services, social emotional learning, nurses in every building, social workers, culturally responsive and sustaining curricula so students see themselves in what they read and they write and they learn about. The devices so that we once and for all bridge the technological divide so that every child has a device, but more importantly, every child has a connectivity for that device. The ability to use the technology that we have and the wherewithal that we've developed to use technology to personalize instruction for students in a much more personalized way than we've ever been able to do. We can't stop doing that post-COVID-19. We have to build upon that. The new ways of coming together and bringing people from all across the city and having these conversations, we have to continue to build upon that. The old idea of having a snow day where you shut down the system, imagine there's no snow day. It's just a pivot to remote learning. And think about how we can continue to keep that learning alive for our students and for our educators. The ability to collaborate in a very different way. All of those things are what the new normal must be when we exit COVID, this pandemic. But I will continue to say and continue to thank the council. We need your support to continue to advocate with the state and the federal government to make sure that they step up to the plate, because this doesn't happen for free. And this doesn't happen with a viral, economic, and racial social justice pandemic. You don't take them on by cutting. You take them on by taking it on and filling the gaps where you need to fill the gaps. I hope I answered your question, but that's where our focus.
Thank you. Thank you. And to your staff, be encouraged. I know it's quite challenging, but continue to do the work on behalf of our students and staff. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Barron. Next, we will hear from Councilmember Rose.
Time starts now.
Thank you, Chancellor. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you, Chancellor. My concern is about the Learning Bridges programs and the learning labs. I'm really concerned that the quality of pedagogy is going to be lost. I don't want these programs to just be babysitting services, but I want them to be a continuum of instructional services and support. And Chancellor, you had stated early in your testimony that there were like 425 schools that did not have access to nurses. can you tell me what the need for early child care education and Learning Bridges nurses are? And is testing being conducted at Learning Bridges programs and learning labs? And I'm trying to get all my questions in. And with learning lab sites, they are paired with specific schools. How are these sites identified? Because there are some very high need schools in my district. And as you know, these Learning Bridge programs are supposed to serve the essential workers. And in my district, there are some very high need schools, but there is a lack of Learning Bridges learning lab slots. So they're not accommodating the need of the essential workers. And my concern about the learning labs it's not only educational, but geographic. I have a school that's in my district, but the parents of the essential worker, the children of the essential workers have been assigned to a location or a site in Councilmember Borelli's district, which is a 20-minute drive by car, but an hour trip by bus. You know, how are these determinations made? And we need to look at making them, you know, more accessible for the families. And then my last comment is just that I echo Councilmember Salamanca's conversation about the abuse of access to equipment and services. And so I just think in the absence of access to digital equipment and instructional support and pedagogy, that is a paramount to educational neglect. And you know, that is really a punishable offense. And I think that it's really a shame that the communities that have been historically and systemically, you know, impacted by the lack of access and a lack of, you know, educational structure, that, you know, they are once again the communities that are highest, you know, have the highest negative impact. So I thank you. If you could just address those questions. I know it was a lot, but thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. So again, I'll reiterate, I couldn't agree with you more in terms of access to the equipment that students need to be able to participate in the educational process. Again, we're taking a myriad of approaches to identify where those gaps are. We've heard very, very powerful testimony from council members about immigrant families and their reluctance to engage with any kind of survey or to fill out a form, or some don't even have the ability to access online forms. But that's why we've asked schools to help us to identify students that need those devices. So I'm going to encourage you as well. Any specifics that you have, please forward to us, and we will get right on that as well. But we agree with you, and I agree with you. For all of the questions that you asked in terms of Learning Bridges and nurses for early bridges, Learning Bridges and ECSs, and
Time expired.
how they're selected, I'm going to ask Deputy Commissioner Susan Haskell and Deputy Chancellor Josh Wallach to tag team in answering those questions, because they really have been the architects in working hard on that initiative for the city.
Thank you, Chancellor. I'll get started and I'll invite my colleague to jump in with anything that I'm missing. Chair Rose, it's good to talk to you about this again. I appreciated the opportunity to connect with you about Learning Bridges last week. To start, we have tele-nursing available for all Learning Bridges sites at this time, available from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. We're working to expand those hours. So any Learning Bridges program could utilize that to get some advisement. Maybe they have a symptomatic youth. They're just not quite sure whether this is a situation where they should send somebody home, or is this something we report into DYCD to get it through the situation room. So that resource is available now. We have given information about testing to all our providers and their staff, including letters that will help them get expedited test results if they're staff coming into a Learning Bridges program, just to make sure that the staff are as healthy as possible when we get started. We spoke a little bit about school matches. I think I mentioned broadly, I don't have today's update, but we have about 500 schools matched. I know there are about 26 Learning Bridges programs in Staten Island right now at this moment. When we spoke, you mentioned this case, and I'd like to follow up with your office. It didn't sound right to me about that travel distance. And I think there's something not right about that. So I definitely want to follow up with your office on that specific case and see if we can find a solution to that one. How are schools being matched? I mean, I think it's important to say that as my colleague Josh said earlier, we're focusing on students with the most need first. So we've, and my colleague Chris Caruso, who's also here, has been helping us match to schools that have high need. We're also looking at demand, in other words, where those applications are coming from into the DOE portal. We're taking into consideration geography, communities that have been hard hit by COVID, and proximity to the Learning Lab itself, an issue you've just raised for one of your constituents. So all those things are being taken into consideration. And I think, you know, one thing that's been critical about the school match to this point is that this is a new way of doing service for young people, and each school has its own schedule. So in order to get the service to the students who need it most on the most number of days, we really wanted to have programs aligning with the school schedule. In other words, if I'm matched with, you know, this group of schools, I connect with the principal, I can offer my service to balance the days when you're doing school in person. And so our providers now are working through those, you know, individual schedule with students. And before I pass it off to my colleague, I'll just say, you know, DYCD is overseeing the contracts for K-8, and we're really, you know, we're not building up schools. Our programs are not schools, but they are staffed with caring adults and opportunities for young people to have positive peer connections, do recreational activities when they're not engaged in their remote learning. And we feel confident we can give young people support that goes beyond what they might be getting at home on those remote learning days. And somebody mentioned anecdotes. I've also seen some great photos of activities, everything from origami to yoga, and the class, you know, different students engaged in their classroom remote learning. So from our perspective, that's the social emotional supportive environment we're trying to create for students in the K-8. Josh?
Commissioner, I'm really concerned about, I understand the social emotional part, but these young people are in these learning labs all day in place of being at home, maybe with a parent that would be assisting them with their instructional, you know, their studies and their whatever they're learning remotely. I'm concerned that these young people at these learning labs are not going to have that level of support. They need the educational support, you know, during the day. So that's my concern. And then the location of the, you know, the schools that have been identified, you know, like early on in this process, are not necessarily the schools that have the highest need. I have schools that have 1 and 2 in reading and math, and that's the you know, the majority of the students in the school. And in the absence of being in school, you know, and their parents being essential workers, I need for the learning labs to be more than just, you know, focused on the social emotional, but there needs to be someone who's focused on the educational.
Agreed. And they are staffed with people who can help from everything from how do I work my technology today to how can I communicate with the school to learn more about how to support. And we'd like to hear from you if you want to talk to us about specific school recommendations.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll hear from Councilmember Powers.
Time starts now.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. And a very long hearing, but very informative and educational, no pun intended. Before I get to my real question, my questions that I had sort of planned to ask, I wanted to just follow up with Councilmember Borelli's questions related to the bus contract, just because it is something that I think is relevant right now. And I wanted to ask anybody, obviously free to respond, but just to give us a sense of, I wanted to know whether that had gone through an RFP and if to select who to purchase, and if so, if not, can you give us some information why that purchase wouldn't have to go through an RFP?
Thank you, Council Member. I'm going to ask for Kevin Moran to be unmuted, please.
Yeah, so for this purchase, right now what happens is we constitute a board for a not-for-profit, similar to how we arrange the custodial through the NYSES system, in that the not-for-profit is stood up and the not-for-profit actually manages the work. There is no RFP for that. The matter is that Reliant currently is on emergency contract extension providing service, and this is a tentative agreement. I mentioned that at the start when Councilmember Borelli had talked about it. We announced the tentative agreement, and I promise you more to come at a later date.
And how do you know you're getting the best value for that contract if you're not going out into the field to see
we engage with a national expert consultant in this regard, and they are working in partnership with us. There's a group, Transpar, I think it's public obviously now, and Transpar helps evaluate. They do this work nationally, and they'll help evaluate the deal in terms of how it works.
Okay, I think Councilmember Borelli is coming back for a second round. I'll let him answer some of those, go back to some of those questions. But I want to just go back to remote learning. So number of students, I want to, and this is for maybe the chancellor or someone else. I just want to, there's new numbers, I believe, of students that have chosen fully remote learning, which has increased dramatically from what I have is 26% before schools reopened to 52% now, according to the latest survey results as of Friday the 9th, so a week from today. Just tell us what you're thinking is and why those numbers have increased, and do you attribute those increases in students choosing fully remote over in-school blended learning primarily to be concerns about student health and fears of contracting COVID, or do you attribute it to other reasons?
Yeah, this is strictly just opinion here. We don't have any hard polling data or anything like that. What I can tell you is that there's just been a lot of talk just in general, not only on media, in the news channels. There's just, there's increasing case counts across the country. We've had our own zones in New York City where we've implemented some strategies, and we've had to shut down some schools. I just think people are traumatized and people are nervous, and parents are traumatized and parents are nervous. So I think that once, and I can tell you, I've been to schools in every borough, and without exception, once you're in a school and you see how clean those schools are, you see that there are structures and protocols and your temperatures checked, and you have to show your questionnaire and your answers, and there's social distancing, and kids are wearing their mask. Once parents experience that and students experience that, the level of angst comes way down.
But then I guess my question is, why is those numbers going in the other direction if that's the case? If you were doing blended learning and felt like it was safe, everything with all the protocols were in place that would keep you safe, wouldn't you expect that number to go in the other direction?
Sure, but as I said in my comments, Council Member, we are in a media-rich environment where people are being bombarded with all of these messages about case counts going up all over the country. And people are nervous about that. So I think that, you know, I don't have a crystal ball, but if we continue to do what we've done to control the community spread, and this starts to be controlled across the country, and people have, I will tell you, for the weeks that we've had in-person learning now, we have had remarkably safe learning environments. And maybe Dr. Varma can talk a little more about that. So when you look at the data, it doesn't support the narrative that's out there about the exploding cases in particular in our schools. But there is still this environment that people are subjected to, and I don't blame parents for being nervous.
Gotcha. I'm just going to go to a next question. I think there's more than that. I understand that maybe there's a narrative problem here versus the reality of being in the school.
Time expired.
But it does seem like there's more to it. I'm going to just ask another question with the approval of the chair since I've been here for 4 hours. But I just wanted to ask a couple data points because on the same thing about safety and feeling safe, perception versus reality, but also what are folks feeling like right now. Can you tell us just some data numbers on the number of teachers that have retired or resigned or applied for medical accommodations and received medical accommodations for this school year?
Yeah, so I'll start and then I'll ask Lauren Siciliano, our chief administrative officer, to give you the details because she will have them. So we take the official snapshot of retirements and separations on October 31st. So we can't give you for this year, but I can anecdotally tell you that what we are seeing in terms of retirements and separations is not any more than what we've seen last year. In fact, it's lower than what we've seen last year. So we expect that to hold true after we get our official snapshot October 31st. Lauren, if you're unmuted, could you talk about accommodations, how many have been granted, how many people applied, and was there another part to that?
Applied and received.
Applied and received. Lauren?
Yes, absolutely. Happy to. So to date, approximately 38,000 staff applied for reasonable accommodations to work remotely due to higher risk of COVID. And of those, 34,000 have been granted.
Can you do the first number again? It was
38,000
38,
and 34,000 for the number granted.
Okay, and I'm just going to ask one more question. This is back. Thank you, Lauren. This is back, I think, to the chancellor. Do you expect to see that number? I know this is I'm using your words, crystal ball, but on the crystal ball, do you see or predict that the number in your next survey to be a higher proportion going back remote, even if your thesis is true here, which is that the narrative has sort of gotten out of control and it's hard to define? What is your expectation as you move forward to the school year about whether remote will become a growing option for folks?
I think that, and we talk a lot about this, I think that as our community starts to see that this is a safe learning environment, as students start to communicate with their friends about what their experiences are in school, as the community spread and the peaks and valleys, the peaks that we've had in New York City are brought under control again, I think that we're going to see an increased desire for in-person learning. That would be what my prediction is if I had a crystal ball. That being said, we have no way of knowing.
Sure. And when do you know? Like, how often are you getting numbers or like getting a learning survey that says, here's how what the latest numbers are? Like, when will you know what the trend? How often do you see the numbers and give you a sense of the trend?
So we follow those numbers every single day, and we definitely look at them weekly. There will be a window that we've talked about all along with this design, in which parents that have chosen a full remote experience will have the opportunity to specifically opt back into an in-person learning. That's probably going to happen within the next 4 weeks, where that window will be talking about it. And we will be doing lots of outreach to parents and parent communities to make sure they understand this is your opportunity to opt into in-person learning, because we have to plan for it, we have to program for it. I think that will give us a very true picture of how many parents and students have chosen in-person versus remote.
Okay, thank you for the questions and answers, and thank you both chairs for putting up with a lot of our questions. So thanks so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Powers. For a very strict 2 minutes, we will go to Councilmember Levin, then Councilmember Borelli, and then back to Chair Traeger.
Time starts now.
I thought, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I've been here for 4.5 hours and I need to go to the restroom, and I thought there wasn't going to be a second round. I've been holding it. I just can't hold it anymore.
So, Mr. Chancellor, I'd be happy to have a very quick break. Apparently, there was a very pressing item that they felt was not answered in their first round of questions, but I'd be happy to take a few minute quick break just for.
I understand, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Those weren't the ground rules. I have a number of situations that I'm trying to work through right now. We are in the midst of trying to reopen schools, and I spent 4.5 hours, with all respect, answering questions here to the best of our ability. I have a school system to keep open. I have a school system right now that needs my attention. I ask that we stick to the ground rules, and in the immediate, I need to go to the restroom, so I'm going to do that, but I'm going to ask that we stick to the ground rules.
So, Mr. Chancellor, you can feel free to go to the restroom, but I don't think the administration is in any position to lecture the council about ground rules after a number of postponements and cancellations. But we'll take a 5-minute recess and we'll restart with whoever will testify from the administration. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone that's still on. This is Malcolm, Committee Counsel for the Education Committee. Just bear with us one moment, please. We will be beginning in the next few moments. So just stand by a moment, please. Okay, now that the break is concluded, is anyone from the Department of Education, Test and Trace Corps, DYCD, or DOHMH still on the Zoom call? I see Dr. Varma has activated video. Anyone from the Department of Education? Dr. Daniel Stephen is on, John Shea, Susan Haskell. Is the Chancellor, the First Deputy Chancellor, or any of the other Deputy Chancellors still there? Okay, so Chair Traeger, if you want, we can just quickly go back to those follow-ups to the representatives that are present. Hopefully we'll be able to answer it. And then we can turn it back to you and then begin our public panel portion if that works for you.
Malcolm, I just want to confirm with you before we turn it over quickly to my colleagues. Is it in fact the case that no one from the DOE is now on the Zoom?
It is looking like we do not have, well, John Shea is on, video activated. And sorry, just looking through everyone. That's all I see at this time. And then he is joined by, again, Dr. Daniel, Dr. Varma, Dr. Long. That's all I see right now. Oh, the Chancellor just activated his video.
Okay. If that's the case, we can go right to the council members.
Okay, so in quick order, strict 2 minutes, Councilmember Levine, Councilmember Borelli, and Councilmember Holden. Councilmember Levine, if we can unmute him, please. Levin, sorry, Councilmember Levin. My apologies.
Time starts now.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Chancellor. Okay, I'll ask 2 quick questions. One is that in the testing, the randomized testing that DOE did recently in the past week, it showed a positivity rate of, it was 1 out of 1,700, so 0.06%. Obviously, our positivity rate as a city is 1.5% right now on a 7-day moving average. That's a huge discrepancy. And I know that, you know, there's we're not really sure what the data is showing in terms of children testing positive, but are we certain that that is that is low? That is, because that seems awfully low.
Thank you, council member. So Dr. Varma and Dr. Long.
Yeah. Sure, let me go ahead and answer. So just to clarify the numbers, the ones that we have as of this morning, and again, they're changing because people are getting tested today, were that based for the monthly random sample survey that we started on Friday of last week and then continued through yesterday, there were 10,676 that were tested. As of this morning, 7,257 of them had complete results back. And of those, 15 were positive, which was 0.2%. So 15 divided by 7,257, the results that are available.
Okay.
So just to clarify the numbers. Now, so this is a little complicated. I'll try to keep it brief, but so we have to remember that when you look at test positivity, the indicator that we follow normally, we as epidemiologists and public health professionals know that that is not you can't directly apply that to the total population of the community, because obviously it includes people who sought testing. And by definition, you're going to get in that group people who are at higher risk. So we use that as an indicator.
Time expired.
We use that as an indicator to mark trends over time, but we wouldn't consider that what we call the prevalence. And prevalence would be, if you took 1,000 people randomly off the street, what percentage of them would be positive? We know that it's going to be much lower than that. So the question you're asking is, how do you know whether the prevalence of infection in the school community, which is what we're measuring, what we call point prevalence, how that compares to the community prevalence? And the only way you can do that is through modeling estimates. And that's because this is a very challenging disease in terms of who gets tested, how long people are infectious for, et cetera. So we have teams at NYU and Columbia who are continuously, at least every week, updating estimates where they produce an estimate of what they think the number of active infections in the city are. And based on the estimates from this past week, and there's a range there because there's a lot of imperfection assumptions that goes into it, we would expect that the point prevalence, so if you took a random sample of New Yorkers off the street, that it would be anywhere from, say, around 0.1% to 0.7%. So no matter what, it would be less than 1% overall. So the point estimate that we're getting from the school community is consistent with that. And so what it indicates to us is that school does not appear to be a risk factor for getting infected, which is what we would have presumed, but it's consistent with that.
But it doesn't. It's not a special risk factor. But it's.
Councilor Levin, yes.
Okay.
If you, we do have to move on, but just if you want to get that point in for Dr. Varma, please.
Okay, I just want to say that it's not it doesn't seem to be a special risk factor, but what we're seeing in Europe right now, for example, is very concerning. Czech Republic has closed down their schools, and I don't know what's going to be happening in France or in Portugal. Or in Italy, but we're seeing they're taking other measures of other types of closures, restaurants and things like that, and I remain concerned that if we're going to be in a situation like what they're in Europe right now, we should be starting to think about how we're going to react to community-wide transmission, like what they're having in Europe right now.
Yeah, I'll answer just very briefly, and the answer is, they are not doing anything like what we're doing. The model we have chosen is to model ourselves off the East Asian megacities, Singapore, Hong Kong, Korea, and jump and react. Places in Europe, cities in Europe, Paris, Milan, Madrid, London, they would love to have a 3% test positivity rate. We, in fact, look at that as a mark of danger and need to act. So we have chosen a totally different approach. So yes, Europe is a concerning case study for what not to do.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Councilmember Levin. We'll now go to Councilmember Borelli.
Time starts now.
Can we please unmute Councilmember Borelli?
Thank you. Sorry, I'm trying to be cognizant of the Chancellor's time. I'm reading the state's public health law, section 2164, which sets up the ability for school districts to require medical procedures, usually vaccinations, for entry into public schools. And the following section sets up medical exemptions for them. But I'm not seeing where the city gets the authority to actually enforce a mandate of testing in schools. So I'm just wondering, where does the statutory authority come from to require COVID testing? And if the child doesn't have consent and he or she is mandated to do remote, does remote education meet the state constitutional requirement of a sound basic education?
Councilmember, I'm not an attorney, and I don't know if any of our attorneys are on here, but we are in a pandemic. The governor has issued executive emergency orders. The city health commissioner has issued orders as well. So we do have not only a duty, but we have an obligation to maintain a safe environment for students and staff in our buildings. So we'd be happy to get a detailed answer, legal answer for you on that specific question in terms of the law.
Thank you. And do you agree, though, that remote learning in normal circumstances would not meet the constitutional requirement of a sound basic education?
I don't agree. I think because of the pandemic, we all are really choosing from a portfolio of imperfect solutions. And remote learning is one of those imperfect solutions. But in order to keep students and staff safe, and understanding that we can't have school in-person learning the way it used to be pre-COVID-19 with the number of students, the number of staff, that we have to make these medically advised decisions to keep people safe. And we are working very hard, as all of our colleagues.
Time expired.
To make sure we continue to build on that remote learning experience so that students are getting access to a state standard curriculum, they're getting access to wraparound services, and they're getting their legally mandated services as well.
Do we know of any children that were tested without consent yet?
All right, Councilmember, we have to, this is the last thing, we have to move on. Thank you.
That's it. I'm done.
Thank you.
And then I was just instructed before I turn to Councilmember Holden, Councilmember Cornegy or Miller, raise your hand now or forever hold your peace for a 2-minute second lightning round. Councilmember Holden, if we could please unmute Councilmember Holden.
Time starts now.
And thank you for the second round. Chancellor, when will the grading policy be released?
That's imminent.
Okay, so we should have it within the end of the month, or you think?
Yeah, absolutely before the end of the month.
Okay, and when are the students being tested for gifted and talented?
Again, we're in the final stages of vetting that policy internally as well, so that will come before the end of the month as well.
And just I might know the answer to this, but I'd like to share it. Why can't there be a camera in the classroom?
Could you elaborate more on that?
For instance, to videotape or live a teacher in the classroom.
Well, we know pedagogically that that's not best practice. You know, a camera stationary in a classroom while a teacher walks back and forth in and out of view of the camera, it just pedagogically isn't a good sound instructional practice. So we do have teachers that are doing remote learning where they are on camera and projecting to a number of different students across the city. That is actually an agreement we have with UFT on a program that we're doing. But the notion of a camera stationary in a classroom just isn't the best practice. So we haven't encouraged that at all.
Okay, just one final question is, are all full-time teachers currently teaching full-time? If they are working, or are some teachers not teaching the full workload?
No, all full-time teachers are teaching, whether it's in person or supporting a blended learning environment or teaching fully remote.
But they are teaching full-time?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Councilmember Traeger, our one final hand that was up, our good friend, Councilmember Miller.
Time starts now.
And this is the final hand.
Councilmember Traeger, no problems. I will forego my questions for now and allow you to continue the hearing. So thank you so much, Malcolm and Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, I would say to all of the council members, if there are additional questions that we couldn't fit in, we'd be happy to respond to them if you send them through our legislative liaison. We'd be happy to respond in writing to those questions.
Yes, Mr. Chancellor, and because I wanted just to get put one more point in as well. I heard before someone mentioned from your team about the number 38,000 staff that have applied for medical accommodations. Is that just teachers? Is there a breakdown of teachers, counselors, social workers? Is that everyone?
We can get you a breakdown, but that includes everyone in all of those categories that you've just mentioned. We'd be happy to get you a breakdown of the different categories.
Right, because Mr. Chancellor, the reason why I raise that is because when you mentioned before that students want to go back to an in-person experience, there are cases where the guidance counselors have opted for medical accommodations working remotely. There are cases where, as you've acknowledged, although we didn't have the number of staff shortage, where kids are not getting in-person instruction, they're getting basically someone just supervising them as they're getting study hall. That's a part of the issue here, is that it's the hybrid model that requires more staff at a time when many staff are applying for medical accommodations, and understandably so. Final point to Kevin Moran, then we'll move on. Kevin or John Shea, many of the classrooms are reliant on windows being open for ventilation. What happens in the cold weather? What is the plan for the cold when windows will be shut to deal with the cold climate? Thank you.
Yeah, we do have a cold weather plan. As you may know, we fired up our boilers yesterday, and then starting our heating season, we anticipate, I know you know as a classroom teacher, you probably kept your classroom windows open as I did at the top to exhaust. That is a great form of promoting air ventilation when the boilers are up, and we could overcompensate, if you will, for the low temperatures outside. If that's an issue where windows cannot be opened, we'll provide indoor air purifiers. We have an additional 20,000 on order. We're looking forward to the opportunity to kind of understand this in real time based upon ambient air temperatures outside. So we do have a plan. It really focuses on the MERV 13 filters for the HVAC, and covers at least 700 of our buildings. So half our buildings are supported in that way. And then moving towards, if you can't open just the top, if you need an indoor air purifier for the classroom setting, we'll provide that.
But Kevin, correct me if I'm wrong, there's a difference between, like, say, air purification, air ventilation. A number of classrooms are relying on windows open for ventilation. Right. What happens when it's freezing cold and they have to close the windows?
Well,
school?
Yeah. Those rooms also have fresh air intake and actual exhausters. So if there are rooms in particular that you hear of, we'll get to it. We're down to less than 200 rooms without a functioning exhaust system that would take any kind of impurities out of the air and exhaust it outside once classrooms are occupied. We'll also continue to monitor through CO2. But I can get you something in writing that's helpful about what our plan is, more in greater detail.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And with that, just as note to Mr. Chancellor and to others on the call, there's a lot of information that we did request we need in terms of the number of staff shortages. And also, I'm not sure if we had a number with regards to attendance for the blended learning. Mr. Chancellor, a question that was asked in the letter that we sent back in May, spring into summer, do we have with you the number of kids that we have made no contact with whatsoever, remote calls, anything? Do you have a number with you there?
We will get that information along with the other information you've requested. We'll get that accurately.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chancellor. And with that, we will move on to the next panel.
That concludes testimony from the administration. We will now turn and begin public testimony. I would like to remind council members who have questions for a particular panelist to use the raised hand function in Zoom. You will be called on when that panel has completed its testimony, and you will be called on in the order with which you raised your hand. I do want to remind everyone that we are, the Sergeant at Arms will be keeping a timer for 2 minutes. For people's verbal testimony, written testimony that is submitted for the record may be as long as you wish. So for panel number 1, we will be calling Michael Mulger, President of the UFT.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank you all for having this hearing, something that's very important and unprecedented actually across the country, which is a large school system that is open during a pandemic. we had to fight to close our schools in March. And then from April on, we started fighting or started actually putting together a plan in case we were able to open our schools. We knew everything was contingent upon what the spread of the virus, basically what we now know as positivity rates. And if the city was able to get those down, that there would be a possibility that our school system would open. We knew it would be irresponsible to wait until we got to that point to then start to plan. We became quite frustrated in April, May, June, when the city would not engage with us with a real plan, because we knew this would be a difficult, if not one of the most immense challenges the school system ever faced. During July and August, the city did engage with us, the Department of Ed engaged with us, and we started to bring down all of the different facets that we felt needed to be addressed. The safety procedures are first. What is the proper procedures inside of a building for getting students in and out? What PPE each building has to have, what ventilation standards had to be set, and then had to check each and every classroom throughout the entire city. All of those things were done. And then it became about a safety plan, which I'm sure you also will play out publicly, where we were at odds with this administration. We had independent medical experts saying that we needed to have a medical monitoring program, a mandated testing program. Thankfully, that kerfuffle landed up with us having a very aggressive plan, and one we're very proud of. So now it's about monitoring all of these things as we open. We still face major challenges in terms of staffing. We face major challenges in terms of childcare issues that not just our members, but many people across the city are dealing with. And we're dealing with challenges in certain elements of the Department of Education, who seem to keep sending out guidance that contradicts our agreement or contradicts their own guidance. So we move forward, watching everything at all times. Safety is first, as we have always said, and we look forward to answering it. I look forward to answering any of the questions that the council has. But thank you for your support and all of the different, what we would say, not conflicts, just differences of opinion about how things should be done in our school system.
So I want to just publicly acknowledge and recognize, I think it's no secret how the teachers union, the UFT, and all the support staff, this is very personal to me. And I just want the public to know that's watching, it is very courageous for a municipal union at this hour in a financial crisis and pandemic and everything else going on, to be speaking up, not just for their membership. And this is really important for folks to understand. They're not just speaking up for the UFT. If anything, if you look at all of the advocacy, it's always centering the needs of kids and their families and prioritizing their safety and wellness. And as a teacher, that's what I was taught. And I just want to just publicly acknowledge and thank every member of the UFT, every member of our school staff that really are frontline workers every single day, every sense of the word. President Mulgrew,
thank you.
You mentioned that the city administration engaged with you in July, August, as far as planning for the school year. Is that correct?
Well, the Department of Ed itself had engaged with us in June, but it was clear that they weren't given full-throated authority at that moment. It really started to have full engagement right after the 4th of July holiday, which is why we had to fight to push back the opening of school not once but twice, because you normally start planning for the school year in April, and that's without a virus and a pandemic on top of you. Planning for opening a school in the middle of a pandemic takes a lot more detail and a lot more preparation, and that's why it was so frustrating that they waited till after the July 4th weekend, where the administration at City Hall itself really started to engage.
So, President Mulgrew, I thank you for that honesty and transparency, because as a former teacher, I know that my school community would be planning for the next school year, which is starts in September. By usually February, March, they would already start making plans about hiring decisions and positions they have to fill and waiting for enrollment numbers to come in. The fact that they waited really until July, August speaks volumes about why we're in the state that we're in and why there were a number of delays. President Mulgrew, have you been given any information about how severe and what as numbers as far as staff shortages folks are experiencing in the school system? The chancellor did not have that data here today with him. Have you heard anything on that?
We haven't gotten a final number of how many that have been hired. Basically, you're talking about full-time substitutes. You understand that. If we can find a math, science, or special education teacher or any sort of bilingual teacher, those would also be hired permanently. But the rest of the hires at this point have been full-time substitutes from what I understand. We have not been given a final number. We know we have a record number of complaints, operational complaints, which is a contractual provision we have, and majority of them are based specifically off of staffing. The Department of Ed had issues. At one point, they had asked principals in an online forum to check if you were ready to open. And of course, most principals would check, I'm ready to open, because if school has to open, they are going to say they're ready. And then when we pushed back the opening of school, there was a lot of misinformation going around because superintendents were telling principals, well, you checked you were ready to open, therefore you don't need staff. And that was not the question they asked. You know, you and I, or anyone who ever worked in a school, we figure out what has to be done when a school opens. But there was a real amount of confusion going on that side of the Department of Education, the side that deals with hiring and the side that deals with the day-to-day instructional running of the DOE. And that's been probably what's caused us the most challenges and really the situations that should have been avoided.
Thank you, President Mulgrew. President Mulgrew, the Chancellor and the city administration finally shared some bits of data with us. I don't know if you heard, they shared with us that under 20%, somewhere between 15 to 20% of the surveys have been returned from those students who opted in for blended in-person learning. Again, only 15 to 20% of hundreds of thousands of students who have opted for in-person learning. Were you aware of that, and does that concern you?
No, that can't be true. Because the mayor himself reported early that 74% had opted in when he didn't have opt-in. He only had opt-out forms. He then counted any parent who didn't fill out a form as the 74% who were voting to keep to go in school in person. So at that moment, the city already had 26% of the parents had already opted out. So that number can't be true.
So
that's the mayor's press conference, not me. And, and remember, the other piece here is that just because a parent doesn't fill out an opt-out form doesn't mean they haven't opted out. As we now know that schools are open, that number is much higher.
So yeah, President Mulgrew, we are also kind of perplexed by what we're hearing today, but they shared with us on the record that they have received, and I quote, 72,000 consent forms to date, but we have close to 500,000 students who are still, as of this moment, still in the in-person blended learning. That is under 20% of. And so,
go back to the mayor's press conference in June. The parents are siding with me. I think were his exact words. 74% want to go back to school. So
right,
that means at that moment they had 26% saying they weren't going to go back.
And President Mulgrew, were you aware? Did you catch the exchange where there is confusion in the city's own language? They announced today, the chancellor said today, that we have a mandatory testing program, but the notice they sent to families states clearly that while testing is not mandatory, and then they said your child may be shifted to remote, not definitely will. There is a lot of confusion on the ground about what the testing. Are you aware of this confusion?
Very much so, because I know that it's a mandated testing program. In fact, when we announced the program, the mayor said it's a mandated testing program. That guidance they sent out, and during my initial testimony, you heard me say the biggest problem that we're facing right now is this constant contradicting guidance that the Department of Ed is sending out. And if you look at that notice that they sent out to the parents, it says, the first line says, testing is not mandated. If you follow it all the way down about 12 paragraphs later, it kind of, if you follow it, it kind of says, oh, it is mandated. But our parents are not lawyers, and they deserve to have very clear information sent to them. And it's getting really tiresome to have these lawyers and bureaucrats at the Department of Ed sending out all of this contradictory information. They do it, it's bad enough that they do it to the schools and the principals themselves, but when you're doing it with parents, you're doing a major disservice. They're supposed to come out with a clarifying message that just says testing is mandated. It is mandated. It's in our state plan. And District 75 is not exempt. Even though the Department of Ed, we've seen slides from deputy chancellors who have slide presentations saying District 75 is exempt. It's just not true. So I know you asked them. I was not on for the entire exchange, and I didn't hear that piece. But yeah, it's really quite aggravating because it's hard enough what we're doing right now. This is an unprecedented challenge. You know, have you checked on any of the other large school systems in the United States, how they're doing with this? You wouldn't know because we're the only ones who are open. The last thing we need is the administration that's supposed to be supporting us and helping make it easier. The last thing we need is them actually making it more confusing.
I couldn't agree with you more. We're in a pandemic. We're seeing cases increase across the city, not just in a few zip codes, but across the city. And the last thing we need is confusion about what the testing plan actually is for schools. I also wanted to make you aware, President Mulgrew, that they shared with us a number for the first time that as of yesterday, they have received 77,000 requests for technology devices for children who still to this day do not have a device and internet to conduct remote learning. And again, regardless of what you opted for, remote learning is a part of the education program for the school year ahead. And I asked, why wasn't this planned ahead months ago? Like you mentioned that they engaged you only in July. This was planning that they should have done months ago. Were you aware of this number? And think, if you could think about the impact on the lost instruction and the ability not to connect with kids, they'll never get this time back.
Yeah, no, we knew there was a problem. We didn't have a quantifiable number. We had asked about it. And I want to be, at the same time, I want to just constantly make sure that people know what is actually working and what is not working, right? When it comes to PPE, when it comes to the ventilation stuff, when it comes to the cleaning stuff, that's working. That's working. That side of the Department of Education has done an amazing job. I've never seen so many materials move so quickly. We had basically war rooms set up for schools that would constantly, and anything we asked for that from that side of the Department of Ed was working quite well. The ventilation piece, you heard them talking today. They're constantly on top of that. I want to publicly thank Rob Spire and Tishman Spire. They lent us some of the top ventilation engineers in the entire world was helping and working with the Department of Ed and us. So now that we have a better understanding of how to make our buildings safe, and hopefully those are the people, if we have 77,000 children without devices, we give that task to the people who've been doing this work. Because I do believe if we put it into the other side of the Department of Ed, the instructional HR side, that those children will be waiting even longer.
Also, President Mulgrew, just want to put on your radar a question that I asked them that they didn't have an answer for, but I just want to make sure that I know you care deeply about this issue. Because our schools are experiencing severe staff shortages, I asked them about the percentage of students who are not receiving all of their IEP mandates. This has a direct impact. We know about the issues of ICT classes and others. Have you received any information about from staff and from folks that you speak with about how severe this issue is as far as not meeting IEP mandates and IEP obligations?
It's tough to quantify because you go from district to district and they're interpreting the regulations differently and what can and can't be done. So and I've instructed our staff to come up right now and are starting on Monday, because we thought we had the majority of this stuff worked out in August and September, but without any clear leadership in terms of how these things are supposed to actually get implemented. And when we go back to, we can't have the Wild Wild West show in the middle of a pandemic that everyone can do whatever they think is right, because that's when people get hurt and children don't get the services that they need. So we know it's a problem, and I think we need to just give very clear directions at all times what a school should be doing. What is the proper ICT model? Does a child have to have access to both the special education and a general education teacher or a subject-specific teacher? The answer is yes, because that is the federal definition of an ICT model. So those type of things should not be open for interpretation. I mean, these things are pretty clear on how they're supposed to work. But again, throughout the Department of Education, we have different interpretations. Some of them are blatantly breaking a child's rights. And those things are being sent because we're getting complaints. I don't have the exact number, but we're getting many complaints. I know we're getting more complaints than we would normally have at this time of the year. And those things are then, if they're not getting rectified, they're going to go to the state.
And President Mulgrew, I don't know if you caught the exchange with me and Kevin Moran, where I asked about those classrooms. And I worked in an old school building as well in Utrecht. There are classrooms that only pass the ventilation test only because they have windows and they could open. As we move into the colder weather, where it's too cold to keep the windows open, does it concern you what ventilation old buildings will have when they have to close the windows?
Yes, and what the winter plan is something we've been working on. So take an older school, just generally, one that was having problems with ventilation. The process that we would go through, that we have gone through, is first we went and fix all of the what's called the fresh air exchange dampers. They're huge. You have to go up into the mechanical rooms on the top of school buildings. Many of them were not functioning. So first it's fix all of them. And what we do, we get a balanced fresh air inside of the system, and we're not recycling air. That makes the school safe at that moment. But then can you keep all that fresh air coming in constantly in the winter? No, because if you do that, then the building is going to freeze. So you have one of two choices. One, you have to, the two choices are, either you replace the existing filter system with a MERV 13 filter system, and in many cases, our dampers don't actually have, you can't just put MERV 13 filters in them. You have to rip out the existing filter system, fabricate a new holding system, and then put MERV 13s in that way. Or what you would do is you put a heating element on the fresh air as it's coming in. The same is going to be at the classroom level. So either you're going to have to turn the heat up in the building, which means in the school, the rooms that don't have a window, they're going to become hot. But the rooms that you have to keep the windows open, they'll be okay. Or you do what Kevin just said, and you start bringing in air filtration systems that actually catch COVID, and you have an air filtration system working that way. Or you have to figure out a way to get an air exhaust exchange system. So, but we're down to a smaller number of rooms, and we're coming up with these winter plans now. I'm much more confident on this side in terms of these issues, because the people who've been solving them have actually done a really good job, and we have verified that with independent experts.
Thank you, President Mulgrew. And just last, I'll say, just to point out to my colleague, Chair Levine, we're greatly concerned about the increasing cases around the city. And I think that regardless of the model, remote learning is a part of the program. And I think that the DOE and the city needs to do a lot more to invest to ensure that every child from every zip code gets the technology internet which they deserve, yes, and to provide the adequate training to your membership, to educators on how to do it. Because some of our schools, as you know, don't even have adequate bandwidth, where there are teachers who I speak with who literally have to walk around the hallway to catch a signal in order to connect with their students. It is unacceptable. So I'm going to keep pushing the point of better support for the remote learning program, because as the chancellor even acknowledged, if this gets worse as far as the virus cases, the system may need to pivot further. But remote learning is just not adequate right now as far as the infrastructure in place for kids. Thank you, President Mulgrew. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yes.
No, the remote learning, look, the educational platforms, each classroom having its own educational platform. We've come a long way since last March, but the actual broadband capability is the thing that keeps me up at night more than anything else.
Thank you, President Mulgrew. And I'll turn to my chair, Mark Levine.
Thank you so much, Chair Traeger and President Mulgrew. It's great to see you. I'm just so grateful to your members and what they have done over the last 8 months. One of the most difficult periods in public education, probably in the history of the city, and your members have been tireless and stoic, and they have put safety first for themselves and the children and families
Thank you.
they serve, and we're grateful for you and their efforts. I wanted to ask you about Learning Bridge, because this is an important resource for any family that has an essential worker or for another reason needs childcare. And teachers are essential workers. And many of your members are required to be in school buildings starting very early in the morning. And so they need childcare that is consistent with that schedule. And it's not clear to me that Learning Bridge is meeting those scheduling needs. What is your view of that?
It's not. It's very
So when
simple.
does-
It's not meeting their need, because the Learning Bridges programs open after school's open. So how is a teacher supposed to drop their child off and be at school on time? And the Department of Education and City Hall knows that this is a real problem. They're supposedly giving us an answer either today or Monday, but it's been 2 weeks. But who designed the program for essential workers that access to the program starts after they already have to be at work? Just think about the stupidity of this. We designed a program for essential workers that you can't get your child in there until after you're already at work. And then the issue becomes that we have this, does a teacher drop their child off at the Learning Bridges that's closest to the school where they work, or do they have to drop it off close to the school where the child goes? And they'll say, well, we're trying to do the safety, we're trying to keep a pod, but we know the integrity of that is not real at all anywhere. So if the program is designed for essential workers' childcare needs, it needs to be based off of what the essential worker needs, not whoever got the contract to run the program needs. So I am very happy that you brought this up, because it's something that's getting me quite angry.
With good reason. It's really inexplicable. I have to imagine that teachers may be one of the single largest elements of the workforce that need childcare now. I have to imagine you have thousands of teachers who have young children, and the program is not meeting its stated mission if the hours are not consistent with the needs of essential workers.
No, and I understand people who travel from outside of the city, and those are more, nuanced situations, but just the basic fact that so many teachers, and I've said, look, we're working on it. I'm done working on it. There should be no need to work on this. This program should meet the needs of the workers it's supposed to serve, not meet the needs of the people who got contracts to run it. And if the city put out contracts and accepted them with those hours of work, then somebody should be held accountable for doing something really stupid.
And are they now claiming that the contracts lock them in, that they can't fix this?
That is what we're waiting for, a final answer, but that is what we were first, that was the information that first was given to us, my folks who were working on this.
I mean, that's unacceptable. We have to do better than that. We need a solution. This is really indefensible. We're going to fight with you to fix it.
I appreciate that.
I wanted to ask you about the policy of allowing people to stay home if they don't feel well. This is actually one of the top guidelines of the Department of Health in general, together with wearing a mask and washing your hands. They say stay home if you're not feeling well. It's very important. That, of course, has to apply to teachers.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have good protocols in place that allow a teacher, if they're not feeling well, to stay home without too many bureaucratic hoops, with allowances for adequate sick time? Really, it's not only a matter of the health of the teacher, but also you want to protect the whole community by allowing people to stay home when needed.
So what we have in place now is if someone's not feeling well, they are being, the guidance is do not come in. No one will be harmed for taking additional sick time. If you have to stay home because of a COVID issue, a specific COVID issue, then that is not charged against your sick bank. But if you're just not feeling well, we did this last year in the end of February, beginning of March, where we wanted to make sure when the Department of Health of New York City put out the guidance that said stay home if you're not feeling well, the MLC actually went to the city and said you can't now punish people for following your guidance, and the city agreed to that.
Okay, good. Keep us posted because we don't want anyone to be penalized for doing the right thing and being safe.
I'm sure we will have a situation where it happens.
And the last thing I just wanted to bring up with you is the question about individual neighborhoods which are seeing spikes in cases. And I know you've been dealing with this for months, but unfortunately, we don't have good real-time data, neighborhood by neighborhood, on things like positivity rates. And it's difficult to analyze, but it's pretty clear there are communities outside of the known hotspots where cases are rising. For example, Tottenville and Staten Island, there's some communities in the Bronx where probably the positivity rates are at or over 3%. What is your understanding of the protocols for determining if we need additional neighborhood schools shut down because of localized increase in cases?
Well, we were in our agreement with the city, and remember, we were the only school district in the state that had a mandated testing program. But we also included in the zip code provision that if a zip code went above a 3% positivity rate for a period of days, then that the schools inside of that zip code had to immediately be tested. That was not happening when school began, and we gave them basically 5 days to start to figure this out. And we were preparing to go to court when the mayor announced that he was putting those schools into remote setting at that moment. Now, since then, you all know that the governor has come in and now has basically put together a mandated testing program for any schools in red or orange zones throughout the state. And that is now in place. So it's monitoring of both the city and the state data. It doesn't match in terms of timelines. This is one of the frustrations we have, that city data and state data always doesn't match, but it seems that it is showing the correct trends. So there are, we have this in place and things, and they're constantly looking at this. This is our biggest challenge. All the rest of this stuff, safety and everything else, we know that the country's face is now in another wave. Can New York City and New York State do enough to stop the wave from hitting us is really the question we have. And it's going to require this diligence in terms of schools have to get used to. You could be in-person instruction. You might be remote for the next 2 or 3 weeks, and then you'll go back to in-person instruction. It's not an ideal situation, but that's the world in which we live. If the city does get overwhelmed, then the school system's just going to go back to fully remote, and it won't open probably for the rest of the year. What we're trying to do, though, is, when the medical experts we dealt with throughout the summer, they understood the importance of opening up a school system. They said it's really important. But at the same time, the epidemiologists who we were working with said, we will back you up to open your schools. But from our work and what we have to do, we're petrified of your schools being open. Because the schools have shown in different places, right here in New York State, and in different countries and in different parts of this country, schools have at times been the bridge to a greater spread in a community. So that diligence of watching and testing the schools is very important right now. But the city and the state are looking at this data constantly. You're going to see those red and orange zones move. You're just going to see it move. Hopefully they shrink. And that will be a clear sign that we're doing our work correctly. But it comes down to community habits, and you just have to do the right thing here. And right now our positivity rate in the schools is low. We've started our testing of all the schools, but it's low. And one of the reasons it is low is because all of the schools in the red and orange zones aren't being tested because they're not open. They're only in remote.
Right.
Right. So we're testing schools in yellow and in non-colored zones because those are the only schools that are in person right now. So that's another reason why our testing is low. But it's a good thing. When we have low testing, low positivity, that's a good thing. We should all smile.
That is true. But look, in a city this big, the citywide numbers, while helpful, are not telling us the full story. We've just seen huge variation from neighborhood to neighborhood. And we do need local data. We need it in real time. And we're not currently getting it. So we're pushing very hard for a zip code by zip code daily update on things like positivity rates, because we have to manage the hotspots and see when they're getting better, yes, but also get early warnings when problems are emerging in other areas.
The best number to look at is hospitalizations right now until they straighten this out. And they are on the uptick.
Unfortunately, they are.
Yep.
They are indeed. Well, we'll be watching. Thank you, President Mulgrew,
Thank you
for speaking and for all your work. And I think we'll ask the committee council now to start the queue of our colleagues for questions.
He's got to unmute himself.
Screen froze for a second there. We'll call on Councilmember Kalos.
Time starts now.
90% of life is showing up. So I just want to thank you, President Mulgrew, for showing up for our students, parents, and teachers in September when the chancellor refused.
Thank you.
Now, President Mulgrew, you and CSA President Cannizzaro actually pledged that you would not open a school unless it was safe and would go to court if you had to. At that hearing, and that was the certainty that parents, students, staff, and I needed to hear to rest assured. And frankly, these assurances should have come from the mayor to begin with. I also want to thank you for your guidance as I reached out and asked for them to set up remote learning centers. And then when they said they would only have 100,000, asking for more, and then blasting them when they said they would only have 30,000. I'm still disappointed that we're still at the 30,000 mark. As the contracts chair, to the extent you brought up that these contracts are deeply flawed, I'd be honored to work with you, the education chair, to hold a hearing on these Learning Bridges contracts. And I'll just ask, I guess, I was hoping Learning Bridges would model more off the universal pre-K expansion that we were able to do. Actually know where the locations were, that there would be some sites that were community-based and others that are school-based, operated by DOE. At this point, I'm in a situation where I've been given one Learning Bridges location and 60 seats for 4,000 students and I think 9 schools. Is it something where DOE could, and we found tons of empty commercial spaces for DOE, but they won't even look at them. Is it something where this city should be or could be stepping in to operate any of these Learning Bridges?
When we made a big push in July saying we don't know if the schools are opening or not, at that point we weren't sure. We were working towards it. We did run a campaign with parents for a period of weeks where we said, no matter what happens, the city is going to have a childcare crisis. Okay, the Department of Ed does not operate Learning Bridges. Okay.
Yep.
It's some coordination, right? But the thing, and I really wanted it steered clear from the Department of Ed because the Department of Ed has enough on its plate, and they're having a hard enough time even dealing with what's on their plate in terms of the instructional side and communications. The 30,000 is not enough.
You took the words right out of my mouth. So we'll to the extent it's in DOICD, I'll reach out to Chair Rose on that. And I know she's been a member of this hearing. I had an additional question, which was, what has the administration done about the virtual content specialist to support remote learning?
We agreed upon a posting. We agreed upon that position in August, and we still don't have a single one.
Not one.
Not one. Not one. And it's actually one of the key positions that we agreed to. They actually came to us and outlined it, and we saw, and we were thinking about the same type of thing. We said, yes, this will actually alleviate a lot of the staffing. Won't solve the staffing issue, but it will be helpful. We agreed to that posting in that position in late August, and we still don't have one.
What can we do to bring these people in? Is it for lack of knowledge that it exists?
They're not, well, we don't know if what we agreed to is exactly what we want. Maybe we shouldn't give them, they teach 4 periods a day, and then for 1 period a day, they're doing this work, plus they receive a stipend. That's what was in the posting. Now they're like, because of the staffing problem, we can't give them this period. I'm like, we agreed to this a long time ago. What are you talking about? And I'm like, this 1 period actually will alleviate the need for multiple teachers. So I don't know, they can't get out of their own way. They don't know what they want, or what, in terms of the instructional side of the Department of Education, they can't get out of their own way. They don't have any clue what they want, what they agree to, how to make it work, or how to implement it. That's why it's so important to understand the schools are making this work. It's the schools making this work. Just like remote, it was the schools. The schools are making this work. The sad part is that we have this major, one of the largest, it's probably the largest educational bureaucracy in the country, and they don't help. And all they do is actually cause problems. So they asked for a position, we agreed, we did a posting in August, we still don't have a single one. And we know we have a staffing problem, and this position was specifically to alleviate some of the staffing issues.
You have my word to get that posting out there and to follow up with DOE to find out what's going on.
Expired.
Thank you, President Mulgrew.
Thank you.
Are there any other council members that have questions? Please use the raise hand function in Zoom now.
I just want to end by saying, Malcolm, thank you to President Mulgrew, and also President Mulgrew. I am getting some word, which I'll be following up after this hearing, but I wanted to bring to your attention from some folks in my school community that they saw state troopers coming around our neighborhoods in southern Brooklyn to see if the city's in fact closing schools in the red and orange zones. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that in specific that individual thing, but I am aware that the state is making sure that not just New York City, but any municipality in the state is actually doing what it is supposed to be doing. It's not just about the schools, it's also about making sure that communities who are supposed to have a higher degree of lockdown are doing what they're supposed to be doing. And it is up to the individual municipal government to make sure that they are doing their job in enforcement. So yes, I am aware that the state is looking at all of that. But in terms of this, it just seems like they're just trying to make sure that everyone, holding everyone accountable. And this challenge of trying to keep us out of the second wave is huge. And this is the only way. This is, you can have a panel of the top epidemiologists in the United States or across the globe, and all these different approaches in different parts of the world. If you can't monitor where the virus is and shut it down quickly, you cannot be successful. Take the politics and everything else out of all of this. You need to know if the virus is here, it's here. So you have to constantly test randomly. What we're doing in the schools, just imagine that 0.19 or 0.2 that they called it, that we found in our random testing. Those were students and adults who had no clue whatsoever that they were COVID positive. They had no understanding that they were COVID positive. Thankfully, at this point, in terms of the random testing, we haven't had a double case in the school. That means the PPE, the procedures and everything are working because it's not spreading. But that's the diligence that it takes. And that's the discipline that we're going to need to stay out of this. So when people play politics with the virus and the procedures, it really gets me quite angry, because I don't want a school system shut down again. I don't want a city shut down again. And I don't want to be talking about more and more deaths ever again.
No, I appreciate President Mulgrew, and I just want to remind the public as we let you go that as of June, it could be more, but as of June, close to 80 or so DOE employees that we knew of passed away because of the virus, and that doesn't include other school-based staff that work for different agencies, students who lost loved ones. The number could have increased. So that is an important part here. That this is at a time when the mayor said to school people back in March, "Go back to school," when many people got sick and some died, and trust remains broken in the city of New York and beyond. And I just want to publicly again thank you for being very courageous to testify, to continue to be very vocal on these issues for not just schools and school staff, but really for all of our neighborhoods. I appreciate President Mulgrew, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Be well, everyone, and be safe.
Thank you. And the next panel we will call up is Taj Sutton, Randy Levine, Andrea Ortiz, Haley Yee, Lisa Caswell, and Lainey Handsome. And I remind everyone that we are putting everyone on a 2-minute clock. We will start with Taj Sutton.
Time starts now.
Thank you so much. Okay. Some things I want to address, particularly in President Mulgrew's statements, is that I think we have a misconception of what we've planned and what we would hope for these plans and what is actually happening on the ground. I hear a lot of congratulations around ventilation, but we know for a fact that the capital planning that was necessary to update our schools in a way that would make them safe for all students, not just in particular zip codes or at schools with really, really vocal and active PTAs, because the parents there have the wealth and the time and the support to advocate for these things, right? But I'm talking about every school in New York City having what it needs with regard to ventilation, staffing, and funding. We know that that is not the case. So to hear our leaders continue to act as if we are in a position where schools can and should be open 100% is outrageous in the month of October. I want to highlight that. I want to highlight the fact that parents, students, and teachers have been organizing all summer around the issues that we continue to see because leadership is not listening. And while I share your frustration with our chancellor, we also need to be very clear that the ball was dropped by our mayor, our governor, and UFC President Michael Mulgrew as well. Parents are asking for very small, very simple things like language access, like technology access, like universal broadband, like actually making our curriculum culturally responsive rather than using the words and then allowing our children to show up remotely and be policed for not having their cameras on or being in their pajamas because they're tired, even though they still showed up. And so these are the kind of conversations we can't even have because we are still worried about things like whether or not we have enough custodians to clean our schools and whether or not our staff is supported in the ways that they need, right? We're the PD for our teachers. Who is supporting the teachers and parents emotionally? Are we even having that conversation? There's a difference between discussing SEL and actually providing it. And I can tell you right now at the local level, many schools, despite their best efforts, are failing. It's not for a lack of trying.
Time expired.
If you want to wrap up your final point, please.
Thank you, Councilman Treyger. I appreciate it. I really just wanted to highlight the fact that so many families are talking. The conversation you guys are having here, we've been having too. And it's really integral that we are at the center with you. We cannot create anything as a city if we continue to have leadership at the top in this very elite space and everyone else, including and especially our most impacted families, some are on the sidelines waiting for guidance. We don't want to wait for guidance. We want to help develop the guidance because that is the way that we know that our families who don't speak English, who don't have internet access, who live in homeless shelters or are literally on the street and trying to log into school at a Burger King parking lot, right? What are the ways that we reach them effectively? And we understand the circumstances because we are also living them. And I think sometimes that gets forgotten. Parent leaders are still just regular parents too. A lot of our teachers are also parents, and that is getting lost in this narrative where the students and the parents and the teachers are being pit against one another. But really what we want is to be included in the integral decision-making that's gonna move our city forward. And I will continue to stress what Councilman Treyger, what the public advocate, and what parent leaders on community education councils have been saying all summer. And what we've been asking for is a delayed and phased reopening. We fought really hard and we got 2 small delays, and that's wonderful. But the reason we're seeing families opt back out of the blended model and into the remote model is because of all the failures that we already outlined, told you would happen, and asked for your support in addressing. So I think it's prudent upon all of us not to just have a monthly call where we listen to parents, air quotes on listen, right? We let parents talk. Let me say that correctly, but don't actually listen. We know exactly what we need and what our families need, and we really need to be engaged in a way that our expertise is valued and then implemented so that we can all create safe conditions for our schools. And the last thing I want to say is that not wanting the schools open because they're not safe is very different than not wanting the schools open at all. We would love nothing more than to send our children back to school, but we need to have an honest conversation about these spikes, about the infection rates rising in our communities that were hit the hardest in the first place, and what exactly we're going to do to keep families, students, and teachers safe. Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Randy Levine.
Time starts now.
Can we please unmute Randy? There we go.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Randy Levine, and I'm the Policy Director of Advocates for Children of New York. I want to start by recognizing the very hard work of the DOE, educators, and the Council during this difficult time. We appreciate that the Council is hearing 2 bills today that would require the DOE to publicly report on remote learning, such as the percentage of students, including students with disabilities and English language learners, who are and are not participating. Like the pandemic itself, remote learning has had a disproportionate impact on historically marginalized communities and has magnified pre-existing inequities. In the past few weeks alone, with the school year already underway, Advocates for Children has heard from dozens of families whose children are missing out on instruction because they do not have the technology needed. We have heard from families who requested an iPad months ago but have not received one. Families who cannot get their iPads to work and have been unable to get help from the DOE, and shelters that do not have Wi-Fi or sufficient cellular reception to use the iPads. While we were patient as the DOE worked to distribute iPads when schools closed in March, we are dismayed that so many students continue to go without the technology they need in October, at a time when nearly all students are expected to learn remotely from 2 to 5 days per week. A student's education should not be conditioned on their parents' ability to pay for a laptop and internet service. Our written testimony talks about some of the other barriers we're seeing to remote learning, including the need for assistance for parents who speak a language other than English. We agree that the city should publicly report data to help shed light on remote learning participation and are providing suggestions for strengthening the bills, including adding participation rates for students who are homeless and students in foster care. The city must also use the data it already has to redouble its outreach efforts and provide individualized support to families to get students engaged in remote learning.
Time expired.
As the city continues working on the health and safety measures needed to protect school communities from COVID-19, the city must also focus attention on the need for mental health supports and on creating safe and supportive school environments. Since the time schools closed, students and adults have experienced trauma, and students must receive the mental health support they need to succeed this school year instead of facing school discipline and policing, which can result in lost days of instruction and significant trauma, particularly for Black and Brown students and students with disabilities. Our written testimony outlines a number of recommendations of steps that the DOE should take to increase mental health support and social emotional learning during this time. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you.
Thank you. And next we will hear from Andrea Ortiz.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon and thank you. I'm Andrea Ortiz, Manager of Education Policy at the New York Immigration Coalition. We commend the Committee on Education and Public Advocate Williams for introducing Bill 2058 and 2104 and are here to offer very strong support for these essential initiatives and testify on behalf of our Education Collaborative about the dire need for publicly available subgroup data on student engagement and achievement for English language learners and students with families with limited English proficiency. Only with real transparency of the DOE's engagement and achievement data throughout the pandemic will we be able to target reparations for the damages done to our immigrant communities. Therefore, we recommend that the City Council publicly release disaggregated data on grades and engagement for spring and summer and have periodic assessments of fall engagement and achievement data on a quarterly basis. Work with the DOE to devise academic interventions for immigrant students and ELs with gaps in learning due to structural issues and track how they targeted those interventions. Implement the Education Collaborative's communication plan and add significant capacity and investment in translation and interpretation services. Education policy in New York City has historically marginalized immigrant families. We should be disturbed by the fact that even before the pandemic, 1 in 4 ELS students dropped out, the worst dropout rate of any subgroup in the city. The COVID crisis has underscored and compounded the profound inequities already affecting immigrant families. So I quickly want to highlight ongoing issues that we've seen on the ground, which we get into in greater detail in our written testimony. Immigrant students are not receiving critical information or being meaningfully engaged. The COVID crisis has exacerbated long existing inequities in communication with immigrant families, including the over-reliance on digital platforms, which our communities struggle to access. The abrupt shift to remote learning has hit our immigrant students the hardest. They have experienced greater academic slide. They have not received the supports that they need, and many are still without devices. The gap is only getting larger.
Time expired.
Addressed. Immigrant families with limited English proficiency and low digital literacy have been struggling to support their children with their schoolwork, and the lack of robust live instruction for ELS has limited students' abilities to practice their English language speaking and reading skills. And the last thing I'll say before I give up, here, our members have reported to us that many immigrants never received information in their home languages about summer school placements, the schedule for the fall remote orientation days, and/or other school and bus schedules for their fall semester. These are egregious issues that I wanted to lift up, but again, there's further information in our written testimony. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. And next we will hear from Haley Yee.
Time starts now.
Hi, thank you. My name is Hallie Yee, and I'm policy coordinator at the Coalition for Asian American Children and Families. So for our schools to be safe and prepared to actually continue reopening to our students, teachers, administrators, and support staff, we have to think about more than just that 3% citywide average transmission rate threshold that the city is focused on at the moment. On behalf of our 70+ organizational members and partners serving the diverse Asian Pacific American communities across New York City, we are asking Council today to hold our public education system accountable to the community's needs. First, demanding that the city provide accurate data collection and disaggregation of data on infection rates, hospitalizations, and deaths in the APA community and in all communities of color. In order to best respond to the pandemic and reopen safely, we have to be able to track race, ethnicity, and languages spoken for those who are tested, so we can appropriately take care and trace. We're not doing that now, and the stories are being erased by the lack of data on race and ethnicity. We've been told that neighborhood level data is being taken in the form of zip codes, but that only gives us the where, not the how or the who to help. Second, we demand that schools in partnership with the city's health system can ensure that critical information gets to students and families in the language that they need. It was only recently that the Health and Hospitals was able to translate health outreach documents into the top 11 languages required by law. This was too late and still not enough. There has to be more support ready for the students and families who are limited English proficient. DOE has more experience with that already and needs to have more coordination with DOHMH and H&H in that regard, because in the absence of clear information, misinformation and rumors prevail. Third, we demand that schools address the mental health needs of students and families, especially those who have been targeted during this pandemic and have faced things like loss, isolation, discrimination, xenophobia, and so much more as they return to school.
Time expired.
You may wrap your final point, please.
Sorry. Thank you. Our community members are understandably frightened of sending their children back to school, and there's already such a deep mistrust kind of building within our communities around the government, and ensuring best practices around testing and data and language are just key to New York City's recovery. It's critical in making it safe for our children to actually go back and learn in person.
Thank you. And next we will hear from Lisa Caswell.
Time starts now.
Chair Traeger and Chair Levine, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Lisa Caswell, and I am the Senior Policy Analyst for the Daycare Council of New York. We would like to take this opportunity to thank the City Council for its strong voice in last year's battle for salary parity. It has been a silver lining throughout the pandemic, giving Daycare Council members much needed strength as they support thousands of children and families in crisis. We would also like to acknowledge the quality of administrative oversight being provided by the Department of Education's Division of Early Education. Their guidance reflects high levels of interdepartmental collaboration, making it possible for our members to access resources and maintain critical safety standards in a constantly shifting environment. In recent weeks, we witnessed a targeted and immediate response to a child's positive COVID-19 test result in one of our agency's centers. With safety measures and protocols firmly in place, our members have increased confidence in their ability to manage risk. This does not mean that they are not facing hiring challenges as they manage employee requests for medical accommodation. We're also dealing with a backlog in comprehensive background check clearances, which may take months to resolve at a time when we need to increase the number of staff to lower class size. With regards to utilization, some of our members are losing children as parents return to full-time work outside the home because their child care program does not have the necessary space or staff to offer 5 full days of supervised learning to all of the families that need it. Other child care programs that have agreed to run full-day on-site Learning Bridges programs are having trouble referring their own children to these seats because they're being reserved for children attending UPK and 3K in public schools. And based on earlier conversations, I know this whole initiative is very confusing. These issues, combined with continuing delays in the processing of applications, is affecting enrollment. Fortunately, the DOE has assured its contracted child care
Time expired.
that their funding will remain stable throughout the city's recovery process despite fluctuations in enrollment. Finally, as members of the steering committee for the Campaign for Children, we have been advocating for a more substantial role on behalf of child care and youth services. Our expertise in human services and education should put us at the center of decision-making. Instead, we are often brought together for our initial input, but are not consulted again until new initiatives are announced. We must be fully engaged in the entire process, including program development, process, and implementation. This will be particularly important as we continue to manage limited funding going forward. Thank you so much for your time. We greatly appreciate your long-standing support of the city's early childhood education system and welcome all opportunities for continuing collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll hear from Lainey Hainsome.
Time starts now.
Hello. Thank you so much for holding these important hearings today. My name is Lainey Hameson. I'm the Executive Director of Class Size Matters. We're living in unprecedented times and the public needs as much transparency as possible regarding the DOE's implementation of blended and remote learning to assess what is working this year and what is not. If students are not logging into their online classes, as 23% of summer school students never did, that's strong evidence their plan needs revision. I'm here to support the 2 reporting bills under consideration and to suggest a few technical improvements to ensure that the required reporting is even more specific. Regarding Intro 2058, attendance data should be disaggregated in 3 categories in the way schooling is now organized for most students. That is full-time remote, online classes for blended learning students, and in-person classes when students are being taught in school buildings. In addition, the wording of this bill does not clearly specify how attendance should be reported or defined, and we know that schools are doing that in very different ways. It should require also how many students attended the class each day on average over the last week rather than logged in on any one day of the week. The importance of disaggregated data by the type of instructional modality is also important because otherwise we don't know which particular modalities are working and not. Many parents and teachers have expressed concern that remote class sizes have been as large as 70 or 100 students or more, which has made it impossible to engage their children. With recent articles in the Post, Wall Street Journal, and Gothamist about this issue, classes this large make it impossible for most students to establish and maintain any real relationship with their teachers and receive the feedback they need. There's convincing evidence that, in fact, online class sizes must be as small as possible to ensure sufficient interaction, discussion, and engagement. And I give some quotes from researchers and practitioners about that issue. It's also important that—
Time expired.
Yes, so that the City Council has little direct authority over education policy making due to the language of mayoral control. They have an important role to require maximum transparency about the conditions in which New York City students are forced to learn, especially during this highly unusual year. Thus, every effort should be made to ensure that the reporting bills you pass are clear and specific in their language to maximize the chance that they will be enforced and allowed for greater public understanding. Thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you very much, Lainey, and to everyone who on the panel testified and for your extraordinary work. One quick question from the New York Immigration Coalition or others who might want to feel free to chime in. As I mentioned in my exchange with the Chancellor, and I think also Councilmember Salamanca mentioned this as well, I have heard feedback from some of our immigrant families that they are understandably fearful of filling out the request forms to get a device. And the Chancellor mentioned that they should contact their school. What the administration needs to remember is that the structure that they created required families to fill out a form, a survey form, that might change moving forward when they order them more iPads next month. But their structure was the barrier for many kids getting that. Have you also heard the same concerns, particularly in our immigrant? Please, yes, Mr. Ortiz, please go ahead.
Yes, absolutely. We've been hearing that. And as you may know, the issues with public charge have made this particular issue one that we have had to fight very hard to get families to understand what's going on. And you're right that the actual system was created by the legal team in the DOE who basically circumvented the capacity for advocates or their schools to actually fill it out for those people. Technically, right? Although we do know that some of that is definitely happening, because that's the only way that we can actually get those families to fill out the form. And if I can just say that it also Carranza's answer also completely doesn't recognize the fact that schools do still have a long way to go to be a trusted place for immigrant families. And that work is going to be continuing, and especially important now that many of our immigrants have really struggled to communicate with the schools, get in contact with anyone at the schools whatsoever, even with advocates, right? And so we fight with the advocates to make sure that our advocates and our CBOs are able to best serve the immigrant students. But we know that many of our immigrant students are not connected to a CBO or another advocate, and they're probably struggling the most right now, as they don't have anyone to navigate these basically waters that are not able to be navigated very well. But Randy might also be seeing this in her clients, so maybe she wants to jump in on this as well.
Can we unmute Randy Levine, please?
Sure, I think we definitely agree and think that there are a number of families who are not filling out forms for a variety of reasons, including fear, but definitely also seeing families who still don't know about the device request form. Definitely hearing from families who thought that their school filled it out for them, but when we escalate the case to the DOE, we're being told there's no request recorded. And so I think we need a lot more outreach and a coordinated effort to see what's happening for children who are not logging on, and for someone to take ownership of making sure that the request is filled out, that it's received, that the iPad comes, that the iPad works from start to finish. The case is not closed until the child is logging on and able to participate in remote instruction.
Thank you, Randy. And I also want to note something else I've heard, and just to kind of put into the record that when the DOE gave families that very kind of rushed remote readiness survey before they shut the buildings down, they gave families a form to fill out to see if they had a device at home. What was not clear to families, and because the DOE did not clarify in their own forms, is that when they asked the family, do you have a device at home? There could be, a household where mom or dad has a computer for their work and they have multiple children. And this was supposed to be a commitment to provide technology for each and every child and not to share a device with their siblings and with their parents. And I kept stressing that. So I would argue that there are a number of kids who even have a device now who are sharing it with their siblings because the DOE did not make it clear that they're entitled to a device of their own. And you cannot, in this climate of remote learning, every moment counts, and to share devices is just not, it's not acceptable. So is this something that you could see has happened as well?
We have heard of some families who are sharing one device between multiple siblings. And I will say that is with a DOE iPad. I think there was a lot of confusion out there in the spring, and that there were some people who were telling families that they could only request one device per family. I think with other families, they may not have realized that they needed to fill out the form for each child. But we're also still seeing families who haven't received any iPads for their children and are sharing an iPhone with limited data among 3 children trying to log in for remote instruction and assignments. So we are relieved that the city is purchasing additional devices. That's only one part of the solution. Significant technical assistance is also needed to make sure that every family is able to use the device, get it up and running, and log into their remote instruction. And of course, we haven't even been talking today about instruction, because there's this basic access issue that we have to address first.
Absolutely. And that's why I mentioned partly the issue of Chromebooks, where the feedback that I have gotten very strong is that as far as compatibility and functionality with the remote platform, in order to type, Chromebooks are the preferred method, but they're on back order and until February or so. And they also need to come with internet service. So we're going to keep at this. But again, I thank you, Randy. I thank the entire panel for your extraordinary work, for your service. And we will remain in contact during this time. Thank you so much again. Appreciate you.
Okay, that concludes this panel. Next, we will hear from Paul Scialla, Quadira Coles, Tony Smith Thompson, Crystal Vasquez testifying for Leonard Goldberg, and Dr. Thomas Howard. We will first start with Paul.
Time starts now.
Thank you, Chair Trigger, Chair Levine, and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify. My name is Paul Scialla, and I'm the founder and CEO of Delos and founder of the International Well Building Institute. We're pleased to already be working with New York City schools by providing 30,000 portable air filtration units for distribution across the city. Our testimony today is to highlight the importance of minimizing airborne viral load in the indoor environment and the role these units can play to help support New York City's ability to safely reopen schools. Delos is a health technology platform. We lead global research and identify evidence-based solutions for health and safety, having worked closely with Mayo Clinic, Cleveland Clinic, and other medical research institutions for years to understand the impact of indoor environments on human health. We also operate the world's largest certification platform for healthy buildings via our International Well Building Institute, with certifications now in 63 countries across approximately 1 billion square feet of real estate. Previous testimony has acknowledged that increased ventilation as a foundation is a good start, but adding enhanced air filtration is a necessary pathway to lower airborne viral load in school buildings and can greatly reduce COVID-19 exposure risk when employed in conjunction with additional best practices. The technology in these air purification units is capable of trapping and reducing ultrafine particles that may be carrying viruses as small as 0.007 microns at 99.99% efficiency, which is smaller than SARS-CoV-2. These are portable, wall-mounted, or standalone units that can be placed into any type of space at very low cost. Delos strongly recommends that New York City continue to prioritize improved air quality in schools by ensuring adequate numbers of air purification units for all classrooms and common areas to complement ventilation strategies. We hope that in conjunction with the current COVID-19 mitigation strategies, these solutions will benefit students, staff, families, and New York City.
Time expired.
If you want to wrap up your final point very quickly, and then we'll move on.
Thank you very much. I had just finished. So we do hope that in conjunction with these mitigation strategies out there, these particular solutions will benefit again, students, staff, families, and New York City at large. Thank you all.
Thank you. And next we'll hear from Quadira.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, Chair Traeger and Levin and members of the Committee on Education and Health. My name is Quadira Coles and I am the Policy Manager at GGE. We are offering testimony today to raise issues of school climate, inclusive of school discipline and school policing as a part of the reopening of schools. GGE support both bills on the docket. On Intro 1615, we support the effort to bring specific transparency on the underrepresentation of loss of Black educators and educators of color. On Intro 2058, we want to raise a concern we have heard from both young people and educators that students are being removed from the Zoom classroom as a classroom management tool and marked as absent. And also that young people are being required to appear on video during class and or risk being marked absent. We raise these examples to highlight the new part of the relationship between attendance and school discipline, regardless of whether this new form of discipline is being tracked. We also recently found out that schools were sent a link to an outdated disciplines code resources info hub that does not acknowledge the pandemic or the way new kinds of learning environments may not be compatible with last year's discipline rules. We've heard in the past week that principals are requesting principal suspensions for mask compliance despite internal guidance from the DOE's Office of Student Health that attempts to protect young people from punitive discipline. We want to see that OSH guidance made public and accessible, at the very least, to support young people in knowing that protections are afforded to them. More than this, we are demanding a suspension moratorium during the entire duration of the school year, no matter the instruction style, along with necessary restorative, emotional, and mental support. Students attending school in person should feel safe when being asked to follow CDC social distancing and mask guidelines by positioning nurses, school counselors, and teachers as the first contact. We are disturbed to hear that because of the short staffing, the DOE trained school safety agents and assigned them the responsibility of taking temperatures of students entering school buildings. The city has chosen to normalize a dangerous trend of outsourcing
Time expired.
and public welfare responsibilities to the police. This year, in due part to a legacy of underinvestment, students returning to schools during a pandemic will be more likely to encounter police than nurses. The city has chosen to prioritize interests of the NYPD and those who are not a part of the school community over New York public school students. Students should not have to face disciplinary or police action while trying to adapt to a new way of life, in addition to the many challenges and stressors of learning during the pandemic. We encourage the city to become more vigilant when it comes to securing sustainable education experience for our students during budget cycles to come. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. And next we will hear from Tony Smith Thompson.
Time starts now.
Thank you, Chairs Traeger and Levine and members of the committee. My name is Tony Smith Thompson. I'm senior organizer in the Education Policy Center at the New York Civil Liberties Union. I'm also a public school parent to 3 kids. We continue to be concerned about barriers students are facing in remote learning. And we do agree that data is needed to assess these barriers, and we support intros 2058 and 2104. Additionally, I wanted to raise a few concerns that were just raised. Remote learning does have the potential to expand access to education in conjunction with in-person instruction. Although, as was just said, unfortunately, 6 months into remote learning, there are practices that are disconnecting students from their learning and further entrenching inequities. Like was just said, we've heard reports of schools adopting strict virtual learning policies, such as requiring students to have their cameras turned on or be penalized or sit up straight at a desk, which some students don't even have at home. These rules create new constraints on learning that are really unnecessary. And let me turn off my video because I think I'm lagging here. And, you know, not only do camera on rules cause anxieties for students who are worried about appearing on camera, they also have privacy implications for students who don't want their home life exposed. And they further marginalize students whose remote learning environment is already difficult, right? And not the same as their school learning environment. So we do recommend that the DOE adopt a camera optional policy to be responsive to students' needs and to protect student privacy. We are also concerned about discipline, including suspensions, but also removals from in-person learning and virtual instruction that may not be recorded as suspensions. We echo calls for a suspension moratorium. And also we need to pay attention to other practices and the ways that punitive discipline are evolving in this new landscape. And so, as with pre-pandemic disciplinary practices, Black and Brown students are more likely to be disciplined in really punitive ways. And so, knowing that it is likely that biases will play a role in how students respond to student
Time expired.
How schools respond to student behavior, we need to move away from the premise that education can be taken away as a punishment. Instead, we need to look at how the DOE can use this model to expand access to education. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And next we will hear from Crystal Vasquez.
Time starts now.
Hello, council members, and thank you for this opportunity to testify on school reopening. My name is Crystal Vasquez, and I'm testifying on behalf of Opportunity Charter Schools founder, Lenny Goldberg. Founded in 2004, OCS is a unique, independent charter school focused on serving high-need students with disabilities in grades 6 through 12. We work closely with each student to provide tailored individual and group instruction. And our staff includes trained behavior specialists, social workers, and learning specialists to ensure each student has what they need to be successful. I'm glad to have the opportunity to share an overview of our approach to working with special education students and how we have brought this philosophy into our recent work supporting our students through remote learning since the onset of the pandemic. We've created extensive support systems to keep our students engaged and making progress. Teachers provide 5 back-to-back hour-long classes through Zoom, 4 days of the week, and on Wednesdays, it's our WIN, Whatever I Need Day, where students receive targeted small group instruction. We've trained members of our staff to serve as mentors, dedicated to reaching out to families to ensure that students are engaged. We've also created a school culture team to help monitor attendance and ensure students aren't missing instruction. OCS's educational philosophy is built upon the premise that students with learning disabilities deserve the satisfaction that comes with meeting and exceeding rigorous standards for personal and academic success. And we continue to follow this philosophy through our approach to remote learning and school reopening, which we are continuing to reevaluate as we look towards safely reopening our classrooms in the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And next we will hear from Dr. Howard Thompson.
Time starts now.
Dr. Thomas Howard, sorry, I apologize.
Time starts now.
Actually, Dr. Thomas, hold on one second. We're just having a problem unmuting you. Just give us one moment. Okay, do you see an icon that says accept unmuting? There we go. Okay, go ahead.
Time starts now.
Thank you very much. Again, good afternoon, good evening, council members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Dr. Thomas Howard, and I'm the executive director at the Bronx Charter School for Better Learning. I'm representing parents, staff, and administrators in 2 located schools and 1,023 students pre-K to grade 5. At the onset of COVID-19, we began the planning to go to remote on March the 6th. And we decided that in preparation for the fall that we would implement a 3-phase reopening plan. And in that reopening plan, we would focus on health, safety, and high quality education. We provided quite a bit of training for professional development for parents, for teachers and administrators, and also provided trauma-informed training for parents, teachers, and administrators. On average, with the parent meetings, we had about 367 parents who would attend these trainings and meetings, which was a beautiful thing. We opened our school year using a fully remote program that focused on social emotional learning and preparing kids for the educational transition, assuming that they've experienced some trauma prior to the opening of schools. We also surveyed parents to understand and ask what their needs were as we prepared to go to reopen the schools. Currently, we have about 25% of our students who are in remote learning and about 75% of the students who come to school daily for in-person, remote. Even the students who are in remote also can Zoom into the classroom so they get a synchronous learning experience. We transitioned to hybrid learning in the first week in October, and I can report right now we have an attendance rate of about 97% for all students, 96% for our special education students, and enrollment is full. Our goal is to continue our focus on what we call awakening the learner within. We've had success with our educational.
Time expired.
Had success with our educational approach, particularly with educating Black and Brown students. And the thing that I would ask that the council and everyone do is that we promote high quality education for all students in New York City, no matter what type of school you go to, that every student who's Black, Brown, and others should receive the best quality education that we can get. And as we shift away from health and safety, that we prioritize high quality education. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you, Chair. Do you have any questions for this panel?
Nope, just want to thank them for being here today and sharing very powerful testimony. Thank them so much.
Thank you, and we will now move to our next and final panel. The final panel is Daryl Hornick-Becker, Gregory Brender, Valone Brown Jr., and Paulette Healy. We will start with Daryl.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Daryl Hornick-Becker, and I'm a policy associate at Citizens Committee for Children of New York. Thank you, Chair Traeger, Chair Levine, and all the members of the Education and Health Committees for holding today's hearing. For our full set of recommendations, I refer you to my written testimony. Today, I'll highlight just a few areas where action is sorely needed. First, the city and DOE must prioritize our most vulnerable students. Students living in shelters may have a learning device, but most shelters still lack Wi-Fi, and many have unreliable cell reception. Also, under city policy, children under 18 cannot be in shelters without a parent, but the city's learning labs are only open to students through 8th grade. This range of barriers requires a coordinated interagency plan to help these students and a designated point person to lead this effort. Remote learning is also likely to exacerbate issues for multilingual learners. The complex nature of the school year has steepened the communication barrier for immigrant families, who are often left out of receiving vital information about scheduling, transportation, or meals. The DOE must make a concerted effort to reach these families in a variety of ways. The DOE must also not cut programs that serve older, undercredited youth who are most at risk of dropping out. Cuts to Learning to Work would eliminate services for these students such as attendance outreach, counseling, and postgraduate planning. To defund this program now would remove crucial supports when students need them most. Second, the city's after-school programs must also be part of the Restart Plan. After-school providers this year have received conflicting guidance from DYCD and DOE as to how they should operate. Many are being shut out of schools and their funding may be at risk in the November budget. Youth service providers successfully ran the RECs last school year and are currently running the learning labs. They must be intimately involved in the new school year to ensure the entire educational system is safe, effective, and supportive. Finally, the city must support the behavioral health needs of students. With the transition to remote learning, many children are experiencing social isolation, anxiety, and possibly the loss of a loved one from COVID. The proposed Bridge to School plan is a start, but we cannot expect schools to implement plans when funding sources have been slashed at the city, state, and federal level. To strengthen behavioral supports for students, the city must restore the cuts to community schools and fund contracts that provide mental health services. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
And before I turn to Gregory, I also see that Phil Wong is back on Zoom, so we will add him to this panel at the end, but next we will hear from Gregory.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for holding this important hearing and for the opportunity to testify. My name is Gregory Brender. I'm here on behalf of United Neighborhood Houses, which is a policy and social change organization of New York settlement houses. I want to focus today on the role that community-based organizations play in the education system. Community-based organizations are a key part of the system and have only become more essential during the COVID crisis. During the crisis, CBOs deployed their staff in regional enrichment centers and used their expertise in early childhood education and youth development to pilot and implement the first socially distant programs. They developed, with only a few weeks of prep time, socially distant in-person summer camp programs and remote summer programs. They maintain children's connections to their peers and caring adults through remote early childhood education after school programs. And most recently, and also with very little prep time, They've been opening learning bridges and learning labs to provide care during the remote days of the school. But the city has to do much more to include CBOs who should be a part of all of the discussions of how the education system and how the school reopens. In order to be more inclusive and more supportive of the community-based partners who are so important to schools, UNH makes the following recommendations. We urge the city to improve guidance and communication. Guidance is often missing, late, or conflicting, and this has led to issues such as after-school programs not knowing where they were in school, where they have space, lack of communication about health issues, and difficulty accessing PPE. I'll run through the next recommendations. Also to restore funding for the indirect rate initiatives, to restore funding for Learning to Work, which provides support to students in transfer schools, and to ensure that there's parity between the protections afforded to staff in the DOE and the staff of community-based organizations who are entering hazardous situations to provide care to children. Thanks again for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. And next we will hear from Valone Brown Jr.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me to discuss some policy changes this afternoon. My name is Valone Brown Jr. I am the director of the Learn to Work program for St. Nick's Alliance. I have been the director for 3 years now. As Gregory just mentioned, I'm hoping that the Learn to Work program is not eliminated and cuts aren't sought. I would like to thank Councilman Callos, who has been an astounding supporter of our program. I have been on this call from 10 a.m. So that should let everyone know on this call how passionate I am about LTW and the possible cuts. This program being cutted and gutted and eliminated would not just affect the employees of the CBOs that partner with the school. These are individuals who have given their livelihoods to giving back to their communities, to the students and the children of our future. But most importantly, it will affect the families and the students. The Learn to Work program, if you do not know, is a program that is in transfer schools throughout the city. Transfer schools house students that are underage and overcredited. These students are at the most risk. These students are in these schools because they're looking for their second, third, fourth, fifth chance. We cannot cut programs like LTW that offers these students the ability to earn wages, to help their parents, especially in a pandemic now. Our program has been able to fuel at least $150,000 a year into the Northern Brooklyn community. With the program being gutted, we lose all that money going into the neighborhoods, going into the families. Once again, not only does the program allow wages for our interns and for our students, but it exposes students to career readiness through internships, post-secondary readiness, visiting various colleges and vocational training opportunities. So Chancellor Carranza and the mayor, you have 15 months left. Please take the time to do us right. Do not cut our program. We need this for the individuals who've given their livelihood to this job. And please think of the students who really need this program to continue their education and finally graduate from high school. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we will hear from Paulette.
Time starts now.
You're unmuted now.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful, thank you. Greetings, esteemed council members. My name is Paulette Healy. I am a council member on the Citywide Council on Special Education and a steering member of Press NYC. I, along with hundreds of parents who have spoken out ad nauseum about a responsive, safe, and equitable school reopening with the emphasis on investing on addressing the challenges with remote learning instead of rushing to a horribly underfunded in-person learning approach, ignoring known ventilation issues, staffing shortages, and access to devices and Wi-Fi service. So I'm not going to repeat myself again. Instead, I want to address the intentional misguidance and confusion the DOE and the mayor have put into practice in order to continue the systemic silencing of the voices of the stakeholders, especially our teachers, parents, and students. In this hearing alone, we have heard conflicting statements from the chancellor and his staff on the COVID reporting process, on whether data on consent forms for random testing is available, whether attendance numbers are available, whether guidance has been updated to school staff tasked to roll out information on the ground. Dr. Varma himself said that the best way to prevent the spread of the virus is to limit the amount of people in the buildings. What better argument for going fully remote than that? Students who have received devices are reporting they are broken and need to go through an unnecessarily complicated process to report it. Teachers are troubleshooting tech issues built into the DOE iPads themselves that prevent platforms that they use to teach from launching instead of actually spending time teaching. We have a letter from PS 142 in District 1 citing, quote, bulging remote class sizes in ICT classes are out of compliance, end quote, due to the staffing shortages. We have teachers threatening to fail students who miss 2 Google Meet sessions. Is this what trauma-centered teaching looks like? We have an entire school community speak out about the harm their families have endured at the hands of a racist principal at PS 132 in District 14, yet nothing has been done. We have reports of students being forced to submit to random testing in schools without parental
Time
consent.
expired.
We have superintendents that have done nothing to quell concerns of the families and absolutely no best practices in place to make sure information is going out to our families in languages that they can understand or have access to if they're still awaiting a device to learn off of. In the middle of October, we still have families on waiting lists for the paltry number of childcare seats offered in the Learning Bridges, and 72,000 students still waiting for devices. I urge the council members here to please use their collective power to institute universal broadband for all in order to address the digital divide that prevents our children from a free and appropriate education. I urge City Council to continue demanding accountability from the Chancellor and the DOE, often given to you because you're the only body who seems to have the possibility to apply pressure. In this crisis, we need you all to keep this up. And I thank the City Council members and the Public Advocate's Office who have acknowledged the outraged voices of our parents and teachers, school staff, food servers, custodians, and have recognized and supported our endless efforts to keep our children safe and to demand clear accountability from our district leaders, our school leaders, and our DOE leaders. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you. And next we'll hear from Phil Wong.
Time starts now.
Hello, good afternoon, Chairman Traeger, Chairman Levine, other members of the Education Committee. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Phil Wong, the President of Community Education Council 24. I would like to read to you today our resolution number 139 that was passed on October 13th at our October's monthly meeting of CEC members. Whereas the COVID-19 epidemic has taken a multitude of lives of those living and working within District 24. Whereas COVID-19 epidemic has disproportionately disturbed the health, well-being, and education of students in District 24. Whereas Mayor de Blasio has already twice delayed the opening of schools, creating hurdles for District 24 families to plan daily work and education schedules. Whereas Mayor de Blasio and Chancellor Carranza has been less than transparent in disclosing the thousands of unfilled teacher positions needed to meet the demand of schools as projected in their plans. Whereas Mayor de Blasio and Chancellor Carranza have still not properly staffed New York City public schools with the sufficient number of teachers and staff to safely meet the educational, psychological, and physical needs of our students. Whereas numerous high-ranking officials at the Department of Education resigned within weeks and days of the planned openings. Whereas the Department of Education did not implement a system-wide training of teachers and staff in remote learning through the summer. Whereas the Department of Education and the City of New York have not properly coordinated, managed, and communicate the locations for meal distribution to remote learning students, blended remote students on their days not at school, and individuals in need of food. Whereas the Department of Education has not delivered on their own goal of providing live instruction to all remote learning students.
Time expired.
Remote students. Therefore, be it resolved that New York City schools must provide an equitable distribution of teachers so that every school has the proper staffing for live and remote instruction. Be it further resolved that the Community Education Council expresses no confidence in Mayor de Blasio and Chancellor Carranza due to their repeated failure of policy, implementation, and communication throughout the COVID-19 emergency. Thank you.
Thank you. And at this time, I will ask if we have inadvertently missed anyone that would like to testify. There were a few people dropping in and out of Zoom today. Please use the raise hand function now, and we will call you in the order that your hand is raised. Haley Yee. And then Chair Traeger, Councilmember Holden does have a question for this panel. So
Time starts now.
Hi, thank you, Chair Levine, Chair Traeger, and the members of City Council for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Mary Chen. I'm the Director of CPC's Childhood Development Services, overseeing 12 early childhood and school-age programs, and I was also a former CPC student and now staff, so I truly can say that CPC strives to empower our constituents as agents of social change. To that end, we are grateful to testify today about the issues that impact individuals and the families we serve. We're grateful to the Council for their leadership on these issues. My written testimony addresses the following concerns: quality programming, child regression, community-based support capacity, transparency and accountability in information dissemination. Especially in CPC's early childhood and school-age programs, there are truly critical safety nets for thousands of working class API and immigrant families. When schools close, our services have shifted to a remote setting. Our staff continue to provide their services nonstop and creatively integrated their programming onto an online format, understanding how critical staying connected with the families is at this time. However, the programming that was guided by what teachers did was really by their own true drive and passion, and without guidance and support from DOE. We're still unable to increase the early childhood staffing capacity and technology, equipment, and bandwidth, which makes it really hard to be effective in supporting all our families. And one of the things that I want to really stress out was that we've been talking about social distancing in the schools. And in public schools, they had a minimum of at least 50% cut in classroom size to allow for social distancing. But in CBO, this is not the case. It's only been a 15% decrease for 4-year-old programming. And for the younger classrooms, the classroom size remains 0.
Time expired.
So it's really important and crucial that DOE and DOH recognizes that CBOs are providing crucial care for all of these immigrant and low-income families. But at the same time, we're not doing it with the same guidance that is needed. With that said, you can see more under written testimony, and I really wanted to stress that point and the confusion that DOE has been giving us in terms of not being clear with information that we can disseminate to our families. And that's been really one of the things that's making it hard for families to really make adequate decisions for their own children and the well-being of their families. Thank you.
Thank you. If we could please unmute Councilmember Holden. He had a question for this panel.
Hi.
Time starts now.
Thank you. I have a question for Phil Wong. Is he still on? Or Phil, are you still there?
He is. We will unmute him.
Okay.
Just give us one moment.
Hello? Hello.
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, Mr. Wong.
Hello.
I have a question on the CEC 24 voting. As a no confidence for not only the chancellor and the mayor's handling of the reopening or lack thereof. What is the number one complaint that you have in your district?
The number one complaint is that the kids are not receiving the education they're entitled to. They believe they have seen Catholic schools that's open 5 days, and they believe the public schools should do the same or learn from them to start opening 5 days. And as I hear, there are kids leaving the public school system and now entering Catholic school. I'm very, very concerned about that.
I've heard that too. Just in the, we are also hearing, at least in my office, I don't know if you're hearing it at CEC, that some of the remote learners are finishing their work within 10 or 15 minutes and have nothing to do the rest of the day.
That is correct. The instruction that's being offered remotely is not adequate. The kids have nothing to do like before 10, 11 a.m. And that's a big problem.
So in your district, the CECs wants full in-person 5 days a week in school. You're saying that?
That is correct. That is
Okay,
correct.
thank you.
Sure.
Thanks so much. Thank you, Chair.
Chair Traeger, I'll pass it back to you.
Thank you very much, Malcolm, and thank you to my colleagues and to everyone who came to testify today. I want to summarize by going back to a point I made earlier in the hearing about trust being broken and the impact of that trust being broken. The mayor publicly said that the majority of families indicated to his administration that they wanted in-person, the hybrid blended model, when in fact the survey results are showing the opposite, not because of that families and kids don't want the critical services, the in-person services, but because I think trust remains broken and shattered as far as the ability to operationalize all the safety plans and to have the staffing and everything in place. The mayor promised that those children who would opt for in-person learning would receive in-person instruction. But as I mentioned before, that is not the case for many children. They have in-person study hall, virtual study hall, without a teacher present. And I am a former teacher, so you cannot pull a fast one on me. That is not instruction. That is simply someone supervising kids logging onto Zoom if they have internet in their class, if they have a device. The mayor, made a promise that every child who needed technology and internet already had it. And today we finally learn that as of yesterday, over 72,000 requests are still in the system for children in need of devices and internet. We learned today from President Mulgrew that it was only until July that the administration began to really think about what a reopening plan might look like for the school year ahead, when in fact, under normal years, you begin planning for the next school year back in maybe February, even sooner. So there's an expression that I apply from the school system to here. When you fail to plan, you plan to fail. And our children, our educators, our families, our parents deserve so much better. The mayor promised that he had a child care plan. There is a child care crisis right now. There's no question about it. Many educators themselves are parents. One educator reached out to me that the cost of childcare for her kids exceeds what she brings home in pay. Children of essential workers, folks who are working in our hospitals, emergency care centers, who are seeing spikes in cases, they have been failed. They deserve so much better. And a part of our function, as Lainey Hameson mentioned, the council is limited in our authority, but we do have the power of oversight. We have the power to shine light on problems. And we will continue to do everything within our power. I want to note for the record that the administration might be annoyed to answer questions for 4 hours or so. But if they would have given us the information that we asked for back in May, if they would have given us the information that we asked for in a letter that we sent them in the summer, if they would have showed up to my hearing on September 3rd, we could have addressed many of the questions that I had to repeat, not for the first time, second time, but third, fourth times at this hearing today. So no one's going to lecture this body or this committee and this council and the staff about ground rules, when in fact, they have failed to provide the transparency and the full information that we need. We don't even know the cost of this private school bus company deal at a time when we just heard from providers, and I know this personally, how vital the Learning to Work program is. It's not just a program, it is a support system. It is a lifeline, it is a connection to these kids It literally keeps them in school. That is what's at stake right now. This is not a program that, this is a lifeline, a support system for kids, the community school program. So the city administration has to answer why they prioritized a private school bus company bailout over the childcare needs of families, over providers that are doing life-saving work and game-changing work for kids on an everyday basis. And we're going to continue to demand answers because we have a lot more questions that we have today after today's hearing. And I hope that we try to clarify some of the confusion, although with the stuff that we heard today, I think there's going to be, unfortunately, even more confusion, but we have a lot more work to do to clarify and to provide full transparency to our school families who deserve nothing less. And I'll close by saying again, every tweet from City Hall, everything they put out at night, or everything is not done without the implementation of our school communities. They implement everything from early childhood, K to 12, all of them. They implement all of the guidance. We are in debt to our school communities, to our families, everyone. And that includes PTAs, CECs, all of our school support system, the advocates here. We are in debt to you. We appreciate you, and we have a lot more work to do. And with that, I will adjourn.
We're going to turn it over to Chair Levine.
Oh, forgive me, Chair Levine. Forgive me, my extraordinary colleague, the fellow co-chair of the MARC caucus. I want folks to know that I follow Chair Levine, his Twitter, to get all the latest critical health updates. He has been extraordinary in giving transparency to the public. He helps me get information as well. He's done a fantastic job as chair of the health committee. Please, Mark Levine, if you want to close us out. Thank you.
I certainly will. Thank you, Chair Traeger. There's nobody in New York City who cares more than you about the welfare of our students, of our staff, of our school system. And I want to thank you for prioritizing health and safety throughout this entire crisis. You and I communicate constantly. I really value that partnership. And our work is not done. This crisis is not over. This pandemic is not over. And I think this hearing has been extremely important today, both for the questions that we answered and for the questions that were not answered. We are not going to stop until we get the information that the public deserves, that parents deserve, that we need to ensure that we are living up to the highest standards of safety in this pandemic. And that requires clear, consistent enforcement of the protocols we have established to test, to contact trace, to monitor people's health, to make critical decisions about closing classrooms and schools and entire districts. And that requires information offered in a transparent, real-time way to the public. And we do not have some of that information today. This hearing has highlighted the shortcomings that we must address. And to all of you who participated, the parents, the teachers, the experts, thank you for coming today, for being on the record, for staying, and for fighting on behalf of the young people whose responsibility we hold in our hands. So thank you, everybody, and be safe.
Just one thing, Chair.
Yes, Malcolm. Yes.
I want to make sure we don't cut off your colleagues. Councilmember Holden, your hand is up. I don't know if that was from before and we forgot to put it down. Can we unmute Councilmember Holden for a moment, please? There we go.
I just want to thank both chairs for this this hearing. We've learned a lot, but I still, like I agree with Chair Levine that we do have a lot of questions that were unanswered. I know the Chancellor, I've been a critic of the Chancellor for a while, and I think he proved me right with the attempted reopening number of times of the school year. I don't think they were prepared. I agree with Chair Traeger. And by the way, I want to thank him. If they just took some of his recommendations on reopening, they would have had a much better time. And I just thank him for just a great work. And I, like you just said, Chair Traeger, about Chair Levine looking at his tweets, I often look at yours and really felt that you had great ideas on reopening. And I just think they should have listened to a few of them. Certainly the earlier years, the younger students should have been given priority. Also at-risk students, special needs students with learning disabilities. should be given priority because many of them can't work remotely. It's impossible. So that should have been a top priority, and I don't think it was. But I just want to thank you, Chair Trigger, again for your great work on education, and thank you for this hearing. And I love the exchange with the Chancellor. You're not going to tell us how to run a hearing, and you're not going to tell us how to do our jobs. And I thank you for that, standing up to him.
Thank you, Councilmember Holden. And on that note, I just want to say that, I worked on a proposal with actual educators and parents and families throughout the summer. I waited for the state to release their guidance to see if it was consistent. And I felt that we had to pass an equity test for kids and for families. There are children, particularly young children, children with special needs, multilingual learners and others, where one day a week is just not cutting it. Working parents facing impossible childcare situations. And we have to make our largest school system in the country more manageable. I think we're too big to come back at once, but we could phase this in, making sure that we have the resources to operationalize safety plans and have a responsible phase-in approach. And having said that, there's no excuse why to this day, thousands of children still don't have a device and internet. That's just inexcusable to me. And I just want to give a big shout out and thanks as we close the extraordinary council staff. They are extraordinary. They work even harder than all of us, and they are great. And my staff and my chief of staff and others, my entire staff, my team, thank all of you for your great work and your sacrifice on behalf of the city of New York. And with that, I will adjourn.
Councilmember Trigger, before you do gavel out, everybody wanted me to remind the public that's on and watching that next week we have another hearing, reopening New York City public schools, impact on student with disabilities, same bat time, same bat channel. So I'm now done. Thank you.
Yes, we'll be back. We'll be back. There's more. Thank you, Malcolm. Thank you all. This hearing is adjourned.